Going live in about 25 seconds. Happened. It's not taking me live. Okay, so we got a little technical difficulty. Hang on just a minute. It won't take me live.
Go ahead and start, and I'll be playing with this.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. Mark is with us, but we're not where we need to be just yet, so we'll get him back on here with us in just a second. As you can see on the radar, we've got a lot of storms around the area, mainly to the north and east of us, but there are some up around Marion that are moving this way, and we do have a severe thunderstorm. Really, it's in northern Todd County and southern Muhlenberg, southeast of Greenville. We're going to be getting closer on that here in just a second. We're still trying to pull this up. Right there. Try that. Okay, well, we got Mark's frame up. Now we just got to get his actual camera up. And we're working on that as we speak. I got my good friend Dave Sturgis sitting here. Oh, there's Mark. Oh, hold on. Keep going. Click it. There we go.
There we go.
Yeah, I got you. I got some audio, but I don't have you down in the small frame yet. Hold on. There we go.
Yeah, I am.
All right, now. There we go. Okay. We're haphazardly pulling this off. So anyway, we want to look at these storms that are affecting our general area right now. We've got several people on board with us, and we're glad to see you guys. Excuse me just a moment. I've got to get this put over on my feed. Mark, take it away for just a second while I get this on my feed.
All right. Well, we're looking at storms that are up to our northeast, as he said. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning right now for Muhlenberg and Todd and up in that area. Hang on a second. Let me get the details of it up. Severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Muhlenberg and northeastern Todd counties in central Kentucky till 5:15 p.m. At 4:26. A severe thunderstorm was located near Weir, or 12 miles south of Central City, moving southeast at 25. Hazard is 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. That's all radar indicated. We've got no actual reports of it yet. Locations impacted include Dunmore. And so this line has had some strong to severe storms with it up and down. It's moving down from the northwest, which is an unusual direction for it to come at us from. And right now, on my radar, I can see an old outflow boundary that is some of the storms up to the northwest of us are going to ride along. It's going to take it probably, if it follows that, right into northwest Christian County, up around Pennyroyal State Forest. And Dawson Springs, you might be in the corner of that. It's not severe at this time, just a thunderstorm, but we'll see what it does. We're also seeing some storms pop up in East Christian County and down in the Elkton area and to the northeast of that in Todd County. So we've got storms that are going, just starting up. All you all down in Tennessee, there's a couple of showers just starting up down to the southeast of Dover, between Dover and Cumberland City. Those are just now starting to show up on our radar, so we'll have to wait and see what they do. But as it does that, we're going to be watching these storms for you as they start to develop. They were stronger. There is flash flood warnings up in the northern Kentucky, southern Indiana, and southeastern Illinois areas. and that's a flash flood watch or a flash flood warning till 8:15 p.m. for southwestern White, Gallatin, southern Posey, southern Vandenberg, Henderson, and northern Union counties. And that was Doppler radar indicated heavy rain across the warned area. Between 1 and 2 inches of rain have fallen. The expected rainfall rate is 1 inch in 1 hour. And that was for the storms that went through there earlier. So they're probably getting some ongoing flooding from that. And then just to the east of there, over Owensboro and up Newburgh, just to the east of Evansville, over to Spencer, near Tell City, back down to Whitesville, there's another flash flood warning, and that is for southern Spencer, southwestern Warwick, Davies, eastern Henderson, and northwestern McLean counties. And that's till 3:30 p.m. Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 1 and 2 inches of rain have fallen. The expected rainfall rate is 1 to 2 inches in 1 hour. Additional rainfall amounts up to 1 inch are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing and expected to begin shortly.
Yeah, we want to talk too about this special weather statement that's just come out for Russellville and Bowling Green. You guys are about to get nailed with a pretty good storm. This is a severe storm right here just to the northwest of Lewisburg. Tywapity is in that. Rosewood is in it. Dunmore is in the severe thunderstorm warned area. And I'm going to put the cone on this, and we can see it's moving east at 20 miles per hour. So it looks like Dunmore is going to get into it some, but nothing like the ones off to the east towards, looks like Harper Crossroads, Silver City, Leetown. All you guys are in the gun, under the gun for this. I want to take a little closer look. The hail probability is 100%. So it's maximum hail size is 3/4 of an inch. VIL is 45, which is a little bit, it's not overpowering, so that's not too bad there. But just be aware, this storm has a lot of lightning in it and putting down some very heavy rainfall. And otherwise, let's look at this special weather statement here. Looks like wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour are going to be possible in this area. This would include portions of south central Kentucky where the severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect. They're saying, location impact include Bowling Green, Russellville, Morgantown, Plum Springs, Crestmore, Memphis Junction, Mount Victor, Anderson, Auburn, and Lewisburg. So all you guys are under the gun on this. This is coming your way, and it looks like that this other storm here is developing back around Claymore, up towards Sharon Grove, Crossroads. Elkton's also starting to get a little lightning and thunder, this small storm here. All these are moving to the east. So, yeah, this is just now getting going. We kind of had to get on suddenly as this developed.
Dave, to the north of that line of special weather statement storms is a severe thunderstorm warning.
Right.
And that's going to be for Spencer County, Nelson County, and southeastern Bullitt County, all in central Kentucky, till 6 p.m. At 5:37. Severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Taylorsville to 11 miles east of Elizabethtown. Those are moving east at 30 miles an hour. The hazard is 60 mile per hour wind gusts, radar indicated.
Yes, and obviously, if you're in the line of this storm, move to a strong inner room away from windows. If winds get real gusty, 70 mile an hour winds would knock out some windows and could do a little damage. So you want to be sure and take cover if you're in the path of these storms. This whole line, you really need to be under cover as it approaches. In fact, I know it says they're moving to the east. I guess that's the individual cells, but the overall line appears to be moving southeast. So as we look back towards Nashville, where the storms came through a little earlier, they've got 1,500 customers out of power there. So these do have a history of knocking out power. Got some more power outages over here in Ohio County with over 1,000 customers out there. And meanwhile, back in the McLean County, 468 customers are out. These are just some destructive, I'll say destructive, but high winds that are knocking out the power, probably due to trees being blown around or maybe some limbs coming down on lines. But this is something you need to watch. Now, look back up towards Marion. this storm right here looks to me like it's getting ready to go severe. It is a special weather statement on it. Let's see what it says.
Yeah. It does have a hail marker on it that's bouncing between 1 inch and 3/4. But that's the radar indicated. That's not what's reaching the ground.
Yeah, it's not particularly strong. Wind gust up to 40, so we'll keep an eye on it. We need to watch it. And
I don't know if you can see it on your radar, on that radar, Dave, but on mine in here out of Paducah, there's an old outflow boundary that's right in that area that it's running right along.
Yeah, I see it. There's the outflow boundary. I went over to the Paducah radar. Here's the outflow boundary, this little line right here. That's not really storms, although there may be some showers there along it, but that is an area of cooler air coming down off this storm. That symbolizes that this storm might be weakening. So, but what it has the effect of doing is starting to fire up other storms in front of it and around that. Now, as we look down here, one other thing I'm seeing here, look at Crofton. They're under a little thunder showers just popped up there. And then off over towards the east of Hopkinsville, around Honey Grove near Fairview, just north of Fairview, we got another little storm that's popped up. It's just a plain thunderstorm. And even Elkton now is getting in on the act. They've got a thunderstorm going on there with some pretty good rains there as you go east of Elkton on 68. So, again, you're going to get into some blinding rainfall. Remember to turn around, don't drown if you come up on flooded roadways.
Fleekable, I don't think that we're done for the night. It's still fairly early in the day, but you're done with this line around the Beaver Dam area and probably Cromwell too. You're on the backside of it, so it's gone through what it's going to do. As far as Elise Brooks, might be a dumb question. There are no dumb questions. If you want to know and ask, we'll be glad to answer. Why are these storms coming from an unusual direction? Northwest isn't the norm. Same as Tuesday's route. Yeah. Remember we said that we're under a bit of a heat ridge, which means it's a ridge or a high pressure dome that's out to our west. We're on the back, kind of the backside of that. So our steering winds are kind of out of the northwest right now. It's not bringing cooler air in quite at this time because we're still under the hot part of the ridge, but the steering flow is from that direction. That's why they're coming down this way. The little impulses that are spinning off that low up in Alaska in the Aleutian Islands, those come down and ride along the top of that ridge and then down across us and gives us these lines of storms moving through.
Yeah, and I do want to say that, the next radar scan, we see those storms around to the north and east of Hopkinsville starting to continue to fire up. And then they're developing up there back towards Madisonville a little bit where they've got the power outages.
Fleekable, I can't say you're done for the night. You're done for this line of storms, but more storms could develop. For right now, we're taking a wait and see on how much develops later on.
Yeah, right now, a lot of this stuff is really just developed recently. I probably need to go in and try to take off these county maps where the power outages are. Let me see if I can find out where to do that. I think this
down
is
where the power pole is.
Yeah, I've got it right there. Yeah, that took care of it. I could come back and fix it later if you guys want to look at that again. We'll check back on that, but just make sure we're not confusing those with the watches and weather statements that are coming out. We want to be sure to keep those up for you because this is a developing situation as these storms continue to fire up, and it is some kind of hot. I tell you, I remember feeling weather like this before, but I'm not even.
Our air temperature is only right at 89 degrees, but our heat index is between 102 and 107 in West Kentucky and then down into Tennessee right now.
Now, I do want to recognize folks that are on with us. We have a lot of viewers on right now with us this afternoon, and we're glad you're joining us because we want to make sure everybody stays safe in this. Continue to watch the severe thunderstorm warnings up around Bardstown and back towards, just south of Greenville. Looks like northern Todd County and or northeastern Todd, and then maybe some of northwestern Logan County. But anyway, Shelley Workman's with us. Glenda Decker-Dockery is on with us. Yay, all right, you bum. That's a pretty interesting handle. That's pretty nice. But she's interested in the Todd County area, so we're going to keep this. Let me get this up to where you can see behind my big head there. I'll come in a little closer.
They just had a pretty strong storm move just east out of Todd County that had a bit of a hail marker on it, but there's another little storm just coming into West Todd County from Christian County, and that storm does seem to be growing just a little bit.
Yeah, that would be, well, I kicked off the radar. Hold on. There we go. Let me get back over here to the Paducah side. I kind of like the way it's showing because you get a little bit higher elevation on the storm. But you can see this storm's not weakening any. It's just kind of holding its own. It's over around Fairview right now, just north of Fairview. And Elkton, you're starting to come out of that one storm, but you got this other one to face here shortly. Crofton, you're now have a storm to the east, but you're still probably getting some rain on the outskirts.
Yeah, Bowling Green, there is one particular storm that's just to your northwest that's a little bit stronger than the rest. It's got a hail marker on it, and that looks like that'll probably come down and across the northeast corner of Bowling Green.
Right. Let's see here. Nancy Ladd says, hey, y'all. Hope you're keeping cool. And yes, it is hot, according to Dave. Our good friend Dave's on with us. He looks like he is burning up. He's got this little sweat emoji on. And
My goodness.
Oh, my goodness. Sandy Christian's on with us saying hello to everyone. And Shelley Workman says, it's hot here and I ain't going out. And I wish I didn't have to go out. I swear when I walked out, I thought I'd walked into a furnace or something.
Yeah.
Good grief.
Yeah, if you look at some of the cameras around the area, you'll notice one thing. It looks so hazy that it looks like it's rain falling in the distance.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of them. Let's try over around Katie's, if I can get it to come up. My box is not working. Oh, goodness. Well, we may be doomed to stick with what we got. Let me see if anything else is working. None of it's working. Okay, well.
Well, that's weird.
Well, yeah, we just have to be, at least we got the radar. And I don't know if we've got, well, I probably couldn't even take Chrome in. Let me see if I can get you on Chrome. Nope. Nothing on the box is working. So if you'll have Dave give Shane a call, see if we can figure out why the Stream Deck is not working. That's where I'm able to change things.
The Stream Deck is not working.
Let's see here. Bubba Rogers, Frank, Kentucky, is it going to get some rain? It does look like, Bubba, that you're going to get some. I've got relatives there, so I try to keep an eye on it. I've got several watching on the Facebook stream. Olivia Robinson, Debbie Pritchett, Lisa Douglas, Vicki Olson, obviously Bubba Rogers. Anyway, so if you're on Facebook watching this stream, I hope you'll go over to the YouTube channel and hit like and subscribe on the channel. That helps our numbers. It helps us continue to bring you the technology that we're using, and hopefully we can keep everybody informed. So the most important thing is we've got the radar up. I'm not sure what's going on with our equipment. We've got a little gremlin running around in it, but we'll get it fixed up here for long as we get other, maybe our main tech come by, hopefully. Again, we're watching this little outflow boundary right here. That's what this little line is. And as I said, that shows that storm is weakening, and it has, in fact, weakened some. But we'll watch this as for future development. Just keep an eye on that, and we'll see what happens as we go through time. So that may eventually come and affect Katie's and areas of the lakes, but we'll see. We'll watch that as we go. I don't know if I can get any live cameras up. I do. This is UT Martin, just to the southwest of Hopkinsville. UT Martin, Tennessee is what we're looking at there, and you can see we're looking towards the northwest. A little north of west is what we're looking at.
Yeah. As you get out a little bit farther than the camera, you see how everything starts to get indistinct. Like I said, under the cloud cover earlier, I was driving across a higher part where I can look out over downtown Hopkinsville, and it looked like there was rain falling just because it was so hazy.
I'm trying to see what else we got here. There's let's see if I can get this one to come up. Union City, Tennessee. Well, look at the haze out there. There is a lot of moisture in the air, but again, they're getting some bright sunshine. 94.9 degrees. Oh my goodness. So anyway, we want to take a look at some of that. I don't see much in the way over here for cameras, unless I'm able to get, let's see, this one might have a shot up towards that way. Yeah, we're not getting anything. There we go. Well, you see a little bit of the cloud, but look at the haze still out there. A lot of haze. There's a lot of moisture in the air. I don't see the temperature, but it is hot. So again, as I look at this, I'm seeing the northern side of Simpson County is under the special weather statement, and that's for these storms coming in towards you right now. And then Russellville, my goodness, Whippoorwill's already getting it, but this is a pretty good storm right here. I would not be surprised to see this one go severe. I'll be honest with you.
We lost.
I'm going to mute my mic for a second. We lost Mark, so hold on a second. We'll get him back up. There he is.
There we go.
You're back on.
I lost your sound and then bloop, I disappeared.
You sure did. You have a habit of disappearing on me.
I am a ninja.
Okay, let's see
I'm
here.
the weather ninja.
I'm trying to keep up with everybody as we're trying to work through these technical issues we have. The storms are really picking up. Look at those in Lewisburg area, just east of Lewisburg. A lot of lightning with that. That storm is getting ready. Mark, I would not be surprised to see that go severe. One of these storms here is going to go severe shortly.
Probably so. Like I said, I was watching that one that was heading in the general direction of Bowling Green. There's
Right.
another one that's just north of Russellville that's getting
Right.
pretty strong.
Yeah, that's the
And
one.
that's the one the warning was on earlier.
Yeah, and then there's this one around Whippoorwill. It's heading directly for Russellville. In fact, it's got 1-inch hail according to this marker. Let's take a look at it. Yeah, it's moving east at 24. So it's going to be in Russellville. It'll start affecting Russellville just about the next 5 minutes or so. Hail probability is 100%, and maximum hail size is 1 inch. So it's certainly about to qualify for a severe status, and the VIL's gone up 59. So yeah, we're getting close on this one going severe. Let's see here. Let's take a look at this one right here. I'm not sure I buy that storm track. It's moving east-northeast at 31, but I don't know about the storm track. It doesn't look like
No, all the storms over there are generally moving to the southeast.
Yeah,
so
that's what I
think
was thinking.
They caught that storm track just off a part of the cell that's pushing around a little bit.
Right. All right, Russellville, you are about to get nailed, so batten down the hatches. Here we go. This looks like the hail marker is still there. The latest update, still moving east at 22. Again, let's check the hail. VIL is 57, so it's still pretty close. 1-inch hail is what it's showing. That one may show a little bit of weakening as it moved in that last scan, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. That can be pulsing, and so we'll see if that makes a difference here shortly. Let's go back up. We still have this severe thunderstorm warning up here, and it expires in 20 minutes. Let's get the details on it. It's located near Dunmore, or about 18 miles southeast of Central City, moving east at 25, 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. It is radar indicated, so this is something you'll have to keep an eye on as we go through this period.
Yeah, that storm looks like it's about to move completely out of the warned area.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, so we're going to still watch this one up here around Marion. It's moving directly towards Crofton, if the cone can be believed. Let's see. Yes, it would be just maybe skip north of Crofton just a little bit, but we'll see. Anyway. Hey, ask Dave Sturgis to step up here for just a second. I need him to pull a thing for me. Linda Valentine says, humidity feels like a storm brewing. She's over on the Facebook feed as we move through this.
I believe it. Of course, just stepping outside, the humidity feels like a storm brewing today. Very, very humid. Marcus Burse, is there a tornado threat for Hopkinsville today? It's not high, but it's not zero. It's like yesterday. It's about 2%. It's that spin up will be very, very isolated. There's not a widespread threat for them or anything, but the chances are not zero either. That's why we're watching these storms really, really close. But right now, we haven't seen any signs of any kind of tornadic development from them. Most all of it's been straight line winds or hail. Nancy Rogers, the wind is coming from a different direction. As we said, it's coming from the northwest, which is an unusual storm direction for us. We kind of watch storms coming from this way because when storms come from an unusual direction, we really watch them because they can do stuff that we don't expect them to do sometimes. And we're continuing to watch those storms over to our east of Hopkinsville area, moving off to the east and southeast. Most of the warnings are gone on them for right now. There's still a warning for the ones that are up to the north, but the line is about to move out of that way as well. Just a second, let me get over that way with another radar. It's a little bit closer and we'll see what they're doing. And pretty strong storm getting ready to move into the Franklin and Frankfort area in Franklin County. Alton, Waddy, you're underneath it right now. And then over the other storm, the warning that was for the Spencer, Taylorsville, Fairfield, Bardstown area earlier extends over to about Van Buren. That line is just getting to the eastern part of that warning. They haven't put another warning out for it yet. But we'll continue to watch that as it moves off towards the east. I know we said our coverage area kind of ends at I-65, but with ongoing storms like this, we're not going to abandon anybody and say we're just not going to watch them when they're out of our area like that. We'll continue to watch anything that comes close to the area through the day, or if anybody has any requests for any other area.
Okay, I'm back on now, Mark. I was conferring with our buddy Dave, and I'm told Shane is on his way. We'll get some of these other technical issues fixed up when he gets here. So anyway, Linda Valentine says, so Hoptown might be bypassed. Well, yeah, it might be, but we'll see what happens. This storm up here that was around Marion, it's really intensified again.
Yeah.
And then we've got a little building back over to the west of that storm. So it's moving further down. Yeah, here's Shane.
Yeah. Donna Lord, what were some of the damages from yesterday's storm? Mostly all we saw were some tree limbs down. The power was out for a bit for people till early this morning again, I think, for some of them. But mostly just small limbs and leaves and stuff blown down. Even though the winds were very strong, I think we got very lucky. I was looking today, and my daughter didn't even know it, but right by our house, a tree limb broke out of a tree and is laying on top of her power lines. It didn't knock them down, but it's laying on top of them. So we'll see, hopefully she can get that taken care of before this next group comes in or gives us anything worse. But for the most part, we were fortunate enough to not have too much in the way of damage anywhere that I've heard of. Yeah. We continue to watch special weather statements for the Russellville area. Again, that's calling for, it expires in 14 minutes, but that's for wind gusts up to 50 miles an hour. So again, gusty winds are the main threat they're looking at for these for right now. Even the hail hasn't been super large. For you all over east, there's a new special weather statement replacing that warning, wind gusts of 50 to 55 miles an hour, radar indicated, for Danville, Lawrenceburg, Campbellsville, Harrodsburg, Lebanon, Springfield, Ballard, Bergen, Bloomfield, and Perryville. The areas over there, there's a special weather statement. on it that says that line of storms is still packing a pretty good punch. And there's a new warning just north of that. Let's see what his has to say. A National Weather Service in Louisville has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Spencer, eastern Shelby, northeastern Nelson, Mercer, Woodford, western Scott, Anderson, southeastern Henry, west central Jasmine, central Washington, and Franklin counties, all in central Kentucky till 6:45 p.m. At 6:01, severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from 11 miles south of Owenton to near Springfield, moving east at 35. The hazard is 60 mile per hour wind gusts, radar indicated. And again, that includes Frankfort, Lawrenceburg, Versailles, I'll say it the Kentucky way, Versailles, Harrodsburg, Ballard, Midway, Bergen, Bloomfield, Stamping Ground, and Willisburg. So if you're in those cities, take cover. Don't play with it just because you think, oh, it's just a severe thunderstorm warning, just winds. Yeah, just winds. 60 mile per hour winds can throw debris around and cause damage, and they're not something to play with. Just go ahead and take cover, ride it out, and then you can go out afterwards to see what all it did. And I don't know if everybody out there can hear me. They said the stream was paused. So we'll see what's going on. There, we're back. So tell us, how is Hopkinsville looking? We're looking okay so far, Kyle, but we do have storms coming our direction from up to the northwest. They're still a little ways out, but we're watching them. That area has been growing in size and intensity as it moves down this way. So we'll wait and see what happens.
Okay, I'm back on. We have our stream box up and going now, so I think we've got most of the stuff back up like it's supposed to be. I did lose my history on the chat, and Shane did some reworking up here, so I can see everybody now, but I can't see who was on there before.
Right.
So anyway, I'm sorry about that, guys, but it's sometimes things you have to do in order to make everything go like it should, and so we are there now. Again, as we look at this down here, they've dropped a severe thunderstorm warning up here, but Russellville still looks to me like that storm, and this one up here are still right on the edge of being severe. I don't know. I guess this one right here looks more severe than this one up here, even though that's got a lot of lightning.
Yeah. There is a new warning out. I just told everybody about it up by Frankfort.
Okay. I see that. Probably need to go to the Louisville radar. And you can sure see it there. That's a bow echo. See how it's bowed out? That means you've got some strong winds in front of it. Moving northeast at 24.
Yeah, we do have a couple of storm reports or whatever from up in the Louisville area. 1 mile west of St. Matthews in Jefferson County, from broadcast media, trees down near the intersection of Breckenridge Lane and Grandview Avenue in St. Matthews. And then right next to that, 1 mile southwest of Jeffersontown, from a train spotter, a large tree fell on a garage in Jeffersontown and was tangled in the power lines. So they definitely had some winds as that came through up there.
I'm looking for those locations you're mentioning. I haven't found them yet.
Both of them are up by Louisville.
Well, I'm looking at Louisville proper right now.
Yeah. The first one, St. Matthews, is inside the I-264 loop. And the other one, Jeffersontown, is just inside the I-265 loop.
Well, I'm looking. I don't see Jack as far as what it says. Let me go a little closer. Maybe it's something I don't have, or I'm not seeing. Maybe I'm not close.
You have to remember The reports up there, they are little black circles with a little symbol in them. Local storm reports,
Yeah, I just don't see
or
any.
wind damage report. I can see them on my Omega in here.
Well, maybe I don't have the settings right on this then.
Let's see.
Data overlay maybe.
Might be.
That's fronts. Here we go, local storm reports. Okay.
Yeah, you turn that on, you should see these little black dots with a little emblem in them.
How long ago do you have them on for? I've got the 30-minute reports, time interval options.
I think I've got mine on for an hour because the report time for that one in St. Matthews was at 4:08 p.m. That's an hour. Well, that might be 4:08 p.m. their time. If so, that was 2 hours ago, but because it's 5:08 here now. The one in Jeffersontown was at 4:15.
All right, I'll go 3 hours in. Let's see what we get there. I don't see. Yeah, okay, I found them. Yes, I found it. I found the one that you were talking about also.
Yeah.
So there's where the power line fell on the garage. So anyway, okay, let's get back to local. As we see this severe storm up around Frankfort, and we come back down. Horse Cave is under the gun. Cave City, Smiths Grove, Bowling Green. You're about to get in the middle of it. And Russellville, you know, you have managed to squeeze between two storms. Southern part of Russell's probably getting nailed pretty good, but the northern part has a little touch of that one storm, but it's nothing to be worried about. You are under a special weather statement, and it expires in 6 minutes. There's another special weather statement came out that expires in 36 minutes with at Franklin. Franklin, Adairville, Blackjack, Woodburn, Alvaton, all of you are in that. So we want to keep an eye on this. That's probably for these three storms right here. They're moving southeast toward you. You're going to be getting nailed pretty quick. Meanwhile, back around Hopkinsville, look back here, Mark, at this storm right here. I believe.
Yeah, that's expanded quite a bit.
It has, and I believe that one's going to get ready. Let's see what the VIL in it is. Well, that's at 30, so it's not especially high yet. The Meso is 3 on it, which is a little higher.
Yeah.
That
old outflow boundary is laying right between Hopkinsville and Crofton.
Let me see if I can pick that up. I'm on the. See if
I can see it. I can see it on the Fort Campbell radar.
Okay, that's the one I'm on now, and I do see the outflow west of Hopkinsville coming up, but I can't.
Yeah.
No, I see a little bit of it right there between Kelly and Crofton.
Yep.
Would that be it? Yeah.
Yeah, right about on Kelly.
Okay.
Yeah, we do have rain that just started
That's what
right
I was
here at the
thinking.
studio.
I thought I heard that out there. Yeah, it's from this little shower right here.
Yeah, one little shower right there.
We are located somewhere up in this area. Let's see, here's North Drive. No, actually, we're right just now on the edge of that, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, no, here I am. We're back. I was on the wrong place. Now we're better. We're right here in this area, right in here. I believe this is it right here.
Yep.
That's it. Yeah, that's where we are. So, yeah, we're getting a shower. Got a little bit heavier one fixed to come on us. If you happen to be on the northwest side of Hopkinsville, you're probably getting some pretty good rains. Joycelyn Valentine, I guess that answers your question. Hey, tell Shane that I have an issue with the chat on the big monitor. The small monitor is working great, but the one on the big one is still acting crazy. I'm seeing only Facebook up there, which I'm not complaining. I like seeing you guys on Facebook, but something is not quite right with it. But anyway, the one down here lower, I'm able to see pretty good, see everybody, it looks like. Go Vols, Clarksville going to get hit again? Probably not anytime soon. Yeah, this one up here is not updating. It doesn't look like. It's just staying the same. None of the stuff on the regular feed is coming through there.
Trish, it remains to be seen. So far, all the severe weather's been up to our north and northeast, but we're watching this storm coming in right now. We're
Yeah,
under the
I knew which
potential
one
for
was
severe,
Facebook down there, but
slight risk, at least
wasn't
through
getting any updates
northern
up there at
Christian
all.
County down to Hopkinsville through this
we
evening.
got a grim
And our
result.
chances of precip's going to continue to go up as time goes on. We were only supposed to be like a 20% chance this afternoon, and then starting this evening at about 4 or 5 o'clock, we were going to go to about a 50% chance. So as time goes, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull back out, let everybody see kind of what we're dealing with here. I'm gonna find my mouse again. It just goes all different kinds of places. Here we go. Okay. Wow, look at that outflow right there. Is that emitting another outflow boundary off of it, Mark, or what?
It could. It's been right along one, but something up there keeps generating an outflow boundary as it moves along.
This is going to get into Crofton here eventually. Actually, it's going to hit, looks like Pennyroyal Forest, probably Dawson Springs. Yeah, Dawson Springs definitely in line for this storm. It's not a severe one, at least not at this point. It does have some lightning, as we see the lightning indicators in it. But it's moving directly to the southeast, so it should affect Dawson Springs, Lewiston, Murphy Ford, Lake Shore. I guess that'd be around Lake Bashir. So if you happen to be on Lake Bashir, you might want to start heading for the shore, because this one right here has got some lightning in it. You don't want to be out on the lake in that lightning.
You know what, Dave?
What's that?
I kind of figure if they're out on the lake, they probably can't pick up our broadcast.
Well, if they've got a cell phone and watching on a cell phone, they might.
Maybe, maybe not.
Maybe.
The cell phone
maybe
service, the cell phone service up there isn't the greatest either.
All right, Mark, just be a pessimist. That's okay. Well, Pennyroyal Forest State Resort Park is in this area, and there is a lake right there, and hopefully Pennyroyal Forest can see the feed if they're watching there, because
Absolutely.
they do have some service there. But so if you're out fishing on Pennyroyal Forest Lake, Pennyroyal Lake, is that what is that called? Let's see. Yeah, Pennyroyal Lake. A lot of people be swimming in the beach area there, but yeah, it's you don't want to be out in this, because the storm is coming, and it's coming. It should arrive there in about let's see here, 5, 10. If the track can be believed, it should be in there in about 10 minutes. So we'll see.
Yeah. Maybe less, depending on how fast that leading edge is moving.
New special weather statements just come out. Expires in 30 minutes. It's for wind gusts of 50 to 55. So that is right on the edge of being severe. Torrential rainfall is occurring with this storm, may lead to localized flooding. Do not drive your vehicle through flooded roadways. Frequent cloud-to-ground lightning is occurring with this storm, and lightning can strike 10 miles away from a thunderstorm, so seek a safe shelter inside a building or vehicle. This area is still under the severe thunderstorm watch until 7 p.m. Central Time. Locations impacted will be Bowling Green, Russellville, Plum Springs, Crestmore, Memphis Junction, Mount Victor, Anderson, Auburn, Lewisburg, and Oakland. So there you have it. That is for this area of storms right here. And this really was just issued for this whole area right there. So Bowling Green, you're under the gun. You're actually starting to get some pretty heavy stuff off to your west and northwest. It's just starting to come into the city limits. Lost River, there along 31W is getting ready to be pounded pretty good. As you go down 31W towards Rich Pond, you will see that there is some, it's clear right now, but it is probably looking pretty black off back to the northwest, and you can see what's coming. Rockfield, you're going to get nailed pretty good. South Union, you're starting to get it. Auburn, you're just right on the edge. You're probably getting some pretty hefty rains right now, so that gives you some ideas of what's happening. Then we go back here towards just south of Russell. I swear, that sure looks like it's wanting to go severe in the worst kind of way. I don't know.
Yeah. You know, Dave, where these thunderstorms have gone today, their temperature now is only in the mid to upper 70s.
Oh, wow. All I can say is, must be nice.
Yeah. Like right now in Logan County, the temperature is 77 degrees where they've had those storms at their Mesonet site.
Mm-hmm.
In Todd County, it's 88.8.
Wow. Big difference.
Yeah. Here in Christian County, it's 89.2.
Now look back to the northwest, outside of that special weather system. This other storm has developed near Clifty and Allegheny. It's moving southeast as well. I don't see anything about it that seems severe right at the moment. East-southeast at 20. VIL's at 33, so that's something we look at to see about the strength of it. It says hail probability is about 100%. Are these pretty good hailers, Mark? Does it look like it?
No, mostly, they've had some hail signatures in them, but it hasn't been real big. I haven't really seen any reports of hail or severe hail, which should show up in our local storm reports if people report them. So either it's not enough for anybody to worry about reporting, which, as our training goes, we report any hail to National Weather Service. But right now, they're not really showing much in the way of hail as far as talking about any large hail. Mostly all that they're warning on has been the wind gusts.
Well, this storm right here is still taking aim on Crofton and Kelly. It is just about to, as I said earlier, it's almost to Lake Brashear. And let's see here. That's just a watershed lake there. It doesn't have a name. And this is Pennyrile Lake right here. Let me pull back out a little bit. So Pennyrile Forest, Dawson Springs, you're getting hammered pretty good right now with some heavy rain, and it's going to get heavier before it gets any better. This storm's moving right along I-69, which that used to be what, West Kentucky Parkway?
Yes. Still is if you go east of where it crosses paths with the Pennyrile.
Ah, okay. Midway, Lewistown, Dawson Springs, you're all getting hammered pretty good with some heavy rains. That's blinding rain in that. So remember, turn around, don't drown. So Olivia Robinson's asking about on the Facebook page, how's Princeton looking for the rest of the day and tonight in terms of severity? Good question.
Well, Princeton, they are in the edge of that slight risk, just like we are. If more storms develop, we could get those, or it could just turn into a quiet rest of the evening if it cools off and it stays cool behind these storms.
Right.
Yeah. And tomorrow, we still see a chance of showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. It's about a 40% chance tomorrow, 30% overnight tonight. And then Friday night 20 and then Saturday 20, our temperatures cool off to upper 80s, right around 90 degrees, not quite as humid. And then early in the week, we start picking up the temperatures again to the mid 90s.
Kim Coleman is asking about South Logan County, were they going to get anything? It was a little while ago, and now you can see that place is getting rocked pretty good. If you're from, north of Adairsville, but before you get to Russellville, you're going to find some very heavy rain. That's pretty nasty, but it's not a severe storm at this point. It does look like it has a possibility of 1-inch hail. That's what this little number 1 green symbol here is. Yeah. So it does look like that's a possibility. And here I've gone in so you can see a little bit of an idea of where you are. If you're up around Shockoe, you're about to get hammered. Middleton over in Simpson County, this is right on the Simpson-Logan County line, and that's about the divide line from this pretty hefty storm. And along Highway 100 that goes all the way up into Russellville, it looks pretty nasty. So if you're traveling towards Russellville, Highway 100, you probably want to just wait a little while. Same thing on 431 moving north towards Russellville. I would wait until that passes because that is some intense rainfall. It really is. It's almost like driving into a waterfall. I would not be surprised to see some flash flooding. They used to have some serious flooding issues along Highway 100 in the past, but I think they've done a lot of road work and stuff, and it's no longer flooding like it used to, but it still does in some areas.
Dawson Springs, that storm is upon you right now, but right now it's non-severe, so don't freak out too badly about it. It's just a heavy thunderstorm moving through. Yeah. Hello, Mary Vorvis.
Mary, hi Mary. She was on talking to me a little earlier on Messenger. So hope you're doing well, Mary, and glad you were able to join us. Alicia Douglas says she sent a couple of pictures through Facebook Messenger of the clouds from the storm that came through northern Logan earlier. So we'll look for that, Alicia, probably after the stream is over. Gina Haddock is asking, is there anything for Hopkinsville? Well, this storm that we're watching in the northwest corner of Christian County, it probably is already in there. It's just it's taking dead aim on Crofton and Kelly and may hit northern Hopkinsville. We'll see how it goes as it gets closer, and we'll see if it intensifies any. What we are watching is this little outflow boundary that's going this way, which a lot of times that's like a miniature cold front. Sometimes that will fire thing. It'll be interesting to see what happens when it gets to the lakes area and that warm moisture off the lakes. We'll see. We'll just see. So there's Russellville again. Elkton, it looks like you're in the clear for the time being, but up around Claymore, Cedar Grove, Mount Tabor, back towards Clifty. Clifty itself is about to be in the clear, but yeah, this looks like it's still a pretty good storm, but again, it doesn't appear to be severe.
Yeah, that outflow boundary is drifting southward as that storm moves this way. So at the rate it's going, it will come across probably the north part of Hopkinsville, at least.
Yep. And that storm, yeah, it's taking a little bit more of a southerly track. It's now projected to go the center of it projected to go just south of Kelly, but it's wide enough it should affect Kelly, Crofton, probably northern Hopkinsville all at the same time. So we'll see. If you're just joining us, there's a special weather statement right now. Let's see what it says. It just came out. Wind gust up to 40 right now. Gusty winds could knock down tree limbs, blow around unsecured object, and this includes Pennyrile Parkway between mile markers 20 and 25. Locations impacted include Dawson Springs, Crofton, and Hawkins. So there you are. That's pretty much what we thought. We'll see what happens as it continues to move. It's not severe yet, but they did issue a special weather statement on that, and so we want to keep an eye on this as it comes in towards Hopkinsville. Also, we're watching northern tide north of Elkton, around Sharon Grove, Cedar Grove, Mount Tabor, Justice, Claymore. All these areas are getting some rain, and some of it pretty heavy rain as it continues to move towards the southeast. So Russellville, you really didn't get the heaviest stuff of this storm right here, but you're going to get nailed by this stuff up here coming towards you. So just so you know that it's not over yet.
Yeah, they've issued another warning over to our east. Just to the south of that earlier warning we were looking at. That earlier warning still going on for Frankfort. This one says that at 6:22 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located 9 miles southeast of Lebanon, moving east at 30. Hazards include 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Locations impacted include Liberty, Danville, Junction City, Perryville, Houstonville, Bradfordsville, Peyton's Store, Brumfield, Caldwell Manor, and Lawhorn Hill.
Okay.
And that's the warning is until 7 p.m.
So if you're watching from up in that area, in the vicinity of Columbia or Lebanon, Campbellsville, Danville, take cover on this. This is a pretty good storm there. Looking at it, we're looking at it through the Louisville radar, which is probably the closest one to it. So you get an idea about it. Then we come back down here towards Horse Cave and Cave City. Glasgow, man, that's a pretty good storm right there. And then we get down here towards Franklin in Simpson County, Woodburn and Auburn, all of these, Rockfield, even Bowling Green, especially around Blue Level, you've got some pretty good storms. But this one back here around Adairsville, just north of Adairsville, it looks like it's really taking off some. And that's taking aim on Franklin, as a matter of fact. Glad to see a lot of you on here with us as these storms continue to fire and come towards us. Boy, this one right here is getting pretty gnarly looking. You see the VIL is going up on it.
Stronger as it goes. Hail marker on mine is a 1.21 inch.
Yeah, this one's showing VIL's increased up to 44 now. It was 30 just a little while ago, so it's increasing in strength. And again, now you can see the cone of where its track is going to be. It's going to come across pretty much northern Hopkinsville, it looks like, and Kelly. We'll watch this as it continues to come. We'll see if it goes severe. It's on the edge, but not there yet. We got another stronger storm up around Smithland, right on the Ohio River. It's also moving southeast. Doesn't have a track on it yet, but we'll see here shortly if that does develop. That is probably along that outflow boundary. Come back to
probably so. Probably so, yeah.
I'm not sure I like the looks of that little area right there. This is looking at the Paducah site, but look at this little appendage here. I don't particularly care for that too much. And yeah, that is along. See, there's the storm, there's the outflow, so it's pretty close to it. You see it's increasing. I bet when that hits, it's going to really, really explode.
Okay, starting to hear thunder from that storm.
Okay. So again, if you're in Empire, Mangton, Crofton, Hawkins area, and Kelly, even Bainbridge, take some precautions right now. We're looking at this storm coming in. I'm going to go down here a little closer, see if I can get some more things on with it.
Yeah, there is a little bit of rotation with that storm down in that direction, but it looks like it's just mainly the main part of the cell.
That'd be this rotating. Right here? This area?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. But the main rotation isn't down where that appendage is. It's up toward the center part of the cell.
Oh, okay.
So it's probably just spinning hail a little bit.
VIL still increasing. It's now up to 49. Let's see. I didn't look at the hail. Hail probabilities at 100% with 3/4 inch hail. Severe hail probabilities at 30%. So again, and this is a Meso 3, so this is increasing in strength as it comes towards us. We'll have to watch this pretty close.
Yeah.
Again, if you're
Winds on the radar indicated in that about 40 knots, which is about 46, 47 miles per hour, just under 50.
Okay. So again, we're going to have to watch this area. It does look like, Kelly, you're going to get the full brunt of it. And it looks like northeastern Hopkinsville is also going to get really from about downtown all the way up towards the northeast, back towards Dogwood and Highway 107 towards Fearsville. Fruit Hill, I think you'll get in on the action somewhat. So let's keep an eye on this storm as it continues to move towards Hopkinsville and Crofton and Kelly. So lightning is also picking up. See a lot more lightning indicators on it. Chelsea Reese says, my internet is not working properly. How is it for Hopkinsville? So Chelsea's talking to us over on the Facebook feed. So Mark, you want to answer that?
Well, we are just in the edge of a slight risk for severe weather, which is a category number 3 out of 5 in storm possibilities from the Storms Prediction Center. We do have a storm that's just up to our northwest that we've been watching for a while. It's just now coming through just south of Dawson Springs. Looks like it's going to get probably north of the north part of Hopkinsville. It's a fairly wide area, so it'll get Mannington, Crofton, Kelly, and north part of Hopkinsville. You all may get a little bitty piece of this as it comes in. It is not severe at this time. It does show winds of about 40 to 45 miles an hour in it right now. So we'll just have to keep an eye on it.
And I'm looking, Mary Vorby says she's getting some or supposed to be getting some thunderstorms. Mary, I don't see a whole lot up your way. I'm not sure exactly where you were in Michigan, but I know you're on the southern part of it. But
there are a few storms starting to pop up that way, but not that many of them.
Right. We have one lone special weather statement here in northern Indiana. But again, I don't see anything too concerning up that way. But of course, more concerning as we move south towards Indianapolis. That almost looks like a little frontal boundary or something. And then that really is all part of this whole complex. It goes all the way down back into our area. Mark, the look at the lightning really increased in that storm now. I mean,
I see that.
That's a lot of lightning. That storm is really getting its act together.
Yeah.
Hail is now up to 1 inch, it looks like. Let's see.
Wish
Yeah,
we
1
had a
inch
camera
hail.
up that way.
Huh?
I wish we had a camera up that way.
I do too. The VIL has increased dramatically. It's up to 58. Yeah, this storm is really trying to get its act together. If it does, I mean, it could go severe pretty easily.
Yeah. Brittany Overton says it's lightning in Crofton.
Okay. So, yeah, she's probably looking back into that storm. Yeah, we don't have anything to view that area. I wish we'd get some cameras in Kentucky like they've got in Tennessee.
They've got them all over Tennessee. I don't know.
I don't know what they did. Yeah, it's most of them emergency management and things like
It
that.
looks like somebody took a pepper shaker and just.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's take a look since we've got our cameras, our box back up. Let's take a look at some things. This is Lakeside Marine looking at Kentucky Lake looking north. And so you can kind of see off to the right side of that a little bit of that storm that's approaching our area.
Yeah.
The lake water is a little bit choppy, but this is Lakeside Marina and Campground over at Kentucky Lake, owned by our good friend Michael Vance. In fact, we'll take this real quick moment to tell you that Michael Vance is one of our sponsors. Michael Vance Contracting and Roofing at 270-707-ROOF. If you've had any roof damage, he's the man to call. He can tell you, give you some good advice. Over 20 years of experience that you can trust, and so you need to at least give him a call. You don't have to do business with him if you don't want to, but he can give you some good advice, and I value his opinion on anything I do with my roof. Then also we have Lakeside Campground Marina, which he owns. You just saw the camera from there. It's a beautiful place, and there's the website. Visit lakesidecampground.com. And also, our good friend Katie Moyer, owner of Kentucky Hemp Works, is another one of our sponsors. You'll find her product on our online store at www.dpww.shop. And we're going to try to get a graphic up that gives us that online store at some point to make it a little easier for everyone. But just want to give you some ideas about that. Let's take a look now at... This is, wow, there, it's looking I-24 and 6880. And
Yeah, so you can see it's definitely dark off underneath the that storm as it comes in.
it sure is. Yeah, you're seeing kind of the back edge of that storm, but that's looks like a pretty good storm coming in. Let's see, what else have we got here? I do want to see one more. Let's look at the Barkley Lake area, see what they've got. I see some folks getting off the waters. If you look off to the upper right corner of that picture, you can also see that storm. Look at the towering cumulus in there. That's a pretty good storm. It's built up pretty good. So again, this is on Lake Barkley Marina, and we're glad they have that camera up. Gives us some views from over at that side of the county and this side of the lakes anyway. So let's go back to the radar, make sure we're not missing anything. Again, gosh, Mark, that sure does look.
It definitely looks interesting.
Yeah, check the rotation on that again. It sure looks like that's a little hook trying to form there. I'm not comfortable with that at all.
It shows a little bit of rotation just off to the southeast of Dawson Springs. But again, in the part of the storm that is in, is back up in the central core of it. It's not as much down that way. Right now, I'm not seeing winds-wise any kind of rotation down on that little appendage.
So it's just a formation.
Yeah. Maybe an Excel trying to form.
Could be. That is just ahead of this little outflow boundary, so it might be exactly what that is. Again, Kelly and Crofton, Empire, you're starting to get the outer edges of that, but you guys are fixing to get hammered with a pretty good storm. Lots of lightning, lots of torrential rainfall, and it's not particularly fast moving. I think we said that the speed, okay, it's up. Well, it has increased a little bit in speed at 29 miles an hour now. VIL continues to, well, it's pretty well stabilized at 53. Inch and a half or inch and a quarter hail size is expected. Hail probability is 100%. Now that is radar indicated. Doesn't mean that's what's actually hitting the ground, but it gives you an idea that they are getting some hail in this storm. I would say they're getting at least pea size, if not getting close to nickel size hail. Now, as this storm continues to track to the southeast, looks like that this cone is the center. This line is the center of the storm, so you can see either side of it. There's a lot of areas that will be affected by this. Fruit Hill and Fearsville will probably get in on this. Carl as well. Dogwood, Pleasant Green Hill. Kelly, you're going to probably get in on it. Sinking Fork, you may be just on the outside edge. We'll have to see what this does right here. I'll tell you something else. I wanted to go back and look. Okay, Mark, here is that storm right there that we were watching ahead of that outflow, and it has continued to increase in size.
Yep.
We'll see. We will see.
Yeah. There's another one farther back from that that's up by Hardin and Cave-In Rock. We'll have to see what that does too.
Is that this one up here?
Yeah, right on the Ohio River.
Okay, yeah, I see. Okay, that's got it. So we do have other storms forming.
It looks like one's forming right over Princeton.
Yeah, that's right there behind that outflow.
Yeah, so if this one doesn't get us, that one might.
Looking down
Brittany
at the
Overton, what is an X cell? I'm not sure what you're talking about.
She also says there's intense lightning up there. Nancy Rogers says it's spooky in Bowling Green, and Chelsea Reese says, oh, she's just getting someone to check on it. Megan Jones is just joining us. If you are just joining us, here's what's going on. We are tracking some very strong storms from Bowling Green down towards Franklin, back to Russellville, just north of Elkton. and now one in North Christian, about to affect Crofton. This right here has been developing for quite a while now. We've been watching it. It is capable of producing some hail, lots of lightning and torrential rainfalls in it. It is a special weather statement on it, and we will see if they increase that a little bit more. So I see that cell in Princeton now, and that just formed quickly, didn't it? That wasn't there. It wasn't there 5 minutes ago.
It did. It popped up really quick.
So we're watching that. Another one just east of that in Lewiston. So, gosh, they are developing pretty fast. So we're not done with this yet. There's the outflow between Kelly and Hopkinsville. It comes around curves and comes down through here. There's the outflow. You can almost see it. That's the outflow boundary. Again, it's like a little miniature cold front.
Over in Bowling Green, the storm that's over them will probably be clearing I-65, moving to the southeast, probably within the next 10, 15 minutes. Got more storms down to the south of there, though, down southeast of Franklin, or southwest of Franklin.
Right. If you're still viewing us over on the Facebook page, I would say I'm glad to have you. But if you get a chance to switch over to YouTube and then subscribe to the feed, that helps. It helps our numbers and allows us to be able to continue this service. And we need all the help we can get. We did cross the 5,000 subscriber threshold just a couple of days ago, and so that's a good thing. We want the more subscribers we get, the more we can do for you. But just want you to know that we appreciate those that are on Facebook watching us. You can go to YouTube, do a search for David Powell Weather and Wisdom, just like the page you're probably viewing us on. You may also be viewing us on my personal page, because I decided to share that, and so I'm being streamed on that as well. But anyway, when you search that and you find the page, you just go in and hit subscribe and like and notification, and you'll be notified next time we go live automatically. And you can still watch us on the Facebook feed. If you don't want to keep doing that, that's fine too. We're all about getting the warning out, getting the information out so you guys can be protected.
Yeah. Megan Jones, Russellville. No, you're not quite in the clear yet. There's a storm just to your northwest. It's not severe, but it is a pretty hefty little rainer and possibly some small hail in it. That's still got to come across you before you'll be before you're out of that batch.
In fact, there is a little storm right over Russellville. It's not severe, and it's just plain old. It looks like a rain cell. Some moderate rain in it. But heavier rain is coming. It's not too far off. Epley's starting to get a little bit of that now, and then go back over towards Justice is getting nailed pretty good. Claymore is getting hammered pretty good. And let's look back down here at, hey, Mark, do me a favor. Take a look at this little hook here, just around Shaco. This is in, looks like Logan County, right in the edge of Logan and Simpson County. That right there is a little concerning.
I see that. Let me see what the winds are doing in it. There is rotation with that. It's not strong, but there is a little bit of rotation with that. That will bear watching.
Yeah, in fact, they've dropped the special weather statement on that. So if you're in the Franklin area, Simpson County, and eastern Logan County, southeastern Logan, up northeast of Adairville, we're watching this little area right here. This is a little hook in that, and there is some rotation in that. Again, it's not strong, but if there were anything bad going to develop, that right there is probably where it would be. Right now, it's nothing to be concerned about. Just be cautious and keep an eye on it. We'll keep you informed. We'll try to let you know if there's anything to be too worried about. But anytime you see that little formation like that, where you've got a little hook, you got to watch out for that. There is some lightning detected with that as well. Again, as we go back towards Russellville, back to the northwest, you can see around Sharon Grove, about to get Gordonsville. Epley's, you're getting close to being clear. Lewisburg's probably in the clear now. Clifty's in the clear. We go back over here towards Hopkinsville, though. This one right here still means business.
Farther to the east, they've extended that. They've replaced that severe thunderstorm warning that was around the Frankfort area, and it now encompasses Lexington in Fayette County. And those storms are just now getting into you. Got a pretty broad warning there. It's for southeastern Mercer, southeastern Woodford, northwestern Girard, Clark, Jessamine, northern Madison, and Fayette counties in central Kentucky until 7:15. At 6:30 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near Dunbar High School, moving east at 50 miles an hour. Hazard is 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts.
Mark, this storm approaching Crofton and Kelly, VIL has shot up to 61 on it now.
I see that. Yeah. Immediately south of that warning, there's another warning that includes Berea and Lancaster, Sanford, Crab Orchard, Halls Gap, Lincoln, South Fork, all the way down to Gilpin and Eubank.
Okay,
All of you are under a severe thunderstorm warning over there in central Kentucky.
and we just had a new special weather statement issued on this storm approaching Hopkinsville and Kelly. Just issued. And it says wind gust up to 50 now. And it does look like it includes Penrod Parkway between mile markers 13 and 28. Locations impacted are going to be Crofton, which is already being impacted. In fact, Mike Ferris says heavy lightning and rain in Crofton right now occurring. We're going to have to watch this pretty close. I still think there's a chance that thing's going to go severe. It's right on the edge.
Yep.
Right on the edge. So again, everybody, if you're in this North Christian, especially from Crofton southward, be aware that this storm is almost into Crofton now. They're getting the leading edge of it, and some fairly moderate rain just to the northwest along 800, especially go west on 800. If you're on 800, I would wait before you go too far, because that's going to overcome you. You don't want to drive into that storm if you can help it. That's going to be some pretty blinding rainfall. Same thing going up Dawson Springs Road. I would wait a little while till this gets past or diminishes some. You're not going to enjoy the trip going up through that stuff. Mannington, you're getting nailed pretty good. You got some pretty heavy rains in your area as well. So yeah, it looks like we need to be cautious of this. Dawson Springs, you're about to be in the clear. But gosh, we got another one that's formed back here around, well, just east of Princeton. And it's moving southeast as well.
Yep. Wait and see what they do as they get a little closer. Right now, that one coming in from Princeton doesn't have a lot of wind with it.
I'm still checking on this storm over here around Shaco. That little hook there, just still, I don't know, Mark, if you can see if there's any additional rotation going on there, but it does look like it might have diminished just a fraction.
Yeah, is that the one that's just north of Adairville?
Yes.
Yeah, there's a little bit of wind in it, but not much. It has diminished quite a bit.
Okay.
The strongest wind I can see in it is like 33 knots, which is about 38 miles an hour.
Okay.
And that's just one little poof in there.
I do want to tell you that Chelsea Reese over on the Facebook page says her son that is turning 5 in December really loves us. He wants to have a NATO birthday. Well, Chelsea, I tell you what, when it gets close to his birthday and we happen to be on live, we can bring him by here. If we're on live, we might be for snow or something, but boy, doesn't that sound good. Oh, my goodness. But anyway. But yeah, bring him on by and we'll give him the grand tour and might even let him be on the channel if we're on live at that time. We could do it during one of your updates, I guess, Mark, on
Absolutely. On Wednesdays and Sundays.
Yeah, Wednesday and Sundays. We sure could. She says his birthday is the 20th of December. Let's see, do you know what day that is, if it's a Wednesday or a Sunday? I haven't looked. Crofton, the storm hasn't quite come in on you yet, but it's getting ready to. If it isn't there, it will be there momentarily. Same thing about going up 109. I would hold off if you got to travel north on 109.
Yeah, December 20th is a Friday.
Yeah, that's all right. We can get him on maybe a little early or something. Let's put him on that Wednesday. We can get him up here. And,
Yeah, the Wednesday the 18th.
we are located. Joyce Wells wants to know where we are located. We are located at 100 Margaret Place in Hopkinsville. It's a secured area. It's a high tension security fence with barbed wire across the top all the way around us. And there's a salt dome here that's no longer being used. So we hope to someday, if we can make this successful, we'll turn it into a planetarium for all the kids to come see the stars and enjoy a day trip. So that's where we're located. Again, we're still watching this storm. It doesn't appear to be weakening. We'll check the VIL one more time, see what it is. The VIL has dropped just a little bit. It's down to 50 now, so just maybe that storm has weakened a tad and may not go severe, but we'll see. It has had a history of kind of pulsing up and then dying back and then pulsing up again. But we're still seeing a lot of lightning in it. If this continues to hold a path, I can hear the thunder from it now. This will actually get into Elkton. Certainly Fairview.
Yeah, Kelly, it's almost to you right now.
Yep.
Now we're seeing a little cell that's starting to pop up down by Bumpus Mills, so these are starting to spread down to our south a little bit.
Yeah, I see that.
A couple little showers down in to the northwest of Waverly.
Chelsea, the address is 100 Margaret Place. That's 100 Margaret, Margaret Place, Hopkinsville. She says Hopkinsville's starting to have thunder. And we can verify that. I can hear it outside the studio. I want to keep an eye on this again. VIL's coming back up at it's down at 49. That's not coming up much.
Yeah. Got a report around about 15 minutes ago now. 4 miles south of Tyrone over in Anderson County, Kentucky, to their 911 call center. Trees down along Gilbert's Creek Road in eastern Anderson County. That's what that line, that's over running through Lexington right now.
Yeah, gosh, look at that. Look at those storms there. They are really rocking and rolling. Lots of severe weather here. We are actually pretty fortunate that we don't have this coming in on us, because this is really nasty up around Lexington, Nicholasville, Danville, all these areas, Winchester. I tell you, that's some pretty nasty storms. Lots of lightning, torrential rainfall occurring with these. Let's see here. 60-mile-an-hour winds and 3/4-inch hail.
Yeah.
Again, we're starting to see other things form up. There's Somerset is also getting a storm that's fired up.
Yeah. Got a new cell that's formed just about on top of Fairview. It's just north of Fairview, right on the Christian County, Todd County line that's moving in. That's probably going to head towards Elkton.
Wow, that came up quickly. But this storm back here is hitting Kelly now pretty good.
Got a storm just northeast of Daysville, right on the Todd and Logan County line. Russellville, that storm's right on top of you right now, just coming in. So hold on tight. You're about to probably get some very torrential rain.
Yeah, this is Russellville right here. We're looking at this storm. You can see where the radar is showing the heavier rains coming in. If you're up on North Main Street, Lewisburg Road, yeah, it's fixing to hammer you pretty good.
Yeah, another big cell just southwest of Franklin. That's going to move on down toward Mitchellville and head down into Tennessee.
Yes, I see that. That's the one that had the hook on it, but it's no longer there. I
Right.
think this was the area that it's now dissipated. So that's good. That's no concern of tornadic activity in that area, at least at this point. But if you're over around Mitchellville, Blackjack, Flat Rock, even Schweitzer, you're getting some really, really heavy rains, or about to get some heavy rains. Price's Mill, you're getting some pretty good rain there. Looks like Adairville's getting a shower, but nothing much to worry about. But boy, when you go back up here towards Russellville, my goodness, that's a pretty rocking storm there. And then you go up, well, that's actually covering eastern Todd County. And then we go back up here to Fairview. Looks like they've just issued another. Is that another new special weather statement, or is that the same one?
Yeah, it might be a newer one that comes down a little bit farther. It comes down past Hopkinsville,
Yeah. It
north
is.
of Pembroke.
Yeah, it is definitely affect areas. If you're going up north 41, you sure don't want to get in the middle of that either. I'd wait. If you're going to be trying to drive, I'd wait. Especially you got road construction up here on the northern part of Hopkinsville. It'll delay you a little bit anyway. But
Yeah.
I don't think you want to drive into that. That is some intense rainfall. Very intense.
That's calling for wind gusts up to 50 miles an hour. Locations include Crofton. This includes Pennyroyal Parkway between mile markers 13 and 28.
Okay. I'm going to let you take over for just a second, Mark.
Yep, and Dave cut his mic off before he could finish speaking. But Gina Smith, thank you very much. We appreciate the super chatter there for $10. We appreciate that very, very much. And this is her third super here on a live stream, so fantastic. Dave, yep, Lexington is 2 hours drive away, more or less, from Huntington. Drive that road, have driven it many times because I still have family up in West Virginia. So those storms are still a little bit out from you, but they are heading your direction. Okay, 25 minutes ago, 6 miles northeast of Nicholasville in Jessamine County, a train spotter measured 55 mile per hour wind gusts in the Brandon Crossing area in northern Jessamine County. So that line of storms continues to push to the east over by Lexington and continues to cause some near severe to severe wind gusts as it moves off to the east-southeast. We'll have to wait and see if it gets all the way up into the Huntington area. Actually, let me switch over here to the Jackson radar, which is probably getting closer to that than the Louisville radar. Yeah, they've got storms that are all the way up from by Barry and all the way up into looks like Morgan County. And there's an area of rain that's all the way up in behind that, just general rain that's coming in behind, left over from the old line of storms. This is a new line that's forming and pushing off to the east-southeast. And we've got cells popping up down by Somerset and Pulaski, on down by Monticello as well. So if you're over in that part of the state and you happen to be listening to us, there's also a small cell by Conway, one by Merrill, a small cell off by itself all the way over by Primrose and Lee over in what county is that? Can't tell if that's a city name or a county name. But it's over in eastern Kentucky. Looks like it's Betaville County. It might be Lee County. Yeah, Lee County. Mount Sterling has got a couple of storms that are just forming up to the west of them coming in. All the way up to Ashland, Ironton, Huntington. Right now, everything is still well to your west, but it's coming your way. Okay, here locally, that storm is well on top of Kelly right now. It is just getting into the northern edge of Hopkinsville, still just about to the bypass. If it's not, it will be shortly. It's just up to our northwest coming across. Looks like it's going to go across the north side of town, probably encompass the Penny Ryle Parkway, 6880 interchange, and on down through there, probably Western Hills Golf Course. You'll probably get it, Western State Hospital, and it's going to drop down as it comes there. Probably not too far from the old quarry. And not too far off from, let's see, what is this? Yeah, that's a quarry that's right there. The quarry, so that's actually the bypass that it's coming through there. State Route 1682 and the interchange with the Penny Ryle Parkway. And 41, right about where U.S. Tobacco is right there. That's coming right in on top of you shortly. When will it hit Empire? This storm is probably already past Empire, but these scattered storms, the way they're popping up, we have to wait and see what's going to pop up before we can really start tracking it. This isn't like a frontal line that's coming through. We just have where we can track it from a long way off and know it's coming from that. We just know that the chances there that storms are going to pop up at least through dark and probably on up to later on this evening.
Mark, take a look at this one that's gone down here. We were watching earlier down here further south. Now it is moved up along the Kentucky-Tennessee border just west of Lafayette.
Yeah, the ones down by Bumpus Mills.
Yeah, it's grown pretty good, and it's headed directly for Lafayette and Oak Grove. So
okay, it's moving a different direction than everybody else in, isn't it?
It is. Look at that. That's kind of strange. All these storms.
It was like yesterday. We had stuff to ourselves that was moving to the east northeast, and then it got over to a certain point and then turned and started heading southeast. So this is farming up in the wind flow that's to the west of that outflow boundary. Mm-hmm. Then everything else has been forming up to the east of that old outflow boundary and moving down to the southeast. So I imagine that storm will get over about the vicinity of that and then make a turn to the right.
Well, once again, we're watching the storm near Fairview. We're watching this one up here at Crofton and now about to overtake Kelly. 109 looks like you might be able to move north on that right now. If you'd wait a little while, you get that storm on out of the way. You won't have to worry about it quite so much. And then we have this other storm that's formed back here just east of Princeton. It's still there, and it's moving east southeast. And one just to the northwest of Eddyville, and actually just now got almost to Eddyville. We'll go up here and see. Just north of Highway 62. And this storm is moving east-southeast on about to overcome the northern end of the lakes of at least Lake Barkley, up around Catawba. But Eddyville's fixing to get nailed pretty good, looks like. And if it continues on that track, let's see where it's going. You can see about where it's headed, towards Otter Pond, maybe Hobson, Cobb, Bainbridge eventually, maybe even Cerulean. So if you've been watching and you're over to the west, say Trigg County, you're not out of the woods. I mean, we've got some other things happening. And this storm down here is really grown and intensifying. Again, it's moving towards Lafayette and Oak Grove. All right, this storm here is about to get into North Hopkinsville. It's just on 41, just north of the bypass. Be aware there's road construction going on right there at the traffic light. That is absolutely the worst traffic light in the world.
Yeah, we're under the shelf cloud of that storm that's coming down on us right
Really?
now, and we're starting to get some winds. We figured out what you heard the other night because it's been banging around out there. There's a piece of flashing on the front edge of the roof here that's about to go.
Yeah, we're going to have to get someone to get that repaired.
Yeah, we may not have to worry about it here shortly. I mean, seriously, it's holding on by one screw.
My goodness. Amanda R. Keenan Barber over on the Facebook page says, what did we say about the Rock Quarry area earlier? It may have been when I was muted. It says her 13-year-old is home alone in that area. Did you?
Okay, which rock quarry? Because this is coming down across the northeast side of Hopkinsville, so it's the quarry that's the lake that's over by Jeffers Bend is going to be under this, but so is the rock quarry that's right off 68.
Okay, hopefully that answered your question, Amanda. If it didn't,
Yeah. Right now, there's nothing. This is not severe, although it can have winds in it that are just below severe criteria.
our friend Bill Millander says, do we need to get to shelter in Hopkinsville? I live in a mobile home. Probably not. Would you say, Mark? It's not severe. It's going to have some gusty winds, though.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be hanging around outside. I'd go ahead and take precautions like stay away from your doors and windows, just because of the potential for lightning and stuff. We saw a real good cloud to ground lightning strike when I was outside just now.
Right.
So, but other than that, these shouldn't be strong enough to roll your mobile home or anything like that.
So, Chelsea, I hope that answered your question too. Wind speeds in Hopkinsville are about, well, they would gust up to what, 50, Mark?
Yeah, I believe that's what the weather statement said, and that's probably what I've been seeing, a little bit less than that in there, but we'll have to see.
Deborah says she knows a roof guy. LOL. Yeah, we do too. Vance Roofing. Brittany even says that. Brittany joined in. Brittany Overton says, Michael Vance Roofing. Yes, sir. And Mike really is a good guy. He does know his stuff.
That's
too.
actually what we were said when we were outside. We were looking at that flapping, and Dave Sturgis turned to me and says, "Yeah, call Michael Vance."
Yeah, old Michael, he'll take care of us. I know that.
Yeah.
Amanda, I hope we did answer your question earlier. Caleb Eaton, our friend Caleb's on here. He says, is there anything coming down toward the Goodlettsville area? Let's take a look real quick down there. I don't see anything headed your way anytime soon, Caleb. It doesn't look like there's going to be much, if anything, get to you.
No, not for right now anyway. I mean, something could always pop up as the evening goes on, but for now, the Nashville was not in the potential for the severe weather as much.
Chris Meacham says the wind is picking up good in downtown Hopkinsville right now. He's at the courthouse. And Todd Joyner wants to know if Crofton is good. Well, Todd, I'd like to say yes, but if you look at this radar here, just west of Crofton, northwest, we got another storm coming in on you. It doesn't appear to be as strong as that one, but heck, these things can sure build up in a hurry. Fearsville, you're getting nailed pretty good. So is Carl, Oval. Dogwood's getting it pretty good right now.
Yeah. Bill Millender, I don't think you've got too much to worry about. These aren't going to be strong enough to be rolling mobile homes or anything else like that.
Right.
But you are going to get some gusty winds and probably some heavy rain.
So we're continuing to watch this, and hopefully we're hoping for the best. So far, nothing severe in our immediate area, but there are some strong storms. They are on the strong side. And they don't like much wanting to go severe, but if you go back up over towards Bowling Green, some of those storms around Franklin there also seems to be getting a little bit stronger. We're watching this one just west of Russellville, moving down towards, let's see, Highway 100 and Corinth, probably near Milton. Yeah, Milton will be getting in on the action here shortly, maybe Shaco.
Yeah. Bill Mellendor, I assume you're probably in the mobile home park that's over there. And if so, you're probably going to be right at the edge of it. You're probably going to get some of the wind off of it, maybe a little bit of the rain, but I think you're in pretty good shape.
Still a lot of lightning with this storm just to the northeast of Hopkinsville. If you go out Highway 107 going towards Fearsville, I think they call that Greenville Road. I believe that's right. So be aware, especially when you just get outside of town there. That's some blinding rainfall there coming down. And that's probably going to be affecting, let's see here, Butler Road here shortly, if it's not already. I want to ask you again to be sure and hit subscribe. We need you to subscribe to the channel over on YouTube. If you're on Facebook, hey, Jason Helsley, he's saying that high winds and heavy rain there in Russellville right now. Let's go back to that. Yeah, I can see where that would be occurring. That's some pretty hefty stuff. Winds are picking up on Butler Road. Jamie Tucker says that. And Billy Millelander says, you guys are amazing. We're not amazing. We're just maybe good at what we do. I don't know.
We use our tools and technology to the best of our ability.
That's correct. That's better. That's a good way of putting it. Again, Crofton, we're still watching this storm. This is a weird looking storm here. Look at the bean shape it's taken.
Usually when they blow out or they get bean shaped like that, that's when we got a chance for some stronger winds. Yeah. Hotel Mario, 51 mile per hour gusts recorded at Christian County Mesonet. That's right within what was forecast. That's right on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that is below severe criteria. Severe criteria is 58 miles per hour or 60 or 50 knots. So,
Tammy Gilkey Hester says she's working at Creations by Tammy Florist, watching winds pick up and clouds move again. I would say you are correct. It's pretty dark outside there, outside the studios. Again,
we're right on the edge of that as well.
Checking back over here towards Franklin, Simpson County, and Logan County. This storm right here is still, it's packing a punch. Quite a bit of lightning still with it. Elkton, you're starting to get some heavy rains. Fairview, you've cleared for just a bit until this storm catches up to you. Then you're going to catch it. You know, as I pull out and look at this overall pattern, look at this overall pattern here, Mark. It takes a big, kind of like a bow shape here overall.
Yeah. Well, it's a pool of cool air from these is building, and it's the stuff's popping up on the edge of it from the previous storms. Christian County right now, our temp, if we start at like 5:30, the temperature was 89 degrees. And then right now at 6:10, the air temperature is 73.7.
Wow. And look at the outflow coming off these storms here. The one in Hopkinsville. Lots of lightning. They just issued another special weather statement. Let's see what it's saying. Wind gust up to 40. Includes Pennyroyal Parkway between mile markers 10 and 11. Locations impacted will be Hopkinsville, Elkton, Guthrie, Pembroke, Trenton, and Allensville. So folks in those areas need to kind of take cover. Don't be outside in this storm. That is a pretty good storm. Don't drive into it if you can help it. It is putting down some torrential rains, and I would not be surprised if they don't do something with this one over here around Russellville. We're still watching this near Franklin. They've been catching some pretty good rainfall there, especially around Peden Mill, Flat Rock. Schweitzer is now getting some pretty heavy rain.
Yeah. To show you the difference, our heat index right now is down to 74. Right over in Trigg County, the heat index is still 104.
Wow. Well, I need to put on a sweater if we're down to that low temperature.
Yeah, tell me.
Brandy Wagon says, got on the mower in Princeton and pulled it back into the garage. That storm came out of nowhere. Brandy, you should have been watching us because we've been watching that
but
thing
that
for a
did
while.
pop up really suddenly.
It sure did. And by the way, if you get done with your yard, I know of another place that the guy there would welcome you to come mow. Tony Harris says, getting dark and thundering on lightning on the Nelson Drive area. Brandy's laughing at me. She says, I can tell she's not going to come mow my yard. Hey, Brandy, you're on Facebook. Go over to the YouTube channel and subscribe. I know you want to do that. I need you to subscribe to my channel. Go to do a search on YouTube, David Powell Weather and Wisdom, and find our live feed, and then you can subscribe to it.
Yeah. This pool of cooler air from the storms, it runs from Carroll County, about 2 miles east of Carrollton, goes over to Clark County and Winchester. That's all behind these storms. Down to Casey County, 3 miles southwest of Liberty. These are all mesonet sites, by the way. Down to around the state line, Monroe County, Tompkinsville, 7 miles to the southwest. Over, let's see, Simpson County, Franklin, 75 degrees there. Up again to Logan County, Russellville at 73. Again, up to Christian County is 74. This hasn't quite got to Todd County. It's still 83 degrees there.
Brandy Wagon says she's going to go over there and subscribe, so I'm going to count on you, Brandy. Then you'll become a member of the tribe, the Watchers of the Wind tribe, and we'd love to have you subscribe. And be sure to hit like and notifications, too. That way you can be notified when we go live again. Jay Melton, 243, says, I'm on 1348 from Crofton to 109 by Penneross State Park. Just some dense areas of rain. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. It's 78 in Caldwell County. And then behind this area, as the storms move on and their effects start to wane, it's back up to 81 degrees in Crittenden County and 83 in Union County. And of course, off to our west, it's still 89, as I said, over in Trigg County. Still 90 degrees in Marshall County. Ballard County, it's still 90, almost 91. So off to our west and southwest, it's still quite warm. We just might get under this cool breeze for a little bit, but it's not going to persist.
Yeah, it looks like that storm now around Bumpus Mills and Big Rock has strengthened some. Just to the south of Lafayette, it does look like it did turn to the right just a little bit. But look at this one up at Eddyville and Catawba. That one right there is still packing a punch, and it seems to be growing stronger. Let's see what it says.
Again, it'll probably travel down along that old outflow boundary. We may be getting more of it on the southern side, or it may go south of us. It may go down towards, come across Gracie and go down towards Herndon.
Would you start a vehicle in there in your studio there, Mark?
Yeah. Trying to get my motor going.
Okay. I got another little storm here just to the southeast of Princeton. Looks like that one that was at Princeton has kind of diminished somewhat. It's about to go over Crofton. So Crofton is going to get some more rain, but it doesn't appear to be as intense as it was earlier. In fact, I think I need to go back to Paducah's radar because some of those storms are in too close and we're only looking at the very ground level. There we have a better look at what's going on in this one, just to the east of Hopkinsville now, about to overtake Fairview, Honey Grove. You're fixing to get nailed pretty good. Again, go along 6880. Man, if you're going 6880 for a while, yeah, you're going to be in almost continuous heavy rain. Elkton's about to get nailed again with some heavy rains. As it goes up to Whippoorwill, get a little break from there, and you get to Russellville. It's more heavy rain.
Yeah. I noticed another little cell popping up just to the east of Linton.
Okay, let's go back and look at that. Yeah, isn't it strange how these things are popping up and moving the way they're moving? It's just weird. The whole thing's kind of strange.
It is. If you look on the camera at Barkley Marina, you can see that storm that's popped up probably toward Eddyville.
Oh yeah, look at this. That would be right right there.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they call a towering cumulus, but you can see how tall it is, and that is a pretty good little storm. Not overly big. That would be the one on radar we're watching up around Eddyville and Catawba.
Mm-hmm. Jessica Parker, Hopkinsville. We're looking, we still got some rain showers around. We could get another storm in a little bit. We're watching one that's up to our northwest, up towards Eddyville and Catawba. We'll have to see what it does, because the one that just came across the north side of town started off up that direction as well, just a little bit more to the north. So we're going to continue to watch the storms and watch out for any potential severe weather. So far, we've skated out in this area and we haven't gotten anything.
Mark, I've got something interesting to show if I can find it over here. So just bear with me just a minute.
All right.
Okay, I'm going to show you some interesting stuff from National Hurricane Center that's just come out. I won't say it just came out, but good grief. Okay,
Remember, you got to start off on that one.
Hold on. I got to do what now?
Start off on tropical tidbits.
Which I did, okay. And
then click on it.
Okay.
Because the camera's got to pick up tropical tidbits.
Okay, let's see if it works now. Hang on. All right, there's tropical tidbits.
Okay. Now you can go hit the Hurricane Center.
Okay.
There we go.
Now we've got a track of that storm, and it looks like it's going to get into the Gulf, Mark. That is not a good thing at all.
Yeah. Shane says pull up the elevator cam or the one in Pembroke. Very dark purple scuds.
Okay. We'll do that here in just a second. But I did want to show you this. This is pretty interesting that we have now a pretty good shot. Let's see what that says. It doesn't really. Okay, it's a greater than 60% chance this is going to form and get into the Gulf. 70% chance, as a matter of fact, in the next 7 days. And so we will see what happens with this. If it gets to that Gulf, it's going to be weird. So let's go to, what do you say, the elevator cam?
Elevator cam, which I don't think is working. Or the one in the Pembroke Industrial Park.
Okay, that one's not working. And neither is that one. I don't have that one listed. I'm going to have to see if I can call that up.
Yeah. The other one on the one we pick up the Barclay cam on is the Katie's Industrial Park.
Yeah, I'm looking for it. So go ahead and continue talking. Well, actually, I can go back to the radar while we're doing this. And let's keep everybody informed.
Andy Gray says, pretty good rain in Elkton. Yeah, I imagine so. You're getting a pretty strong shower on you right there, and you still got more coming. Yeah, we continue to watch the storm up by Eddyville and Catawba. It's still strengthening. It does have a hail marker on it now. see. It is showing about a half-inch hail on radar, so it's not got that much hitting the ground, of course. The storm down by Bumpus Mills has got almost a 1-inch hail marker on it. And again, that's not reaching the ground, but I imagine there is some small hail reaching the ground from that storm. The one that we're next looking for, of course, up in Eddyville and Catawba, they're getting a heck of a good rain right now, and that's going to head down in the general direction. It'll probably come just north of Lamasco, Cobb, Gracie. I still think you're in the line for this storm later on if it holds together. The one down by Bumpus Mills has started to make its turn down to the southeast. So if I was in St. Bethlehem, Clarksville area, that may be coming your way. Again, so far, nothing severe in any of these storms. They're just strong thunderstorms. The only rotation I see in any of them is some general rotation in some of the storms, which is not unusual to see in a storm that's producing any kind of hail.
I've got this camera up. This is in Katie's, a business park in Katie's. Pretty hazy. You can't see a lot. You see the darkness back in here in this area.
Yeah. Right now, the only thing that's come across Katie's is they are kind of in or on the north side of that outflow boundary now.
Right.
Yeah. Dave, you got a couple of little storms popping up. Dave in Huntington, you've got a couple of little storms starting to pop up over by Grayson. Those are well out ahead of the next area of storms. The next area of storms headed your way is around Mount Sterling right now, and they continue to move off to the east and continue to be warned for severe thunderstorms.
I do want to show you a little bit more on this tropical wave that's forming. You can see right there where it is, and it's moving in that direction. And if it gets out into that part of the Gulf, Mark, you know how hot those waters are.
Absolutely.
This could be nasty. Let's just hope. If you got plans on taking a vacation down that way in about a week, I would be very, very, very cautious about what is developing down there. This could be a bad, bad storm if it gets in there and does everything it could do. So I just want to let everybody know that we ain't playing. I want to make sure everybody is safe as possible on this. Again, here's another little look at that. And you can see where it's headed. And there's also other areas that's going to be bringing some moisture in. There's a little trough there. And you can see it building up pretty fast. If it goes off over here towards the western Gulf, yeah, boy, this is not going to be any fun at all. Okay, so I'm going to go back over to our radar. Pretty hefty rains coming down here at the studio.
Yeah.
You
As
know,
we see, you get little showers in and out.
I think that's what this is, a little shower coming across us. Radar hadn't caught up to it yet.
It is just popping up. It's a pretty strong shower.
Okay, let's watch this one up here around Eddyville. We've got a special weather statement on that. Let's take a look at it real quick. Just came out, wind gust up to 40. Locations impact will be Eddyville, Cravens Bay Campground, land between the lakes area, Rock Castle, and Catawba. So if outdoors, consider seeking shelter inside a building if this storm comes across you. It'll also include Interstate 24 between mile marker 35 and 55, and I-69 in Kentucky between mile markers 68 and 72. So if you're traveling that area, be aware. Crawford, you're still fixing to get some more rain. Nothing serious. Let's see if
So far, the models, Dave, on that are showing the GFS and the ECMWF are all showing that that's going to be a bigger threat to the east side of Florida and up than it is. They show maybe it trying to form up in the Gulf, but they take it across Florida and over on the Atlantic side pretty quick.
Shane said that shot that I had was Pembroke. I thought it said the Katie's.
Yeah,
Park, but I could be
what
mistaken.
it says on it is the Katie's I-24 Industrial Park.
That's what I thought. So I don't know. Something's wrong somewhere, but
Yeah.
I'm going to assume Shane knows what he's talking about.
Now, it does look like the spec building that's in the Pembroke Industrial Park.
Maybe it is. We'll try to get clarified on that before it's all said and done. Mike and Erica Bynum want to know if we're going to get any bad weather tonight. Mark?
Up in Indiana,
I believe that's where they are. Yeah, they're up in
I believe
Shoot.
they're, well, let me see. Hang on just a second.
Washington, Indiana. Isn't that where they are or something?
Yes.
They're going to be impressed. I remembered that. Chris Williams says raining now in downtown Hopkinsville. We can attest to that.
Yeah. They are in the potential for some severe weather for tonight. It's about a 2% tornado. Wind is 15%, just like it is here. They're basically in almost the same area with us, although it's more off to the east of them than it is directly over them right now.
Brandy Wagon says it's getting dark in Princeton again. That would be probably from this storm here to the west of you, up around Eddyville. And that one right there is sure seems like it's getting stronger. Let's see if it is. 51 is the VIL, so it's strong in its own right. It's also producing probably about 3/4 inch hail somewhere. And if it continues, this is going to affect Katie's if it continues where it's going right now. So Katie's, you're not out of the woods. Bree and Kai's cooking. Dark clouds and hot tent. Uh-oh. Don't talk about food. I done got hungry. I was going to try to get some hot dogs going on a hot dog cooker, but nobody, Dave, has bothered coming in and relieving me, and I will put some on if he can come in here. Let's see here. Let's see, Leslie, bad weather moving to Hoptown. Well, we've had the worst of it already. There may be some more coming a little later as we watch this. Mark, are we under tornado watch here in Hopkinsville?
Let me look. I didn't see any watches over our way, but we'll look.
I'm going to let Dave take over for me for a minute here, and I'll be back in just a second. Let me hang on, Dave.
No, we don't have any watch. The only thing going on in our area as far as that is we are under an excessive heat warning until 8 p.m. tonight while we try to get this out of the way. But we're not looking at anything like that. As I look around the area, We have a severe thunderstorm watch over in central Kentucky. Anderson, Casey, Franklin, Harrison, Madison, Nicholas, Washington, Bourbon, Clark, Girard, Jessamine, Marion, Scott, Woodford, Boyle, Lafayette, Greene, Lincoln, Mercer, and Taylor. And in south central Kentucky, Adair, Clinton, Monroe, Allen, Cumberland, Russell, Barron, Metcalf, and Warren. Those areas are under a severe thunderstorm watch until 8 p.m. But as far as over in our area, that's the only watch I'm seeing as far as any type of severe weather watch of any kind. So I'm not really seeing. Yeah, Shane, I thought that looked like the new one out in front of T-Rad, but what it's marked as on its identifier when you pull it up is the I-24 Industrial Park in Cadiz. So I didn't know if they had one over there too or not.
You might smooth it. You know, you might smooth it. I mean, you might.
No, he didn't, because I can hear him talking.
I know.
So you're on, Dave.
All right, I'm David, and I'm going to relieve Dave for a little bit, so he can take a break. I've been following the weather, and we're really lucky that none of this stuff in our area has turned severe.
No, it's been very close, but fortunately, none of it has turned severe. We haven't had a night like the other night when we had 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts come through.
True that, yeah.
But I'm wondering, that piece of tin, we saw tin flashing on the front of the building, if it didn't get knocked loose during that, and now it's out there banging around, or did it finally come off?
I think it's still up there. I took a video of it just to make sure we had some sort of a documentation of it, I guess.
Yeah. For the storms in our area, that storm that's down just to the east of Big Rock, just to the north of Oakwood through there, that storm is expanded in coverage and is still packing a hail marker of a ½ inch. So it's gotten a little bit stronger and a little bit more widespread. I don't think there's anything severe wind-wise in it at the moment. But I do believe there is a special weather statement on that storm. And it says, Doppler radar tracking a strong thunderstorm over Big Rock or 10 miles northeast of Dover, moving east at 15, not moving real fast. Wind gusts up to 40 miles an hour and pea-sized hail. So again, not severe. Radar indicated. And that's locations impacted include Clarksville, Big Rock, Indian Mound, and Woodlawn. So if you're in that part of Clarksville, keep an eye on this storm to be heading your way. We have a special weather statement on the storms that are to the east of Hopkinsville. It says Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm near Hopkinsville, moving southeast at 30. Wind gusts up to 40 miles an hour, radar indicated. That includes, obviously, eastern Hopkinsville, Elkton, Guthrie, Pembroke, Trenton, and Allensville. So if you're outdoors, consider seeking shelter in a building as this rolls through. And this is the tail end of that earlier storm. There's one that's over by Elkton. And again, there's one up by Princeton. And that's for Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm near Eddyville, moving southeast at 15. Hazard is wind gusts up to 40, radar indicated. Locations impacted include Eddyville, Craven Bay Campground, Land Between the Lakes area, Rock Castle, and Catawba. This includes the following highways: I-24 in Kentucky between mile markers 35 and 55, and Interstate 69 in Kentucky between mile markers 68 and 72. And again, these are special weather statements. That's below a warning. It means that that's something that's causing enough that they want to keep an eye on it and let people know about it, but it's not, they don't think it's threatening to become severe yet.
Yeah, and in Katie's, Tricia Staten says that it's thundering now, and you might be hearing the thunder from that storm out of Eddyville. possibly.
I guarantee. Yeah, that's I guarantee. That's about where you start hearing thunder out ahead of them when
Yeah,
it gets
because
loud.
basically just the area of rain. We're not seeing the cloud cover, which may reach out farther in front of that storm.
Right. Let me look. See, downtown Katie's, if what it looks like right now.
And Anita Wright's letting us know that there's some pretty intense lightning bolts in Pembroke.
Yeah, that storm is coming down on Pembroke. Again, it's not severe, but it does have some gusty winds in it. And all these storms have been packing quite a bit of cloud to ground lightning.
Yeah, you and I saw a pretty good bolt as it was passing over Hopkinsville. It was
Absolutely.
pretty close. And that's when we came in.
And right now, looking at downtown Katie's on the camera that I can see, it's
Let's see
just
if I can
cloudy.
find-
Traffic's moving through. If you can't find it, that's fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay, I am trying to find it. Now, there's the one out by Interstate 24
Yeah,
in Katie's.
yeah. If Dave hasn't shown you how, but if you could pull up the Lake Barkley Marina, you can see that storm that's up by
Is that it?
Eddyville. Just it's really expanded.
Oh yeah, it's nice and
I see.
dark in the background, and oh yeah. Yeah, while we're looking at all this, and let's make sure we point out that we have a couple of several sponsors, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
First one's going to be Michael Vance, Contracting and Roofing. Contact them if for all your roofing and any other kind of contracting needs. If any of these storms roll through and you get some roof damage, they're the ones to call. So call Michael Vance, Contracting and Roofing. Also, Lakeside Campground and Marina, if you would, go visit them. And you see their website down below on this ad, which is VistaLakesideCampground.com.
Yeah. If you can find the button for the
I'm
lakeside
looking for
camera,
it.
it should be
Yeah.
right above the ad button.
There we
There
go.
we go. Boy, isn't that pretty?
It's a beautiful area.
Yeah.
And let's
And
not.
they're actually looking a little bit more to the north of where that storm is now. So it's as it's coming down, it's they're looking a little bit past where it's been.
Yeah. And let's also remember Kentucky Hemp Works is another one of our sponsors. And if you would shop for their products. And I believe we have some of their products listed on our shop as well, on our internet store, which is DP, that's David Powell, WW, Weather and Wisdom. So it's DPWW at SHOP. All right.
www.dpww.shop.
Yep. That's right. No rain yet in the Nelson Drive area, just thunder. Yeah, I know this has been real hit and miss for a lot of people.
Yeah,
Not everybody's getting rain.
but they are moving along, so
Yep.
as we wait to see if these storms are going to do anything. Dave, over in Huntington, there's a couple of storms just across the border there. They're at right by Old Town, Kentucky, not quite to Summit and Cannonsburg and Boyd, but they are coming in your direction toward Huntington. Those are the couple of cells that are way out ahead of that main line. That main line is just past Owingsville and Bath, almost to Salt Lick, Olympia. They are right in the middle of it. But they're moving on in the general direction of Moorhead and coming your way. Well past Mount Sterling now.
Okay. Yeah, Dave says that there's dark clouds building now, and it's Anita Wright saying that it's coming down in Pembroke. Visibility is not that great.
I don't imagine. That's some pretty heavy rain.
Yeah, it's quite a downpour.
Yeah, we're seeing another little cell build up right along
That little
State
line.
Highway 164. State Highway 164 and Delmont Church Road over in Trigg County. So we'll watch for more storms developing. That again, these are right on either side of an old outflow boundary that they've kind of been following along. The farther south that outflow boundary pushes, the more the cool air pushes south. I wish it would keep doing it, but unfortunately, around on the backside of it, it is already starting to heat back up again.
Okay, and Holly Wright is asking if there's anything to worry about in the Hopkinsville and Cadiz area. And
Probably not. All of these have been well below severe criteria. They have had some gusty winds up 40 or 50 miles an hour, but so far they haven't had anything severe. The thing to be careful of is anything that might get blown around, lawn furniture, stuff like that, that'll blow in less severe winds. But also be very, very careful of lightning. All of these storms have had some pretty intense cloud to ground lightning with them, and lightning can be a more deadly killer than tornadoes or anything else in this country. So be careful of that. When the thunder roars, go indoors.
And also, if you're in your car, which I believe Anita Wright said that she's kind of waiting it out, make sure that if you're seeing a lot of rain and it starts to pool up, we'd rather you wouldn't drive through any water. Just be careful.
Jocelyn, right now, for around Hopkinsville, we're kind of clear of it. There is still storms going on down toward Pembroke in that direction. And we're watching another storm that's back up to our northwest, coming from the direction of Eddyville. Looks like it's tracking right down along I-24 right now.
Yeah.
Lamasco's in the leading edge of it. Cobb's just getting to the leading edge of the precip. The clouds are probably already over it. Looks like Cerulean might catch a part of it. Cadiz proper, you could catch part of it too. Gracie looks like you're in the crosshairs as it comes on down. Whereas the other storm skittered across the north side of town in Hopkinsville, this one looks like it may catch the south side of Hopkinsville.
Right. And it looks like it's holding together really well, and it's starting to strengthen a bit.
Yeah. I'm seeing a hail marker on it right now, 1.23 inches, which means it's probably got at least pea-size hail coming to the ground out of it. Hang on a second. Let me see what the VIL is in it.
It's 58.
58. Okay. Yeah, I can see that. Actually, I've got one little spot up there on the Paducah radar that's showing that as a 60. So definitely getting some higher VIL in it. It's definitely stronger than it was. And again, that can produce some pea-size hail.
Let's see, what time will that one be here? That's hard to say. What do you think, 30 minutes maybe?
Well, let me see here.
I'm thinking maybe about 30 minutes. I think Mark is doing a track of how far of when it'll be here. And it's all if it holds together as well. And again, that storm is not severe. It's just got a weather statement attached to it with wind gust up to 40 miles per hour. Gusty winds could knock down tree limbs and blow around unsecured objects. And it's still in line to hit Eddyville, Cravens Bay Campground, Land Between the Lakes area, Rock Castle, and Catawba.
Yeah.
So
It's not moving that fast. It's only moving around 14 miles an hour, and it's still showing an hour out from Gracie.
Okay, so it'll be a while.
Yeah, about 70, 75 minutes, almost 80 minutes out from Julian and Newstead, heading in that general direction. So we probably got about an hour or so before it gets into the Hopkinsville area. Now there is a severe thunderstorm warning on that storm.
Ah, okay.
Just popped in.
Yeah, there it is now.
Yeah. Severe thunderstorm warning for south central Caldwell, northeastern Trigg, and central Lyon counties until 7:30 p.m. At 6:52, a severe thunderstorm was located near Cravens Bay Campground, moving southeast at 20. Hazard is 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. Radar indicated. Locations impacted include Katie's, Cravens Bay Campground, Land Between the Lakes area, Cobb, and Rock Castle.
Expected hazards include 60 miles per hour wind gusts and
Okay.
hail. This is a radar indicated threat. The following impacts are expected.
Yeah, the big thing on that is the radar indicated winds and hail.
Land between the lakes area.
That's what's caused that one to go severe.
Yeah.
This includes Interstate 24 in Kentucky between mile markers.
Dave, you might want to let our spotters know to go to alert level
Okay.
red, but they don't have to deploy. They can spot from home.
Okay. All right, this will take me a minute to do. Stand by, y'all. I'm going on mute.
Yeah. What he's going to do now is Dave kind of is our in charge of the weather spotters while we're doing stuff on the channel. So he's going to alert all the weather spotters. Okay, Shane, I will do that in just a second as soon as the other David can get back on channel. But he's alerting our spotters to be aware that this storm is coming in and to be ready to make a report on it if it comes across where they're at. I don't really want to put them out in line from it, but they can keep an eye on it and report from their homes without having to go out into it. Okay. And Shane says he's going to go to the county line before he heads out of town. So we will have a report from there. All right, stand by just a minute.
Hey, Mark, I'll be right back, okay?
All right, no problem. Ops to Team 1. Shane, Amy, can you hear me?
Okay, we're back.
All right.
All right. And I just spoke with Shane, and they're going to the county line.
All right. Shane, can you hear me?
I'm not sure that they've left yet.
Okay. I'll leave it on and I'll leave it right there. So I'll have the radio.
All right.
Night Wolf 9, sirens going off by Trigg Hospital. Yes, Trigg County sounds their sirens for severe thunderstorm warnings. So that is why they're doing that, is for that storm that's coming down from the direction of the north end of the lakes. And it's still a little bit out from you, but that's where it's from.
And Jason Heltzley, if you're seeing the sun pop out in Russellville, it's because a lot of that weather has gone south of you. It's still holding together, though, but it's not severe. And that storm is still holding together up around Eddyville, between Eddyville and Cadiz. The hail marker still shows, well, it shows 2-inch possibility. The VIL is 71. I'm not sure what VIL stands for, but it seems to be
Vertically
important.
integrated liquid.
Okay.
It's a fancy way of saying it's how much water is in the column, and the higher it is, the more chance that it's hail rather than rain.
Okay. All right. There may be some hail falling, but until we get a visual report, it's hard to say. Cassie Campbell is asking, will this storm hit Fairview? If you're talking about the one that's headed to Cadiz,
Probably not. I think that's going to come through well south of where Fairview is.
got a little storm building over Roaring Spring and Lafayette. And the storm that's hitting Woodlawn right now. I'm looking at looks like a hail marker. No, it doesn't look like there's any hail marker there.
No, they're only showing a VIL of
Yeah.
about 11.
And now that I understand what the number means, it makes sense.
The one that's up to the northwest is showing a max hail size now of 1.25 with a
Yep.
62 decibel. There is showing a little bit of rotation in it.
Ah, is that right?
So we need to watch that one on that back corner. There is showing a bit of rotation in that. That's I'm seeing it on the other radar as well, so we'll keep an eye on that. It's
Yeah.
not super strong, but it is there.
Yeah, and I've pulled up the winds on the radar just so that we can see it. There is some rotation there. And you're right. It's like you're saying, it's not.
You're right. It's like you're saying.
I hear you, Shane. Go ahead.
En route, county line.
And 4, I see your signal coming through and your visual coming through just fine.
Handbook.
Okay.
Yes. Shane and Amy are heading to the county line, and if you pull up the
Right.
mark radar and spotters, you should be able to.
Mm.
No, that's not doing it.
Let me see if I can find it. I think
Okay, Mark.
Yeah, go ahead, Shane.
Over on Discord, left screen, tell him to click my feed, otherwise it brings up the whole Discord.
Did you get that?
say that again.
Over on the left screen on the Discord,
Yes.
click his feed.
Okay, give me a sec here.
Otherwise, it pulls up the whole thing. You see his feed down there?
I've got his feed here now. Let me go to marks and spotters. There we go.
Go. All right. Thanks, Shane. We got it.
All right. And Shane and Amy are heading basically to the county line from Highway 66,
68.
68.
Yeah.
And
We're not part of Route 66. Sorry.
I was moving the wrong screen there for a minute. So they're going to head over to Gracie in this area, and they have a spot that's really good for viewing weather coming in. And
Yeah, and they're going to be a good spot on that storm too.
right. Oops. All right.
They may have to drop a little south to get in the area, to get in front of the area of that storm where it may be rotating,
Yeah.
because Gracie's looks like it's going to catch the northern part of that storm, the main part of the cell.
Okay. And that's what they're looking at right now, folks. They're heading towards the storm, and you can see those huge towering cumulus clouds, and they're in for quite a show, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay.
We are starting to see another little cell popping up to the northwest of Lafayette, right along, let me see here, where is that? State Highway 164 and the county line.
Yep. And the one in Roaring Spring is starting to gaining a little strength.
Yep.
And the one in Woodlawn is starting to fall apart a bit.
Does look like it's kind of losing strength. Yeah, Dave, over in Huntington, you got a little storm that's just rolling in toward the Ironton area, but other than that, looks like that's going to be to the north of you. But you've still got those storms off to the west. They've made it over as far as almost to Moorhead and Cranston, So just hang on tight. They're coming your way.
And Tricia Staten is saying that a siren went off in Katie's.
Yeah, Earl Stewart way ahead of you. We've been watching that and saying there's some rotation in it. It has a vortex signature, but just remember that's the algorithm talking about. I'm looking at the actual wind speeds in it with the radar I have here, and it does have rotation. And it's fairly tight, but we'll have to see what it is because I'm not seeing anything else for it yet, other than just the indication it is getting rotation that's pretty tight together.
And that's what we're looking at right there as far as the winds and the directions that they're going in. I'll go back to the actual radar.
Main area of rotation is right over Lake Barkley right now, almost to where the marina is. So as we watch there, maybe we'll see that storm come across them because it's heading in their general direction.
Olivia Robinson, Princeton. It looks like that storm is well south of you in Princeton, and Amy is saying they're going to head towards Petey.
That's probably a good idea.
Okay, let's see if there's anything else behind all that. There's not much behind all of this. So we'll just have to see what happens. Now, this
I think I'm going to
statement.
switch back on that to the Paducah radar, what I'm looking at, because I'm starting to get a weird wind signature in there because of the data fold.
And this weather statement for the storms in Guthrie or around Guthrie and Pincham and Trenton, still looking at wind gusts up to 40 miles an hour. It's all radar indicated. And the areas that are affected by this is Guthrie, Trenton, and Allensville.
Yeah. The rotation signature that was there was just kind of there and gone. It's not really there anymore. What we're seeing on the Fort Campbell radar is when we're getting in that close to the radar, we start getting some data fold and stuff that shows stuff that's not always really there. Looking at the radar out of Paducah, it shows that storm and it's still holding together and it's still showing a hail signature, but probably not a severe hail signature, and it continues to move off toward the southeast. PD's probably a really good place to watch for that one coming in. It doesn't get overshadowed by the one that just formed, that's just forming up on the county line.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if I lost their connection. Okay, they're in an area that the coverage is not very good, so they're
right. Cell coverage down
in
that
and
way
out.
gets kind of iffy.
Yeah. But we're following them right now. And let me take us back to
We do have
the
a
radar.
special weather statement on those storms down by Guthrie.
yes.
Doppler radar was tracking strong thunderstorms along a line extending from 8 miles northeast of Guthrie to near Pembroke. Movement was south at 10 miles an hour, not moving real fast. Wind gusts up to 40 miles an hour, radar indicated. Locations impacted include Guthrie, Trenton, and Allensville. So if you're down that way, yeah, you might want to just stay inside and not be outside too much, because that could kick up a little bit of a gusty winds, and it might blow stuff like yard furniture or stuff like that, stuff that's light around.
Olivia Robinson is asking if Princeton is okay for the rest of the night or still a severe threat.
I'd say that after these go through, our severe threat will be less, but we'll have to keep an eye out to see if anything else forms up. There's still plenty of heat and humidity out to our west and northwest that could roll in this way. This cool air behind these storms is retreating as they move east. So again, by the time, our temperature here in Christian is back up to 76, 79 in Hopkins County, back up to 80 degrees already in Crittenden County. Still 87 over in Trigg County before this gets to them. It's 88 in Marshall County, 88 in Ballard County, 87 in Callaway, 87 in Graves, and 89 over in Fulton County. So again, those temperatures that cooled off a little bit earlier from the storms, well, they're picking right back up as the cool air starts to recede off to the east behind the line of storms that brought it.
And we've got another weather statement out there for just south of Russellville.
Yeah, I see that one. You can
And
go ahead and read it
Dareville.
off if you want.
All right, I'm bringing it up. It says Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm near Guthrie moving southeast at 25 miles per hour. Wind gusts up to 40 miles an hour. It's all radar indicated. Gusty winds could knock down tree limbs and blow around unsecured objects, and the locations that are impacted are Dareville, Keysburg, Hilltop Dot, Old Volney, Lickskillet, Schley, and Olmsted. If you're outdoors, seek shelter inside a building. Frequent lightning is occurring with this storm. Seek a safe shelter inside a building or vehicle.
Yeah, again, on that warned storm coming in, there's a couple of areas with some stronger winds, but for the most part, maybe a little bit of circulation right on the southwest side of that storm. But as that storm's coming in its right front quarter, and maybe near its right rear. There's a little bit of a trying to hook out over there, but it's really not real strong.
Wow, Mark, look at that shelf cloud.
I see that. Isn't that gorgeous?
Yeah, that's nice.
And
then, of
look
course,
at that rain foot coming down just to the
Yes.
left of it.
Yep.
When we talk about a rain shaft or a rain foot, that's what we're talking about, what you can see right there. And the shelf cloud is the leading edge of the cooler air that's pushing underneath the warmer air that's being sucked up into the storm.
Yeah, that's nice. And this storm is, part of that storm is rolling over Barkley Lake. Let me check the Barkley Lake cam.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of it right there. It's not raining there
yeah.
yet, but you can see where I see one boat that's skittered in there to try to get into shore
Yeah.
before it got to them.
It's quite a low hanging cloud there.
Yeah.
And I kind of see a flash every now and then that leads me to think there's some lightning in the area.
Yeah, that area of circulation is getting right in close to there.
Well, let's see if we can see something at... Nope, don't have one on that one. Let's see if it'll come up for this one. Yeah. Can't really see much yet from the I-24 and Katie's cam yet. Let's go back to Shane and Amy, our techs in the field. spotters in the field, not techs. I'm an old IT guy.
Yeah, it's they're trying to skirt and trying to stay heading towards Petey, trying to stay out of the main range shaft so they can head for an area where there might be any kind of circulation in it. But look, that's hard to do in this area because those storms don't always come in the direction you think they're going to come.
Yep. And Brandy Weigand stating it looks like Princeton will get hit again around 12 midnight. I'm not sure where that information's coming from.
No, I'm not either.
So we really don't know. Yeah, let's go back. And it looks like that hail marker has dropped quite a bit. Yes.
Yeah, we'll have to watch. That's getting to where it's probably sucking in some of the cooler air from the previous storm. So we'll have to watch and see what that one does. See if it can get another pull on some warmer air to keep going, or if it's going to start to dissipate.
Mm-hmm. And I'm not sure that Hopkinsville is going to get much of this. It looks like it's moving more
south.
More south of us. Yeah. It's like it's following this path of storms that's been down in Woodlawn, and then Lafayette, and then Roaring Spring. So it looks like it's like part of that line.
Yep. There are storms starting to kick up. There's one near Herndon right now, so and one down by Lafayette. Those are probably moving off to the southeast. Although they show that one moving to the northeast. It would be kind of out of the flow if it was.
Yeah, that's right. This one
Actually, it is showing it kind of advancing that way. It's moving a contrary direction.
Yeah.
So we may see that one to the north make a little bit of a turn, because a lot of those to the south are starting to move just a little bit more eastward.
Yeah. I'm going to go to take a look at the velocities. There's a bit of a hook on the last frame of that storm.
Yeah, I see it. Back around the back side of where the hail marker is.
Yeah.
And while there is a general rotation associated with that hailstorm in there, I don't see anything very tight.
Yeah. We'll just have to keep monitoring that. But it looks like this storm is heading straight to Cadiz, so those of you in Cadiz might want to go indoors and get ready for that storm to roll through.
Yeah, if you're all the way over in Canton and you're listening to us, it may go to the east of you, or at least most of it will go to the east of you.
Mm-hmm. Carol Duckett is asking, can my husband go to bed with no signs of bad weather?
That's hard to say.
Yeah, I wasn't
When the
sure how
weather
to
is
answer
like
that.
this, there can always be signs of bad weather. Trump 2024, how bad is Middlesboro, Kentucky? Any tornadoes? I'm not seeing any signs of tornadoes anywhere. There is some severe thunderstorm warnings over in east central Kentucky. They're almost over to the West Virginia border and down to the south, almost over to Pineville. They are at Pineville and Mill Run and Middlesboro and Fonda and the area over in there, but not really looking at anything other than gusty winds up to around 60 miles per hour. There could be some small hail and some torrential rains. I mean, it's pouring the rain down where these storms are.
Okay, and we're following Shane and Amy again as they work their way around the storm to get the best views of it for us.
Yeah. Oliver Stedman has got a pretty good shot of the rain shaft coming out of one of them. So he's just out sitting and watching.
Ah, cool. Mike says the wind is blowing hard in Katie's. It probably is. It's almost on top of you. And Heather Gibbs is asking anything coming for Hopkinsville. It looks like this particular storm's going to pretty well miss Hopkinsville. Pull back out. As you can see, the storm is moving to the southwest or the southeast, and the way the storm is built, it looks like most of it's going to miss Hopkinsville. The sun is still shining at the crossroads in Hopkins County, Rita Taylor says, and that's probably because the really bad weather that went through earlier is past you now. Don't see anything. In fact, let me make sure I'm on the Fort Campbell. Yeah, I'm on the Fort Campbell radar. I don't see anything except a lone shower up in Illinois. And I'm not sure, but I think I hear thunder now in Hopkinsville. So we may be hearing some thunder out of this storm in Katie's. And these storms over just south of Elkton and Russellville are starting to cross into Tennessee now. And they've got special weather statements up for that. Again, none of this over crossing that state line is severe. There's only one severe storm, and that's the one headed towards Katie's. And you should be getting some good winds there now. Let's see. Andrea Cook says we're in Herndon. Some good rain and lightning and thunder is anything we should be worried about. Not at this time. Just keep your ears open, listen to us or watch us, and we'll keep you in the know. We basically do this region from western Kentucky all the way up to a little bit of Indiana and down into Tennessee, and we just basically work those areas.
Yeah, we always say that the area we cover is from the roads to the rivers. From the Mississippi River over to I-65 and from the Ohio River down to I-40. But we will go beyond that if people are interested or if we have people asking about different areas. Dave over at Huntington, we've been watching stuff for him, trying to let him know what's coming because he's been a very faithful subscriber and contributor and chatter with us. So we try to let him know what's coming his way.
Yeah, and don't
Right.
forget to follow if you're watching us on Facebook.
Yeah.
And also, go ahead.
Like and subscribe on the YouTube channel, please.
That's right. We like the algorithms to go up for us.
Yeah, Whitley County area and CG White. Let me see here.
And while you're doing that, Chris Meacham's letting us know that we do hear thunder in the Hopkinsville area. I've got these headphones on, so I'm not really sure. I just hear some sort of a rumble every now and then. Anita, so she says, I'm so appreciative you guys created this awesome weather radar community. You'll have to thank David Powell for that. I'm just standing in for him while he's taking a break. And Mark, but David and Mark both put this together, and
With a lot of help.
with a lot of help, yes. And of course, that's where we start talking about.
Whitley County is over south of or near Corbin and Williamsburg over in east central Kentucky. And it looks like most of the storms have passed you. There's still a few in your area, but all the severe stuff is moving on past you. So you should be okay for a little bit.
And don't forget, Michael Vance is the one that's been sponsoring us. Michael Vance, and let me pull the ads up
Yeah.
because we have several sponsors. Michael
CJ
Vance.
White, tornado threat is minimal, maybe 2%, and probably not even over into your area. So you should be fine.
And Michael Vance, contracting and roofing. If you need any roofing issues dealt with, give them a call. Also, Lakeside Campground and Marina. Every now and then we show some video from their location because they've got a camera there now. And also, don't forget to thank Kentucky Hemp Works. We have some of their products in our store. Our store is www.dpww. That stands for David Powell Weather and Wisdom. So it's dpww.shop. And if you would, we have several nice things to look at there and to purchase. All right, let's go back.
We are on location at 164 Newstead Road and Sumner Road.
Copy Sumner Road and Newstead Road. Looks like there's a storm that's just been through there and moving off towards your east. And that storm's still coming down from the northwest. It can't make up its mind of what it's going to do.
Yeah, that storm is.
Down 4, we've got a pretty good view of it here.
Yeah, let me pop over to that. There it is. That's the
Yeah,
storm.
they definitely have a good view of it.
Yes, they do. And that weather statement has dropped from a severe statement to just a special weather statement. So it's not a severe storm anymore, or it's not indicated on radar that it's severe.
Yeah.
They're saying that the Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm over Cadiz, moving southeast at 20 miles per hour. The hazard is wind gust up to 50 miles an hour, and it's all radar indicated. So the impact is gusty winds, could knock down tree limbs and blow around unsecured objects. And this is basically for the location Cadiz. And
The rest of that encompasses mostly rural areas, but it does catch the edge of Gracie It does cover Newstead and Julian, PD, Ben's Mills, Roaring Springs down that way, and rural Trigg County, South Road, Caledonia Road, and again over around the county line. So all the way over to Church Hill here in Christian County. So that storm continues to move off to the southeast, moving right along, but it's still not coming very fast.
Yeah. And that storm, if it hits Hopkinsville, it doesn't look like it's going to be much but showers.
Yeah, that storm is moving to the southeast at a whopping 16 miles an hour. Yeah, CJ White, I was just over that way around the 4th of July weekend, and my wife and I stayed in Corbin for a couple of nights and went over to Cumberland Falls and chased a few waterfalls over that way. So I've got a good idea of where you're at on my mind now, once I figured out what county that was. And I think you're probably pretty good to go.
Okay, and we're still following the storms. This is the view that we have up is from Shane and Amy's camera, and they've got a great view of that storm.
Yeah. And Dave, over in Huntington, it looks like everything's kind of split. There's a storm just east of Ashland, right around Kitts Hill and Lawrence and Bartles, but Huntington proper looks like it's going to get missed by most of it because the flow kind of split, and the storms that were coming up from the direction of Moorhead and stuff, Olive Hill, have just kind of all weakened out. Most of the stronger stuff is down by West Liberty and McGuffin and Prestonburg down to the southwest of you as it heads over towards southern West Virginia. And then over by Pineville and Hyden, Perry County, Hazard County, over in that direction. There's still a pretty good area of stronger storms that are warned for severe. But as far as Huntington itself, Dave, I think you're good to go.
All right, and I'm going to get us back to the radar because I've changed the radar source to Paducah, not Trenton, or not, I'm sorry, not the Fort Campbell radar.
Right.
And it sometimes when you're so close with the radar source, it kind of washes everything out. You don't see as much because it's so close. So I've changed the radar over to the Paducah radar, and the storm looks a little different.
Not quite as intense looking.
Yep.
I'm looking at the camera on I-24 at Gracie, or at I-24 and 68, and they're getting a good douse of rain right now.
Let me see if I can find that one. I had it a few minutes ago. That's Barkley. Ah, there it is. Yeah, it's pretty good rain over there.
Yeah. Over at Lake Barkley Marina, they've got a pretty impressive area of cloud and stuff, but they're not getting the rain right now, but it definitely looks rather threatening.
Yes.
As far as threatening that it's going to pummel them with rain here shortly.
And let's see what the lakeside cam looks like. Ah, that's kind of nice. You can see the tops of those clouds.
Not bad at all. Of course, they're all the way over on the Kentucky Lake, the western Kentucky Lake side, so they're out of all this. They're just looking at it. If y'all wonder where that's at, the Jonathan Creek area, if you go over to Kentucky Lake and go to Aurora, you go north from Aurora, and Jonathan Creek is right in there, and the marina is right where Jonathan Creek lets out into the main lake. Right across the bridge.
Yeah. Let's see. Arnesia Jameson. I hope I haven't messed that name up. Hello, great job, guys. Can you check Springfield, Tennessee, please and thanks.
Alrighty, I can do that. Springfield, you don't have anything on you right yet. You are probably going to get a little bit of that storm that is probably still dropping and outflowing down to the southeast, but looks like it's not very strong or severe right at the moment. So you may get a good shower or thunder shower, maybe a little bit of a light show later, but I'm really not seeing anything severe there right now.
And Chelsea Reese is asking, will this be coming to Hopkinsville? I guess we're talking about this storm.
We will probably
here.
get some rain from the flow out from it, but the main push of this storm that we've been talking about is going to go probably to the southeast of Hopkinsville proper. I am seeing some new storms starting to form up over in the Illinois side of the Ohio River, right about where Indiana, Illinois, and Kentucky meet. Area of Gallatin and Shawneetown, there's a new storm popped up. Broughton, there's another one up that way. So we'll have to see where they go. One all the way back up near Centralia, Illinois. And again, those are just popping up, just starting to get going. We'll have to see where they go from there. The general trend on those is to move to the east-southeast. So those could come across northern Kentucky as the evening progresses.
And it looks like Oliver Stedman's out there.
He is. He had a really good shot of the rain shaft earlier.
I didn't see he was on at that time. Doggone.
Yeah, right. He's on the move.
He's on the move.
Looks like
hey, Mark.
Yeah, go
Mark
ahead.
And Dave, just want to let you know I'm headed down 164, going south, heading towards kind of the edge of the storm.
He's on this storm.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
he's on our main spotter radio, so hang on a second. Let me answer him.
Oh, he hasn't got one of the new radios yet. Oh, doggone. So it looks like Oliver is headed down 164. Oh, wait a minute. Let me get over so you can see it. He's headed over to, get closer. He's headed out of Hopkinsville, going down Highway 164 to Newstead and heading down that way. Exactly where he is, I'm not real sure. And let's go back.
Oliver's out on 164, and he's heading down. He's looking at that storm we've been watching, and he's got a good eye on the shelf cloud of it right there coming in and the rain in behind there. Look at that rain shaft.
Oh, look at that
off to his
shaft, yeah.
west.
Wow.
Yeah, so that is dropping some heavy, heavy rain. Probably some small hail still, too. I noticed the hail marker on it is back up to around 1 inch on my radar.
Sure is.
1.05, 1.25 out of that. So, yeah, it's still got a pretty good hail shaft. Not seeing that much in the way of winds in it yet. There is some wind around in it, but none of it is severe. They still have a little bit of rotational energy down in the very southwest corner of that storm, but it's not real strong and it's not real well connected. So probably not much of anything for right now.
Let's go back to some of these chat. Some of these things that these people have chatted about. Cheyenne Smith says it's pitch black outside my house in Rock Castle in Cadiz. Sounds like a freight train is going through. The winds are picking up out there.
I can believe that. They're right in the beginning part of that storm at Rock Castle.
And Melissa Vargas says she knew that road looked familiar. And Katrina Rucker is saying that they've got they're off of 287, which is just off of 164. They've only got a little bit of rain there at the moment. Autumn Boyd says, how's the storms looking for early tomorrow a.m., 1 a.m. time for Hopkinsville? Hard to say, but it may have all pushed through by then.
Yeah. Overnight, we've got a 30% chance of showers and thunderstorms. So hit or miss that we'll have anything going on right there. Probably not severe with the nighttime part of it. Then Friday, we go to a 40% chance of showers and thunderstorms, mainly after 1 p.m. So we're supposed to have more isolated storms tomorrow than we're having today. A little bit less of a chance of severe. At least I believe that's what I was seeing earlier. Let me double check it. Now, still scattered for tomorrow. Isolated on Saturday. Not quite as hot. And the outlook for tomorrow, yeah, they don't really show severe. They show general thunderstorms, but the severe weather threat has moved well off to our east by tomorrow. And again, that main threat for tomorrow will be straight line winds off in central and eastern Kentucky.
Barbara Pierpoint is spotter number 12, and she's spotting from home.
All right. Excellent.
And I've pulled up the camera for Shane and Amy. It kind of looks like they're looking at one side of the storm, and when you go over to look at Oliver's, it looks like he's looking at another
Possibly
side.
looking at the other side.
Yeah.
Well, the
Kinda
northern part of the storm is about to overtake Oliver, and Amy and them are looking at more like the southern part of the storm. So,
Yeah, it's cool.
Mark, I'm on 164 and Julian Newstead Road.
we got him.
Okay.
I can see his marker on my radar, so I've got where he's at.
Cool beans. Let's go back and look at the radar and see where we are now. As you can see, Hopkinsville is probably going to get very little of this storm as it goes over us. That storm is moving to the southeast, and Hopkinsville is not in the bullseye at all of that storm.
Yeah, most of these are kicking up and going along. Again, that old outflow boundary, which is to our south right now. So, so far, so good.
And the airport out at Hopkinsville is says it's 77 degrees, and visibility is 10 miles where they are. And the wind is out of the east-northeast. At 3 miles per hour.
Yeah, it's probably getting ready to switch back around because over at the Mesonet site, which is on the kind of on the
North side of town, right?
north side of town in the county, Their winds are south-southwest at 6, and their temperature is 76. It finally cooled down a little bit in Katie's. They're down to 79. They've got those northeast winds. But again, right across the lakes where the storms haven't been, it's 87 degrees.
And Dave is saying that it's starting to rain in Huntington, West Virginia.
Yay.
Let's see if we can find Huntington. It's a long ways away from here.
Yeah.
There it is.
There's a little shower that's over just to the west of Pea Ridge, south of Proctorville. So, yeah, they're probably getting a little bit of light rain here and there. The main storm that's near them is off to their north by Aid and Arabia,
Yeah.
just past Bartles.
And I've kind of honed in on Huntington.
Mm-hmm. They've got more rain on the way. They'll probably get some more rain overnight if that holds together.
Yeah.
But that whole area of general rain has been dissipating a little bit. They do have some storms that are still going up to the north side of Lexington and on up. So you may just end up with a rainy night, which wouldn't be a bad night to sleep.
And we'll just follow the radars back to our area. As you can see, the radar from Radcliffe, you can see the storms in Hopkinsville and in that area. So they're up pretty high.
Yeah.
If you can,
Getting a bit of a breeze
because of
and
the-
starting to get the rain over at Barclay Marina.
Let's go back to the Fort Campbell radar. And that storm is still tracking to the southeast that we've been following.
Yeah, it looks like another little bit of a cell in behind that main one is coming across Barclay Marina right now. The rain has slacked off at I-24 and 68, but it is still raining.
Mm-hmm.
That storm's still showing 100% chance of hail, 10% chance of severe hail, max hail size 1 inch. So probably not getting severe hail, probably not reaching the ground, but there might be some pea-sized hail dropping with this.
Yeah.
Probably centered around 272 and 139, just to the just right in that corner right there is where the heaviest part of the storm looks like it is right now.
Yeah. This area. Oh, let me get back over to it. This area right here is what Mark is referring to
Yep.
as being probably the heaviest part of the storm. Now that means that in Hopkinsville, we're probably not going to see that kind of weather. In Hopkinsville, if you can see, if we get that weather, it's going to be this particular part here, which has been light to kind of heavy. It's starting to get a little bit more heavy in this area. It does seem to be strengthening over here a little bit. And let's see.
Yeah, the heaviest hail shaft is south of 68 now. As it comes
Yes.
out of Katy.
And here's another great shot here from Amy and Shane.
I think that's from Oliver, isn't it?
Is that Oliver? Could be. They're not marked very well on this for me.
No, that is Amy and Shane. They switched location when I was looking at them on mine in here. Yeah, Oliver's, he's kind of looking at it right in the face. But Amy and Shane, yeah, they're definitely getting the edge of it right in on them. Amy and Shane, you all be careful. There is some hail in that.
Copy that. Looks like we got the rain shaft getting ready to come up on us.
Hey, Mark,
Yeah.
I'm going to step away for a few, and Dave will be back after a bit. Oh, you're coming back now? Okay. All right.
Okay.
So I'm going to turn it over to Dave. Here, stand by.
All righty. Yeah, Barbara, you're seeing the anvil top of that storm and the blow off as it's coming over with the sun in behind it. Makes it real pretty sometimes.
Woohoo! I'm back.
Yay! Just in time.
Yeah, he's gonna
It's
come.
like the show's starting.
I see. Yeah.
That's Amy and Shane's feed.
Right. I've got Amy. Well, I'll tell him I'm on the radio. Hey guys, I got the radio on.
David, when you hold it for a second, do you hear a beep? I didn't get none of that through the radio itself.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, they're definitely getting the rain in on them right there. They're right in the leading edge of that storm.
Let me go back.
The other feed is from Oliver. He's up on the north side of it.
Oh, okay. I see Oliver's. Yeah, I see his feed. Ooh, yeah. I'm gonna go over and take Oliver. Let me get the thing up here.
I think you have to switch him out. Probably click on his.
Yeah, probably so.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm gonna take him full screen. He's looking pretty wild.
Yeah.
If I can remember how to find
Beautiful shot.
him. Yes. See if this will work. There we go. Hey, Oliver, we got you on live. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How you doing, David?
I'm doing good. You've got a pretty good shot there. That's an amazing picture.
Yeah, I know, right?
Where are you located, brother?
I'm on a 164 and Julian Newstead. Julian Newstead Road.
Wow. Okay. Let me call it up here where I can find everybody. Yeah, you're you are about to get nailed there pretty good. That's a big rain shaft there in the distance, and that's pretty good cloud coming up over. You getting any wind?
Not a whole lot of wind right now. Maybe a few mile an hour wind.
Okay. How many miles an hour?
I'd say probably between 3 to 5.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna go
I
back.
walk off
Go ahead.
farther south.
Oh yeah, that's a full shield of rain there. pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Well, you be safe out there, Oliver. I'm going to go back to the radar and let everybody see what's going on, and I'll be back to you guys here in just a minute. Okay, Mark. So he's somewhere up in this vicinity right here.
Right. I've got his marker on my radar in here. He's
Okay.
just north of the I-24 interchange there.
Oh, okay. So that would be where right
Julian.
right here.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me get it. Okay, he's right here. Boy, that's a big, heavy rain shaft he's got coming in on him.
Yeah.
And,
He is. He's at Julian Newstead Road and Newstead Road, right, the intersection right there,
Okay.
which is just north of I-24. It's south of the I-24 and State Highway 117 interchange.
Okay. I'm going to switch back over to Shane and Amy. They're still getting pounded pretty good.
Yeah, they are down on Sumner Road, just off of Newstead Road. They're south of I-24, of course.
Okay.
They're right in the leading edge of all this. There's more coming.
I'm looking at the chat on here. See, let's see here. Chelsea Reese, my good friend on Facebook, she says, my son says, yay, my friend is back on. Well, hello to your son, Chelsea. And my old friend, Jessica, Mermaid Cakes 88, says, hey, Thunder buddies. And we're always glad to see everyone. Anna George, hello, everyone. We meet once again, and absolutely. Caleb Eaton says, how is Goodlettsville looking? Sorry, it's looking really cloudy here. Well, let's take a look.
There's some storms down that way that may be moving down their direction, but none of them look very severe.
Yeah, he's got some coming in, but it's not any time. It'd be at least an hour or two before they get to you there, Caleb.
Yeah.
But right now, our main concern, like everyone else, is this fairly serious storm. It's not severe yet, but it's right here to the southwest of Hopkinsville, around Caledonia, Newstead, PD. Even Gracie's getting in on the action. So, in fact, let's see what it looks like over at I-24. Oh, look at that lightning strike. Lots of lightning there. That was a beautiful strike. I switched over just in time to see it. It looked like it was coming off the anvil, though.
Probably
So-
was. They're kind of getting in the edge of it, but they're getting in the back edge of it right now.
Right. So let's go back.
Yeah. If you look over at Barclay Marina, they had another little cell behind this one come in across them. They just got some good rain. Clouds are looking kind of wild.
Yes. Would not want to be out on the lake with this lightning and stuff going on around us. So,
Nope, not at all.
We're going to keep watching all this for everyone. So I'm glad to see you all on here. Have a lot of viewers on right now. We want to be sure that everyone is in good shape. Mermaid Cakes says she just took some pictures of really cool clouds over my house. I'll have to send them to you, David. Yeah, you know how to get a hold of me, Jessica. Just you can, let's see. You can message them to me maybe, or I don't know. We'll figure out something. Trevor Luna Grace over on Facebook says, looks orange outside in Katie's. I can kind of see a little bit of that. Let's see where else I can look.
Yeah. If you look up on the Illinois side of the border by Morganfield, there's some new storms forming up there and on up into Illinois.
Yeah, and boy, they're taking the same pattern as the last one did.
Yeah.
That's
so we'll have to
that's
keep
almost
an eye on those.
identically from where it formed this last time. So, that's pretty neat. Let's see here. Cheyenne Smith, how's Rockcastle looking? Watching a black cloud come down and go back up. Well, let's see here. You see anything over towards Rockcastle, Mark?
No, just the storm itself. There has been some rotation in it before, but right now it's not looking like a whole lot.
Okay, hang on just a second. Go ahead, Shane. Amy,
40-mile-an-hour winds.
say 40.
10.
Okay, sounds good. I appreciate the report. 40-mile-an-hour winds at their location. All right, Mark, let me get us back over. I'm going to see. I got you on live now, Shane. Yeah, boy, it's looking dark off to your left there. And Oliver, let me see where he is. Oliver, I recognize the location. I just can't remember exactly where it is. What's your intersection there?
Brady Lane and 164.
Whitty Lane, okay. 164. How's your winds holding up? Let's see, the tree's moving a little bit, but not overly so.
Sorry, very light wind.
Okay. Let's see here. Big strong winds south of Katie's on Highway 525 were reported by Mary Pruitt over on the Facebook feed. Don Lord says, I'm getting just a little rain over here at Cox Mill Road and Marywood Parkway and Sterling Drive near Christian Care Nursing Center. It feels a touch cooler outside, too. Yeah, it probably is. Brittany Yates says, Hopkinsville looks pretty rough outside. It looks pretty dark out there to me, too. Andrea Cook says it don't look too good in Herndon, South Christian. Yeah, you're fixed to get nailed pretty good there. Herndon is right on the edge. It's right here. There's Herndon. And boy, just north up going towards Hopkinsville on 107, it's going to be pretty nasty. And also on 117 going up towards Newstead.
The temperature, Dave, up by Morganfield is 77.5 with a dew point of 75.3. They got plenty of humidity, but that's also that cooler air those are starting to work into from those earlier storms. So we'll have to see what they do.
Yeah, that humidity or the dew point, that's pretty high.
Yep.
But like you said, there's other things that goes to making severe weather besides just the temperature and dew point. Okay, everything's going well so far.
Yeah.
Oliver's in the process of moving. I'm going to go back to mainly the radar for the time being. And again, here's the storm we're watching. This is just to the northwest of Morganfield up along the Ohio River. That one we're watching to come down a little later. And of course, this one here around to the southwest of Hopkinsville, stretching from Oak Grove all the way back up to Montgomery or Gracie at least. And you can see that it is covering a pretty good area of land down through there. It's basically stretching all along I-24, and that is significant. If you're on I-24, you need to slow down and be very careful as you're driving through that heavy rain.
Okay. Dave, I'm going to go take a break.
Okay.
Dave's going to fill in for me.
I got you. Yeah, we've been on right at almost going on 4 hours. Don't like much. Brittany Yates says this is going around Hopkinsville pretty much. It does appear to be. I think it's going to stay to the southwest of Hopkinsville and move straight southeast, which would mean Oak Grove is going to probably be under the gun for a while, as well as maybe St. Elmo, Barker's Mill, Fidelio, Pembroke. You may be on the outer edge of it. We look further down into Tennessee. Again, it doesn't look like there's too much going to affect Goodlettsville for at least another hour or two. Jason Helsley, what direction is that storm headed? Is it going south or west? It's going southeast, to be honest with you. I'll put on the cone here, and you can see the direction it's taking. It's moving east-southeast at, it says 52 miles an hour. That's mighty fast. That must be where it caught a wind gust or something. Our hail probability is at 90%, but the VIL is still a little low at 41. Maximum hail size is 1.5 inches. Of course, that's radar indicated. It's not reaching the ground necessarily. This one back here is a little bit more interesting. Yeah, it says it's moving southeast to 16. I imagine that's what this whole line is actually moving about, between 16 and 20 miles an hour to the southeast. So we're continuing to watch it. As I look, I'm going to pull out and look at the rest of the area. Looks like the storms over around Bowling Green have gone on, and Glasgow. However, once they got down to Tennessee, they've gone severe down there quite a bit. I see Knoxville's under severe storm warning, Oak Ridge, Clinton. Meanwhile, up here in Kentucky, we seem to be holding our own pretty well. We'll take another look in at some of these cameras. It's a nice sunset. That's over Martin, Tennessee, from University of Tennessee, Martin.
I think it's interesting.
Hit the wrong
when I
button.
left,
Sorry about that. Let me get my... I done messed up here. Hang on just a second. Don't give up on me.
I was looking at the radar before I left, and when I came back, that storm has really kind of merged together in multiple storms.
You talking about the one back here southeast or southwest of Hopkinsville?
Yeah, around Herndon and Gracie
Yep,
and
sure
that area,
has.
Oak Grove.
Looks like southeastern trig, really from back Cadiz, just west of Cadiz, all the way down, and we're going all the way down into Oak Grove, are really, really getting a pounding. I gotta keep my fingers off these buttons sometime. Going back over to Oliver's feed a little bit, he's getting some pretty good lightning show. And
Hey, David.
yes, sir.
I am at Pierce Lane and the intersection of Brady Lane. So I'm literally looking into the middle of the storm.
Wow. You
Getting
can't,
quite a bit of lightning.
yeah, and it's a wall of water in front of you, it looks like.
Not a whole bunch.
We're going to keep watching this. Quite a bit of lightning with this, especially around Masonville, Fidelio, Herndon. And then you go back, it strengthens again as you go towards past Rowan Springs to the southwest of Caledonia. Let's see what Amy and Shane got going on.
Yeah, I was just going over some of these notes that people are sending us. Let's see, Jason, and these may have already been addressed, but let's see. Jeffrey Wells, it says, does Herndon need to worry? And what I'm seeing is Herndon, you got a lot of rain.
Yeah, I'd say the
doesn't look severe.
biggest threat's going to be flash flooding there, I would imagine. Uh-oh, hold
I would
on.
think
We
so.
just got a severe warning on it. Let's see what it says. Immediate broadcast. Severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Christian County and south central Kentucky and southeastern Trigg until 9 p.m. What time is it? Gosh. It's 8:12 now. Time flies.
Yeah, I had no idea. I had no idea it was so late.
60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and this thunderstorm is 10 miles southeast of Cadiz, moving southeast at 20. So there we go. We've got a severe warning. Oak Grove, Fort Campbell, Lafayette, and Herndon are all going to be impacted by this. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. This storm has been really going on for a while, so it's not playing. That would be probably this one right here. It's going to come over Roaring Springs, Lafayette. You probably need to be ready for this one. Herndon, you're also in that warning.
Locations impacted
Again.
include Oak Grove, Fort Campbell, Lafayette, and Herndon.
Looks like Jason, or I'm sorry, Oliver is on the move right at the moment.
Yes. Let me get back over here to the radar. So here you can see this area right here is now under a warning.
A thunderstorm warning has been issued until 9 p.m. for the following counties in Kentucky, Christian, and Tree.
So here we go. I'm going to go in a little closer, let everybody see where you are. This is where we're having severe thunderstorm warning now for southwestern Christian County. But this also includes Masonville, Fidelio, Herndon, Howell, Lafayette, and Oak Grove. I wouldn't let my guard down. This may actually come up over you too. So we'll see if that warning is extended on down into Tennessee before it's all said and done. A special weather statement is still in effect for that area as well. So far, we've had no reports of damage, but there has been a lot of lightning. And Jason Helsley, you're asking what's might be in store for here in Russellville later. Right now, you appear to be in the clear, but you know we got this big cluster of storms up here we're having to watch. It's not over with yet. We'll see what happens. But again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect for southwest Christian and southeastern Trigg County, including Roaring Spring, Howell, and Lafayette, Herndon, Masonville, Fidelio. Newstead is under the severe warning. And I'm looking, looks like Lost Shane's froze up a little bit on his feed. Let's see if I can get, I'm going to get over here. Now he's come back up. Let's see what's going on here. Yeah, he's freezing up, so let me go see what Oliver's got.
While you're doing that, by the way, I'm noticing that there are storms crossing over into Morganfield and Sturgis.
Right.
It doesn't look like there's anything severe in those at this point.
Not yet, but they're looking stout. Look at the lightning. Oliver's getting a lot of lightning where he's located. Oliver, you didn't get over. No, there we go. There we go. He was making his shot a little more horizontal, so that's good.
That's a good light show.
Yes, it is. Okay, let me see who all is asking questions. Anita Wright, the sky has an awfully funny hue. I would say it probably does if you're outside of this storm looking into it. Carol Duckett over on Facebook says, how bad for Oak Grove? My husband's in a big truck and that loves and sleeping. Right now they're saying 60-mile-an-hour wind gust. If he's not at a crosswind, he's probably going to be just fine. And even if he is in a crosswind, he probably would be okay. So I wouldn't worry too much unless this storm continues to strengthen. That's what we've got to watch out for. Courtney Hecker, also on Facebook, says, Hopkinsville update. Well, Courtney, here's the deal is, as you can see, here's Hopkins. Well, no, wait a minute. I got to get you back over to it. Hold on. Now, I lose sometimes get all wrapped up in the chat.
I know.
Where I'm at.
I know.
Here is Hopkinsville right here, so you can see the radar. Here's the severe storm right here. This is moving southeast, so it's not going to affect Hopkinsville. However, Hopkinsville will get some pretty hefty rains. In fact, I think we're getting some out there in the studio right now. And I don't see anything severe in Hopkinsville. However, we go down further south, we got another cell here that's pretty stout. So I'm not sure which one of these is actually the severe one. I think it's the one back here. But you've got this one here that's just to the west of Fidelio, northeast of Herndon. And it's moving southeast, so it's moving in this direction towards Barker's Mill. Oak Grove, you're going to get nailed pretty quick here. It's probably no more than I don't know, 10, maybe 15 minutes out from impacting you, at least this part of the storm. So yeah, you're not going to miss out on it. Now we also have another cell redeveloping back here towards Katie's along Highway 272, and that is some intense rain, and it is also a pretty strong storm. It's moving east-southeast at 22. VIL is not particularly high, but still it does bear watching. It may actually increase in strength. So once again, we'll see what happens. I would imagine Tennessee will start issuing something on these before it gets all the way down there to them. I can guarantee you they are watching it pretty close.
Yeah, we're getting into a situation here where it looks like some of these storms are going to be training over the same areas.
Absolutely.
So there's going to be a problem with flooding.
Let's see. Tammy Gilkey Hester says, here at Harton Place, the lightning is so intense and the wind is getting up. Scott Boyd says, great light show from the front porch. 77 feels fantastic. Great job, guys. Hey, Scott, don't get hit by lightning, though, out there watching it. Marcus Burst, is it supposed to storm all night? I don't think so. What do you know what time the watch is till, Dave? That's over just east of us?
I do not.
I don't either.
I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah. In fact, it wouldn't hurt to find the National Weather Service official forecast. But these storms right here, wow. Lots of lightning. VIL's picking up on this one right here, so that's a sign it's strengthening. VIL, by the way, stands for Vertical Integrated Liquid. And that's a way we measure, well, Mark can probably explain it better because if I start talking, I'm going to talk way over your head. Susan Johnson, my good friend Susan says until 9. So thank you, Susan. I appreciate that. Severe thunderstorm warning until 9 p.m. for now, which is what's currently in effect. Okay, that's probably not the watch. That's the warning. Andrea Cook says, my warning said 9 p.m. I'm trying to figure when the severe thunderstorm watch, which is not in effect for us, but it is areas just east. That would give me an idea of the timeline. I'm going to pull out a little bit. And boy, this up here still looks pretty stout. And it's coming, and here's another one coming up here, and this is another one forming right here over around Hartford. So yeah, it's just really strange how this is all playing. You don't have any way of knowing, they can say, well, this is a 30% chance, but if that 30% chance happens to be over you, it's 100% chance. So anyway, Hotel Mario says it looks like mammatus clouds here in South Muhlenberg, and it very well could be. If you're looking at the underside of the anvil in this storm, you would see probably some mammatus clouds. Tammy Gilkey Hester says it looks like a break and then another batch in early morning. Is that what you think? I don't know. I'm going to look at that here in just a second. We'll try to let you know something. Jennifer Brooke Wells, getting rough in South Christian. I would imagine it is. Let's see if my guys are... Shane, you guys okay? Because I don't see any movement. Looks like... No, there we go. I'm going to go over here and take Shane. That looks like it's... let me get this fixed up here. You're getting hammered pretty good. I can see some pretty good winds in that. Shane, you guys holding up okay?
Yes, we are actually moving locations. We are on 287, headed towards Lafayette. We're going to try to get in front of it.
Okay, be careful. Get a little tree debris in the road there.
10-4.
Well, I'm looking at the latest update for that the SBC put out
Okay.
that shows that we are not in the slight area for severe weather anymore. We're just in the marginal.
Okay, we got a new warning coming out. This is for Clarksville. Let's go in here a little bit. Clarksville and St. Bethlehem, Woodlawn are all under a severe thunderstorm warning.
Nashville has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Montgomery County in Middle Tennessee until 9 p.m. At 8:21 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located over Fort Campbell, moving southeast at 30 miles per hour. Expected hazards include 60 miles per hour wind gusts. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Clarksville and Woodlawn. This includes Interstate 24 between mile markers 1 and 10. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 9
Okay,
p.m.
so
for the
Clarksville
following
and
counties.
Woodlawn, if you're watching us, you probably ought to take shelter and weather the storm out.
Yeah,
And,
I would say Oak Grove's getting some severe conditions too. They've got to be getting some absolutely intense rainfall, even though not Oak Grove itself is under the warning, but just across the road there, Fort Campbell is. So it's going to be it's almost immaterial. You're going to get hammered either way you go. But it does. It's looking very intense right there as it gets ready to cross over the Tennessee border. So those watching in Clarksville, our good friends down there, get chilled out, get into a safe place, into your room, take shelter. Don't be out there in this storm. There's a lot of lightning in it, and the rainfall is absolutely intense. Katrina Rucker says, well, let's see. Let's back up a little bit here. What are we looking at?
Now, I am seeing a little bit of rotation in that cloud.
Which one?
That one, it looks like it's over before you get to Oak Grove. In fact, it's between Oak Grove and Lafayette.
There's an
There seems
inflow
to be a
notch.
little
Yeah,
bit of-
there's an inflow notch there, so that might be something we need to be very careful of. Let me see if I can
Yeah.
see anything through the high res velocity. Oh, around Herndon, is that what you're talking about?
South of Herndon,
Yep,
southeast of Herndon, around Powell.
that's right. That's what I see too. Get out of it. That's this area right here he's talking about. You see the little discoloration there? That is the area that he's speaking of.
I've been looking at that through the Fort Campbell radar.
I think I'm on the Paducah radar, so I can see it. Let's see. See if I can see it on the high res here. Well, it looks like
And-
it's moved on over towards the I-24.
Yeah, see that's better. That has a better flow there, a better contrast.
Well, what you're seeing though, you're looking at it in lower levels off the Fort Campbell, whereas in Paducah you're looking on it at upper levels because the radar site is further away. You follow
Yes.
me?
Yes.
So I'm going to go back to Paducah so I can get an eye of what. Good grief. Here we go. Now I can see the upper levels a little better. And when I do that, I go back to the reflectivity, high res velocity. And it's still there, maybe a little wider now, maybe a little more diffuse. So it's not too concerned. It's probably fairly low level, fairly low rotation. Again, I will remind everyone, Clarksville and New Providence, St. Bethlehem, all under a severe thunderstorm warning now for 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, absolutely intense rainfall, and actually it's torrential rainfall. It'll look like a wall of water coming at you. You see some people that are still out there. I don't want to lose track of them. Let's see here. Looks like Shane and Amy have arrived where they were trying to get to. Let's see what Oliver's looking like.
And I don't know if you've seen it, but Chris Meacham says he's one of our weather spotters. He says he's headed to Oak Grove on the Parkway. He's about to merge on 24. He's getting hard rain and good winds and good lightning show.
Yeah, the lightning show is a for sure thing. You can sure see it.
All right. And Katrina Rucker says that it's calmed down a little by the mill in Herndon.
Okay. Yeah, I say Herndon's about to come out of it, the worst of it. However, man, we still got this other one that has built back up behind it, and it's taking dead aim on the same area. So you're not out of it yet. Let's see here. Joycelyn Wallentine says, hi, it's me again. Hi, is Hopkinsville looking safe to go to bed here? If you were sleepy and tired, I'd be hitting the sack because I don't see anything to worry about in Hopkinsville at this point. Isabella Rivera says, the clouds are scared here in Lafayette, and I can see that. There would be some pretty good stuff down in there. I don't know what part you're in, but I can see where there's some serious stuff. Okay, Wicked ×3 says power out on Tennessee-Kentucky line by Fort Campbell and Tinytown Road. So we have a first power outage.
Good possibility, yeah.
First power outage being reported. Natasha Byron says Oak Grove, Fort Campbell, heavy rainfall and lightning. Stephanie Roke says we just got some winds and thunder and lightning in Clarksville. You haven't got the storm yet, Stephanie, so you're not nowhere near end to clear yet. I don't know which part of Clarksville you're in or what side, but let me get back over here to the radar. Here it is. Here is the south side of Fort Campbell, 41A coming south. I guess I'm going to have to put my glasses on. I can't see nearly as good after I've been so tired. Oh, wow. Jessica, I just got your text of the pictures, and yeah, that's very, very, very good stuff. That's my modest clouds, and they're normal with a severe thunderstorm, but that's a very nice display. I'm so thankful you sent us that. That's really good. So thanks. Well, I know your handle's Mermaid Cakes here, so thanks, Mermaid Cakes. I appreciate it. It looks really good. Let's see. What did I get on here for? I forgot. Oh, I got my glasses. That's what it was. Purple Heart Parkway is about to get. It's about to come down to it. It's currently Fletcher's Fork, Little River Fork, West Fork. Let's see what some of these other roads here are. You can see there's a lot of McAuliffe Way. Starting to get in on the rain big time. as I look in on the radar, all these individual gray squares are houses, just so you know. In fact, that one's got an outbuilding right there next to it. You didn't know I could see that, did you? In fact, I think some places I can go and it'll show me the street numbers and everything on it. So, but this is not one of them. Okay, we watched this continuing to move south-southeast. It hasn't got to Clarksville proper yet. It has got to the northern areas of Clarksville, southern areas of Fort Campbell. Lafayette's still getting intense stuff. Howell's getting intense stuff. Herndon, you're starting to lighten up a little bit there. Severe thunderstorm remains in effect there. And severe thunderstorm warning in effect now for Clarksville, Woodlawn, and St. Bethlehem. So we've got to keep an eye on this. Stephanie Roke says, are we looking at anything tornadic? No, Stephanie, I don't think so. She is located at Peacher's Mill in Tiny Town. So let me see if I can go in here and find you. Okay, there's Tiny Town Road.
Tony Harris, you have a good night and get some good rest. I think we're going to be okay.
Yeah, I would agree. I wish I could show you these pictures I got. I'm going to see if I can get it up here on my phone. This is Mamadas sent by my good friend Jessica Mermaid Cakes, who's been a loyal viewer. She's got some nice stuff, and I've got about 6 or 8 shots of that, different ones. But anyway, I'm
Stephanie Roke. So far, any circulation we've been seeing hasn't held together for very long, so I think we're doing pretty good as far as threat for any tornadic stuff. Whoever just called for Dave, he doesn't have his earphones on at the moment. Okay, that's excellent. I've been kind of wondering about that cell because it looks pretty strong depending on which radar you're looking at it on. There doesn't show to be too much in it except possibly a hail core. So you be careful getting in front of it.
Okay, I've put on a different hat now. All right.
He's gone from Dave to Dave. At least he hasn't gone plaid.
There you go. All right, we are still. It looks like we've still come down. Okay, we're looking at the radar in the Bethel, Clarksville area, and or we've focused in on that. Still got some pretty heavy rain there. There might be some localized flooding out of this, so be careful if you're out driving. If there are any low areas, be aware of it, of water maybe coming up over the road, that kind of thing.
Still seeing some winds, near the surface of, 4,000 feet, showing some 40-mile-per-hour winds or so, but nothing too bad at the moment.
Okay. And let's see who this is that's...
Hey, Mark.
Go ahead, Amy.
We are at the neighborhood in 24th and Oakville, and I'm watching Frankfort, Oliver, just north of Avalon.
Copy that. Good spot.
Good spot.
I shut down this radio in here so I wouldn't get too much feedback. Let's see, who do we have that we're looking at right now at 107 North? Is that Amy and Shane?
107 North.
Oh, I think that's Oliver.
Yeah, that's Amy.
Okay.
Yeah, Oliver's the one farther out that's heading down
Gotcha. I
down
see
Cox
it now.
Mill Road, or
See it
extension.
now. Oh, nice lightning.
Yeah, they're trying to get in a good spot. That next cell coming in, we kind of been watching it with some interest because it seemed to be strengthening as it came in. Right now, it's back over around We Like It Lane and
Yes.
Caledonia PD Road, back over just around the county line. So we'll have to see what it does as it comes in. We're also continuing to watch those storms up by Morganfield. They can't really tell if they're going to hold together or not. They kind of bounce around up and down as far as strength. There's a new storm that's just come in, just formed up by Sims and Wayne City, just to the west of Fairfield over in Illinois. That's to the northwest of Barn Hill and Mill Shoals, where I-64 and US 45 meet over in southern Illinois there. That storm. And there's another one farther back. So we may see storms just pop up like this through the evening, but I think the severe threat is starting to diminish.
And that would happen with the sun going...
Right, loss of the daytime
loss
heating.
of daytime heating, and yeah.
Yeah. Plus these storms, the storms that are just crossing into Morganfield are kind of running into the cooler air that was left from the previous storms. Those haven't recharged a whole lot. It's still only like 75 degrees up there. Yeah, we've gone from being in the slight risk to just being in the edge of the marginal risk.
Yeah. Saw that.
Which is a good thing.
So all we're dealing with at this point are these couple of severe thunderstorm warnings in our area down to the south of us.
Yeah.
In Oak Grove.
I mean, even when those go
Clarksville.
through, I'm going to hang on. We're going to hang on a little bit to see
Sure.
what these up around Morganfield do.
Yeah.
But if they're not showing.
Well, Mark, I just lost you. Give me a second here. I'll get you back up. And let me see here. We need to get Dave back up. And let's see if we can do it this way. Let's try that again. There we go. Let's see if he'll join. Hey, Mark, can you join us?
Mark,
Mark, can you hear us? Can you join me?
hi Dave.
Yeah.
I can see your messages.
You can see my what?
Messages that's going out across the screen. Okay, properly.
Okay. All right, I've got that fixed.
Mark, we've lost your feed. He sent you an email.
Mark, do you need me to send you a new one? Do. Well, folks, we got a little technical difficulty here. Just as soon as Mark can get back on with us, we'll continue. But we can still continue with what we've got here. If you'll take a
Hey,
look.
Dave.
Yes.
Double click lab cam. He's accepted the link. Bring him back in.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. All right.
There we go.
All right.
And I'm back. Like
Okay.
I said, ninja. I disappear and reappear.
Thank you, Shane. And we're still keeping an eye on these two storms in this area that's in the middle of the screen.
Yeah, they just updated the warning on there. They came across with it again, saying that the storm was now over Clarksville and moving to the southeast.
Okay.
Yeah, that storm has basically moved out of Kentucky that was warned. So I guess they're just going to let the
Gonna let this other one just drop out then, right?
yeah, they canceled it for southeastern trig.
Mm-hmm.
The says the severe thunderstorm which prompted the warning has moved out of the warned area. Therefore, the warning is canceled. Severe thunderstorm remains in effect until 9 p.m. for south central Christian County. So maybe they think that second one might kick up its heels enough to still do something.
Could be.
And they're
yeah.
keeping the warning out till 9 just in case. But that was a severe thunderstorm was located near Fort Campbell, moving southeast at 20.
Okay. All right. Yeah, and that storm over between Caledonia and Roaring Spring looks like it's still moving to the southeast.
Yeah, it seems like it's kind of losing some intensity.
Well, I wasn't sure. I thought it was, but glad to hear you say it.
Yeah, it's still strong up in the upper levels because I'm looking at it from the Evansville radar, which is at 9,000 feet, one down over that way. It still looks pretty good, but when you look at it over the Paducah radar at 3,000 feet, and it's
Right.
not impressive. You look at it from the Fort Campbell radar at 1,000 feet, and it's even less impressive.
So it's all
Well-
up in the stratosphere.
Yeah, but you have to watch storms like that because once they start to dissipate, they can cause microbursts as they drop out.
I see. Yeah.
Casey Manley, yeah, Todd is good for now. I think you're fine now.
Yeah, it's starting to phase out in the Todd County area. Robert, you're welcome. We're doing what we can to try and keep you guys in the know on the weather that's going on. So now it's up. The weather spotters are having the time of their lives, watching the light show and watching this weather roll by, and a lot of it. That's what they just really enjoy doing.
Yeah. And we're especially glad if it's not severe, but it's still putting on a good show, because we can enjoy that and we don't have to worry about it tearing people's lives apart or anything, which
True.
happens when we're tracking tornadoes or very severe thunderstorms. We much prefer just a good thunderstorm that's not actually causing any harm to anybody.
Yeah, yeah. And Holly Wright is asking, is Katie's almost in the clear? It looks like.
I'd say yes, yes.
Yeah, believe so.
You know, we've still got these thunderstorms up to the northwest we're looking at, but if they would follow the same track, they would be north of Katie's anyway. But
Nice light show. Look at that lightning up in the clouds.
that's gorgeous, isn't it?
So cool. I wish I was out there with you guys. And these storms that we've been talking about in the up to the north of us, up in Morganfield and Henderson. Let me put us back over on the radar.
Yeah.
These storms up in the Morganfield,
Okay. They do have a
Sturgis.
special weather statement on them now.
Yeah.
They keep kind of pulsing up and down. So they strengthen and weaken a little, strengthen and weaken a little.
And they're saying that trained weather spotters reported strong thunderstorms along a line extending from near Cason to near Robards to near Sturgis. Movement was east at 30 miles per hour. The wind
Yeah,
has,
they seem to be moving a little bit more eastward than the earlier storms were, so we'll have
Yeah.
to wait and see. Okay, and there they go. They've canceled the warning for southern Christian County. So we have all storms out of the county now.
all right.
They still have the warning for Clarksville area and down by New Providence and St. Bethlehem and all through there. That's where the storm is right now.
All right, I'm just noticing that Gallatin, Tennessee, they've got severe thunderstorm there.
Yeah, that's almost out of the way of my radar. I'll have to switch over to the Nashville
Yeah.
weather radar, see what's showing down there.
The thunderstorm says that the National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southern Sumner County in Middle Tennessee, northwestern Wilson County in Middle Tennessee until 9:30 p.m. That's Central Daylight Time. They're seeing wind gusts of around 60 miles an hour, and it's radar indicated, and it's going to impact Gallatin, Lebanon, Hendersonville, Mount Juliet, Bledsoe Creek State Park, and Dickerson Chapel Recreation Area. So
Yeah.
this is
The main part of that cell, the main cell, looks to be back running along State Route 6 and say Hunt Club Boulevard is near there, and Cages Bend Road and Douglas Bend Road. Right along in that area is where the main part of this storm is. It's almost too close to the Nashville radar to really see it that well. I drop down and it'd be within range of the terminal radar at Nashville International Airport.
Yeah, and our viewers are watching this through, I believe, the Paducah radar. Yeah, we're looking at it through the Paducah radar, and you can still see it pretty well. It doesn't
Yeah.
look that impressive
One
when you look
small
at it
cell
through.
just south of Henderson, And then the main area of the storm was in the area I just was talking about. It's just south of Gallatin, and it's going to be moving off to the southeast, heading basically toward Lebanon.
Yeah, I'm trying to find. There's the Nashville radar. It looks much more impressive on the Nashville radar than it does on the Fort Campbell radar.
Yes, it does. Of course, again, that Nashville radar is real close.
Yes.
Yeah. If you ever hear me use the term terminal radar, big airports have got their own Doppler weather radar, but it's much more focused right around them. It only usually goes out to about 30 miles. So we don't use it that much when we're looking at stuff. But if you need to be, if it's really close to an airport and you need to get a good look at it, those are useful for getting a good shot of what's going on.
And then for those of y'all that are curious, I just switched over to the Paducah radar so that we could see much better what's going on with the storms in Clarksville and Tennessee and Todd County. And we're still looking at this storm up just in the Roaring Spring area as well.
Yeah, it's I can't say it's not too impressive, but at the same time, it's gotten dark, so all the spotters can see is what's there in the lightning flashes. But we've got our two people who are out on that. Oliver Stedman is out, and Amy and Shane are out. Amy's in a good spot to watch what that is coming into. Oliver is on the backside of it now.
Yeah, and he's currently driving. And Shane and Amy are still, I think you're still sitting at 107, just over the interstate, I believe. And let me pull this up. Yeah. So that we can see what you're looking at. And
Dark.
yeah, just dark. All right, and absolutely, if the power goes out, yeah, okay. So Amy answered the question about the generator at the studio.
Yeah, we do have one.
Yes.
Yeah. That storm's still pretty strong. That's up in southern Illinois to the north of I-60. Oh, what is that? North of, is that I-64 going through there? Or?
Yes, it's I-64.
Yeah.
I'm going to
It's on the north side of I-64, but it's heading just generally right towards the Evansville radar site there, which is well north of Evansville. But it seems to be spreading out and forming more of a little bowed out line. So we need to watch out when that could be warned later.
Yeah, and that won't affect our area, but it
No, but it could get into over toward, looks like maybe near Brandenburg, Breckenridge.
Yeah. And they've had some heck of a lot of bad weather in the past couple of days up in that area.
Yes, they have.
Especially Evansville and Newburgh. So, and there's storms in that area right now headed towards them.
The storms that are rolling in through Morganfield, they seem to be taking on a little bit more of an easterly turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we see that.
So we'll have to wait and see if those are warned on any or not. Right now, they look like they're again they're hitting and missing, but they are forming a. We used to call them an MCC, a mesoscale convective complex, which means a cluster of thunderstorms.
I'm not seeing much in the way of a hail core in these things. I don't see anything that really tells me there may be some hail in them.
The ones up to the north?
Yeah, the ones in Morganfield.
Yeah, they got some hail cores in them, but they come and go. So right, kind of marginal.
Okay.
I believe if you would look on the Barkley Marina camera, we can see the top of those. And you see some lightning in the top of those way up to the north.
Yeah, and we're seeing infrared on that camera, so we're seeing a lot of spider webs too. But yeah, I do see
Yeah, and a lot of
some
bugs.
flashes in those clouds. Yeah. You know, if they turn the lights on there, it would be nothing but a bug city there.
Yep. That's probably why they leave them off.
Yeah.
Fair enough as it is. Boy, there's quite a bit of lightning going on up in there. The storm could be strengthening just a little.
Stephanie, I think it's Roke, is
Yeah.
asking, are the storms at 2 a.m. going to be bad? We're getting storms at 2?
I want to know what app she's looking at that's telling her all this, because that's kind of a long way out to say.
We had someone else say something about that as well earlier.
About the same time frame, too. So they may be looking at something else rolling through about then, but I wouldn't think that those would be severe.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see those on the I-24 US 68 camera way off up to the north there, too. We can see at the very tops of the storms. Man, a lot of lightning
okay.
going on in those.
Stephanie is saying that she heard this on the Weather Channel.
Well, there you go.
Let's see, how do you know we're looking out in the...
Yeah. Got a new little cell popping up to the northeast of Beaver Dam. But it's not very big. It doesn't look like much right now. It is moving to the southeast, east-southeast at about 22 miles an hour. So it's going to run along parallel to US 62 for a short distance and then cross the Western Kentucky Parkway.
Let's see, Anna George is asking, let's see, how do you know what you're looking for when out in the field? That's a good question.
It is. Our spotters are trained. They go through a training course with National Weather Service, and we practice and we train more and more. You know, we train like usually close to around 22 training sessions a year, and how and what we're looking for and how to see it and what to do when you see it and everything else. So we keep our people very well trained on what they're looking for and how to see it, where to look for it in the storm, and what to do when you do see it.
Let's see. And let's see. Sharika Civils is asking, will it get bad in Clarksville near Peachers Mill Road? You got a pretty good shower in that area right now. It's not severe.
Yeah, they dropped their warning on it, so they don't think it's going to be severe, but you probably still could get some 40 or 50 mile per hour wind gusts. So if you've got patio furniture outside or stuff that could be disturbed by it, it might get blown around a little bit. The storm up by Herndon is still keeping a pretty good amount of strength.
Amy Crabtree is saying, those of y'all that are asking about it, she's saying she's one of our weather spotters, and she says here, many of us have been doing this for a long time. She says, myself, 11 years, always learning, always training. And
Absolutely.
if you're interested in becoming one of the Christian County weather spotters, we would love to get you set up and get you some training so that you can join us on these trips, or these
On these
not trips.
activations.
Yeah. Andrea Cook says that power keeps going in and out in Herndon.
I believe that storm's just about on top of them.
Yeah,
if
that's
it's not already.
That storm is bearing down. Yes. And don't forget, folks, if you're watching us on Facebook, like us, follow us. It helps keep the keeps us high in the ratings. As well, if you're watching us on YouTube, please subscribe to us, and that way it'll also help us that way.
Yeah. Up to the north of us, Seabury, you just had the beginning of those showers move through you. Robards, Niagara, Henderson itself, you've got a storm on top of you. Back to Waverly and Morganfield and Pride, just north of Sturgis. Those storms are rolling off to your east, to the east. And as they do so, so far they haven't gotten strong enough to be severe, but they are still under a special weather advisor or special weather statement. Shows them moving to the east-southeast at about 25 to 30 miles an hour. And they just continue to roll on through. Again, that special weather statement up in that area says wind gusts up to 50 miles an hour, so not severe, but still very strong. Could knock down tree limbs and blow around unsecured objects. Source for that 50 mile per hour is trained weather spotters. Locations impacted include Evansville, Henderson, Mount Vernon, Newburgh, Morganfield, Breckenridge Center, Seabury, Uniontown, Corydon, Robards, St. Joseph, Beech Grove, Waverly, Old Shawneetown, and Hebbardsville. And again, trained weather spotters report strong thunderstorms along the line extending from near Casson to near Robards to near Sturgis. Movement was east at 30.
And those of y'all that are wondering, the trained weather spotters like Amy and Shane and Oliver, a lot of times the National Weather Service relies on the trained weather spotters to determine if a storm is in fact severe. So a lot of times the weather spotter might call in and say, I'm seeing winds out of this storm that are 60 miles an hour, and that would turn that particular storm into a severe storm. They may not, the National Weather Service may not be able to see the winds because they're looking through the radar, but the people on the ground can report that kind of thing.
They're always looking for ground truth to verify what the radar is showing them. And that ground truth comes from weather spotters. The storm up in Illinois at 8:51, it's got a special weather statement on it as well. It says Doppler radar was tracking strong thunderstorms along a line extending from 6 miles east of Sisney to near Fairfield to 10 miles southeast of Wayne City. Movement was east at 30. Wind gusts up to 50 miles an hour, radar indicated. Gusty winds could knock down tree limbs and blow around unsecured objects. Locations impacted, and this is up in Illinois: Fairfield, Albion, Grayville, Jeffersonville, Bone Gap, Mill Shoals, Browns, Golden Gate, and Burnt Prairie. This includes I-64 in Illinois between mile markers 103 and 127. So that's the other storm we've been watching for, but that's the one I don't think is going to be coming too much into the Kentucky side of it. It's going to go probably north of, near the north side of Evansville or across the north side of Evansville, and then maybe on over when it gets close to Radcliffe and Louisville and stuff like that. It could be coming across into the Kentucky side.
And, or maybe even Owensboro may need to think about it as well.
Maybe. It just depends on exactly. It looked to me like it was more eastward than what they are indicating.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It does kind of look like that. Owensboro got pounded today with a bad storm.
Yeah, today was definitely a day for a lot of wind and rain. Fortunately, we haven't seen any of the storms the other day. did produce a tornado up in the Indiana side.
Yes.
But
Around Newburgh.
Newburgh, that's right. But fortunately, down this way, it produced some hefty straight line winds, but it did not produce any tornadic activity.
Okay, and we've focused back in on the Clarksville, Oak Grove, and Lebanon areas of our region, just to get a bullseye view of the storms that are happening. Matthew Clardy is saying, is the line coming in around 1 to 3 a.m.? Anything to worry about? We're actually, Matthew, we're just focusing in on the current weather. We're not aware of any storms that are predicted to come through at that time frame. Our goal is basically to keep people safe during these storms that are rolling through at this time.
Yeah. I see where they're getting that. I'm looking at the HRRR model, and they do show a line moving through about then. But there's one very strong part of it that goes across the north side of Christian County and down to the southeast from there, and it moves off to the east. So it's too early to tell, because run to run, sometimes that stays the same with the HRRR. Sometimes it changes every hour, and there's a new run in progress right now.
All right, and Stephanie Roque, I hope that answered your question. And Lisa Murray, Oak Grove, she says Oak Grove is at state line, is quiet now, and I'll just say hooray, good. You can go to sleep now.
Yep. Yeah, it seems like a lot of the storms down to the south, after they've gone through Clarksville, they've kind of lost intensity. We've still got that severe thunderstorm warning down in Tennessee for Lebanon and the area down there, but pop around there on the radar and see how those are looking.
Yeah, I'm focused in on that. It looks like that severe thunderstorm just got dropped, or the warning just got dropped.
Oh, the one down in Tennessee?
Yeah.
Okay. Hasn't caught up with mine quite yet. There it went. Boom. Yep. So they've dropped the warning. So again, strong thunderstorms moving through that area toward Lebanon, but not severe at this time. And again, we've seen these kind of lose intensity and then pick back up, but it's getting the time of night now when they should be starting to quiet down in intensity, unless there's something else driving them besides the heat of the day.
Right. Let's see. Villirquois says, is that storm by Owensboro severe? No, it is not severe. It's just got a statement out that they're seeing it as a strong thunderstorm.
Yeah, wind gusts up to 30. And those are starting to kind of fuzz out and coalesce a little bit more, so they may not be continuing to be as strong. We'll have to see what happens with them.
Anna George says, well, my roly-poly Pomeranian has ventured out from under the bed.
Yay!
That means it's all safe where you are. How's Hanson, Kentucky looking? Bridget Belt asks.
Let me double check it, because Hanson is near where those are coming across.
Yeah, that's right.
Hanson is to the south of them right now, so probably not too bad. I think they're probably going to go, unless they build a little bit more to the south, they're going to go to the north of Hanson.
Yeah.
New cell popping up right south of Sacramento that's showing some strength.
Let's see what those storms, how they're moving. Yeah, that one in Sacramento has just popped up. Let's see what's going on at the Barkley Lake cam again.
Buggy.
I'm seeing a flash every now and so in the background. And we got our weather spotters. Shane is driving right now. And let's see what Oliver is doing.
Oliver
He's in
looks
the
to
middle
be
of the
right in the
ring.
back. I was going to say he's right in the back side of that cell. So
Yeah, I'm at Herndon Methodist Church.
Okay, cool.
yeah, that's right near the intersection of
107
State
and
Highway
117.
107 and Lonnie Walker Highway. Just a bit south of there.
Right in this area.
Yeah, again, getting right in the back, right around the backside of that cell. Dylan, Hopkinsville is probably good for tonight. We'll see if anything happens later on, but right now I think we're good.
If you've got your weather radios set, if we get any severe weather overnight, those will go off. A lot of our phones now will chirp and let us know when there's severe weather. So hopefully we won't have any overnight, but you never know.
Yours chirps, mine screams like a stepped-on cat.
Well, chirp just came out. Let's see, Olivia Robinson, severe threat. Is it done for Princeton tonight?
Most likely. Most likely.
And Beaver Dam, good for the night. Yes, most likely. Clarksville overnight, most likely. Go Vols, so that hopefully that answers your question. And Fleekable, yeah, I hope that answers your question as well.
Yeah, that cell that is over Herndon is heading toward Oak Grove. Probably just getting to the edge of Campbell Army Airfield right now.
Yeah. Chris Beecham says this is good sleeping weather.
It is. I wish I was. Yeah, another little cell popping up just south of Greenville. So we'll have to see. This is a little bit of energy coming in, and there's an outflow boundary from the previous edge of those storms that is starting to drop to the south, out of those storms that are up to the east of Sturgis. And Seabury, Slaughters, does look like you're going to get into it. It's taking a little bit of an expansion your direction. So you're about to get it. Right now, it's not severe. As a matter of fact, those storms are just about to the edge or out of that special weather statement area. But it was for the possibility of winds up to 50 miles an hour. Not severe, but it'll still blow your lawn furniture around if you've got or anything else outside unsecured. Might cause a few weak limbs or something to come down, so just be ready for that. Henderson, you had a small cell just go past you. Evansville, you've got something just to your northwest. It may come down your way. Owensboro, you got a few showers around. You could see some storm here in probably about 45 minutes to an hour. We'll have to see what happens if those storms to your west expand around enough to get you.
My chat's just recycled, and it looks like I've got old chat information in here, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna see if it corrects itself.
Okay. The last chat I've got is from Larry P. And he said, Dylan Fish, time you go to sleep.
Now I do see that, but the stuff up above it looks like it was it's old chat stuff.
Yeah, it recycles every once in a while, and it just kind of gives you the latest stuff. So
Okay, all right.
the storm up in Illinois, the southern part of that storm, got her at let's see, at 10 p.m. At 1:10 p.m. in Burnt Prairie. I don't think so. At 1:10 p.m. They must have got their time messed up. But it says a report of tree limbs down from the public. And right behind that, we've got one at 12:42 p.m. on the 1st. These may be old reports. Because that would, at the time they're showing it'd be this afternoon sometime.
Yeah. Those storms from Evansville down to Morganfield down to Calhoun and Dixon, Seabury, it looks like they're most of the storms are building down to the south of that line, and I have a feeling they're going to make a change to that weather statement here shortly.
Yeah, they're going to have to. The one up in over in Illinois is taking on a little bit more southeasterly track as well.
Notice that. Let me see if I can go back up and show the folks.
Behind that, we've got some storms that are starting to pop up around St. Louis. Those are right ahead of what's indicated to be a cold front. So again, another one of those pushes of cooler air coming down. Now, I won't say cold air, but a little cooler air, maybe a little drier, pushing down this way from the northwest as those impulses move around the north side of that ridge of high pressure.
Now I'm looking up around the St. Louis area, and it looks like a line of showers maybe building there.
Yeah.
Let me just take a look at that and see. Yeah, they're starting to build.
Yeah, they do have a special weather statement on that storm that caused the warning for Clarksville earlier. It says at 8:54 p.m., Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm 5 miles southeast of Clarksville, moving southeast of 25. Wind gusts up to 50 miles an hour and pea-size hail, radar indicated. Locations impacted include Ashland City, Clarksville, Coopertown, Pleasant View, Cheatham Dam, and Cunningham. This includes Interstate 24 between mile markers 5 and 30. And the storm itself that caused that, it's a little bit south of that right now. It's, let's see, almost down to the interchange between I-24 and State Route 256.
And making sure I'm back on the Paducah radar. Let me see what those storms look like from Fort Campbell radar. And Yeah, they look much more impressive from the Paducah radar. All right. So, things
Yeah,
seem to
it's-
be winding down a bit.
Yeah, the intensity seemed to be dropping on all the storms as I'm looking at them from the Evansville radar. I'm seeing outflow boundaries come off of them and starting to see the the nighttime stabilization splash from the radar sites. So that tells me that things are starting to calm down just a little bit. We'll have to see, but maybe we're getting close to being done.
Yeah. And I'm on the Paducah radar, and I can see these outflow boundaries from the storms up in Seabury as well.
Yep.
They look
They look pretty strong, but so far they haven't been kicking off any more thunderstorms. So hopefully they're starting to
yeah.
run out of steam. Although I'm still seeing from the I-24 and 68 cameras, seeing plenty of lightning up that way on those storms. So they may not be quite done yet.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've just pulled it up for everybody else to see. Yeah, that's neat. Looking at the tops of those clouds.
Just lighting up with thunderstorms. Yep.
Yep.
I say those are fun to watch when you're far away.
Yes. Yeah, that's cool. I used to love staying up at night and watching the tops of those thunderheads, shooting lightning between the clouds. I always loved that. And this is a good time to let everybody know who is our sponsors. Michael Vance, Contracting and Roofing. If you've got any damage on your roof from any of these storms, please give him a call. He's a big supporter of our teams and our groups, and give him a call the next time you need something done to your roof or any other kind of contracting things that you want to have done. Also, Lakeside Campground and Marina, if you would, check them out. And let me see if I can find their camera, because it's I don't know if we'll be able to see much tonight, but we might see those storms popping some thunder. And oh, okay.
I actually see pretty well
Yeah.
like that way. That's not bad.
Oh, okay. So the camera just went into infrared mode. Okay.
And when it does that, all you see is the spider webs in front of it.
Yeah, that's right. And let's not forget also that Kentucky Hemp Works is another big supporter of the David Powell Weather and Wisdom channel. And if you would, check them out. They've also got a lot of their products, or some of their products anyway, on our new online store, which is www.D as in David, P as in Powell, W as in weather, and W as in wisdom.shop. That's www.dpww.shop. shop. And if you would just check it out, we have some products on there that you might be interested in. And as well, if you're watching us on Facebook, please make sure you like and follow the channel, and as well on YouTube, if you would also subscribe, we'd greatly appreciate it. All right, now let's see where we are back at the weather.
Stephanie Roke, you say, I miss regular storms. Everything seems severe now. We used to run and play in rain all the time. Yes, we did. I always enjoyed that too. But unfortunately, we can only deal with what nature gives us. And Tedrick Green said, can you explain what a cap is? A cap is a temperature inversion in the middle of the atmosphere, usually up around 10,000 feet, where the storms can't grow any higher because they, instead of running into colder air where they can keep rising, they run into warmer air and they stop rising. Now, if that cap is not strong enough and the pressure from the storm gets to be a certain amount, the cap will break. In other words, they'll punch through that little layer of warm air and get back into cooler air, and they can grow explosively when that happens. But generally, in our area, when we have a cap, it usually holds in, and we usually keeps us from getting storms, even when we have everything else that's there needed for a storm.
And here I thought a cap was something I needed to put on my head.
In your case, we probably need a buffer.
I'd have to wear a hat just to keep my hair from getting wet.
Is Wisconsin Delavan okay for now? I don't know. Let's go up and look in that general direction. I'm going to come over here to the Radar Omega and do that.
Yeah, Tedrick Green's an old high school chum of mine. Haven't seen him in decades.
Yeah. Wisconsin, Delavan, Wisconsin. Okay, where exactly in Wisconsin is Delavan?
Stephanie, you're right. Mark went there.
Yeah.
We go there a lot with everybody.
Yeah.
We all shuck and jive quite a bit around here. Do we want to call our troops in?
Yeah, I'd say we probably can, as long as that storm down in the south looks like it's kind of dissipated and gone away.
Yeah, it looks like it has. I'll let you be the judge of it. You are the real weather guy.
I'd say we can call them back in for now. I don't know if they'll want to stay in or go on home, but right now it looks like anything that's going to form is going to be to our north.
Okay. All right, Shane and Amy and Oliver, you can call off the hunt unless you want to continue to do it. You're on your own. Delavan appears to be
by the bottom of Wisconsin. I see where it's at. Right now, it looks like the stuff that was going on, the low pressure center that's causing a lot of this stuff.
Hey, Mark.
Go ahead.
Been a little bit like out. We are headed south for the weekend. We'll let you know what we see on the way down.
Copy that. Y'all have a great time and stay in touch.
Have a great trip.
And forth.
Now, Delavan, Wisconsin. Let's see here.
By the bottom of Wisconsin, I'm looking. Actually have it up. I'm hoping it will jump out in front of me. Oh, there it is.
Yep.
Delavan. Looks like it's all clear right at the moment. It may be cloudy.
I would say it's just off to the southeast of Elkhorn. Delavan. Yeah, you're right on the back of the clouds in the precip for that up there. But it looks like you're in pretty good shape. And what is that? June Freak? John Freak? If I read that right. But yeah, Delavan, Wisconsin, it looks like you're getting right in the backside of it. You're still in the warm sector of that front, but the cold front is coming right in behind. You should be in pretty good shape for the rest of the night. I don't think too much else. There may be a few showers that wrap around and come down on you from the backside of that low as it pushes on through, but you should be in pretty good shape.
Gosh, and up in that part of the country, when that cold front goes through, it's going to be probably no humidity at all.
Oh, I know.
Down here, the humidity is what kills you.
Yeah,
All right.
the local radar up there, the local radar site, KNKX, is the local radar site. Shows everything off to the east of Delavan and continuing to move off in that direction. There's
Yeah.
a big line of storms that went through up there. It's just getting off the, coming into the coast of the lake up there.
Yeah, it was just, yeah, I had it up on the screen here a minute ago. Let me go back up there. Yeah, looks like everything is pretty much going off the coast right now. Looks like there may be a shower or two that might pop up. Looks like there's some on the other side of the state.
Yeah.
But
They let that special weather statement expire for the storms that are coming through. They're coming through Seabury and just approaching Slaughters right now.
okay.
But again, they're not showing anything severe. They're still a little strong, still a lot of lightning in them, but nothing severe. The one way up north is just south of Grayville, Illinois, right near the Indiana-Illinois border. At 9:27 p.m., Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm over Crossville, or 7 miles north of Carmi, moving east at 35. Hazard is wind gusts up to 40, so that's calmed down. It was up to 50. Radar indicated. Locations impacted include Grayville, New Harmony, Crossville, Griffin, and Phillipstown. This includes I-64 in Indiana between mile markers 1 and 6, and I-64 in Illinois between mile markers 119 and 130. And again, that's just a special weather statement for wind gusts up to 40. So that seems to be losing some intensity as well.
Cool.
Over Ohio, let me see.
Let me see if I can pull out to Ohio.
Yeah, there's no warnings. There's a couple of special weather statements, one up by Campton and one just to the east of Newark. Pretty good area of thunderstorms all the way from Toledo, almost over to Cleveland, Akron, Canton, down to Columbus, and almost down to Chillicothe. Dayton's on the backside of it. Bellefontaine is on the backside of it. Springfield, you're right, kind of in it. Cincinnati, most of the hard activity is north of you. But otherwise, they're not doing bad. They're not really showing any severe weather at the moment. So lots of thunderstorms and heavy rain and probably lightning and thunder. Some gusty winds under severe limits. But other than that, let's see what this one up by Kenton says. Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm near Waynesburg, or 8 miles southeast of Canton, moving east at 25. Wind gusts up to 40. So again, not as strong. Locations are Canton, Alliance, Louisville, Minerva, Waynesburg, East Canton, Limaville, Robertsville, and Maximo. These are all in Ohio. Torrential rainfall is also occurring with these storms, and frequent cloud-to-ground lightning. The one down to the east of Newark says Doppler radar was tracking thunderstorms along a line extending from near Marne to Hanover, might be Marnie, to Hanover, to 9 miles east of Heath to near Somerset. Movement was northeast at 30. Hazard is wind gusts up to 40. Radar indicated. Locations impacted include Zanesville, North Zanesville, Dresden, Frazeysburg, Warsaw, Pleasant Grove, Conesville, Ratio, Nellie, Drake, New Guilford or Guilford, New Guilford, Wildhonding, Cooperdale, and Dillon State Park. Yeah, I'm going to tie myself in a knot with some of these names. This includes Interstate 70 in Ohio near mile marker 143 and between mile markers 145 and 155. So that's the basic situation in Ohio. There are a couple of counties with some power outages back behind it. Champaign County has 537 people out of power. And Union County has 1,089 people without power. But that's it for Ohio.
And VLRQ, what radar do y'all use?
Well, the program is called Radar Omega.
It's one you got to pay for, but it's not too bad.
It's pretty handy, quite a bit.
And there are some other products out there that are not quite as pricey. The other one is Radar Scope, which is a good one.
Yeah, a lot of our mobile spotters use Radar Scope because Radar Omega is pretty data intensive because it's got a lot of stuff, a lot of information that it supplies.
And let's look back up at this one storm that we keep coming back to up around Grayville. It's getting ready to cross over into Indiana. It hasn't really grown any, but it's holding together.
Yeah. The HRRR shows a pretty strong line coming down from the direction of St. Louis, forming up around 1 a.m., coming down into the western part of the state, but it starts to fall apart as it comes across the Ohio River.
Okay, and that's this. Let me see if I can find a good radar here. That's this line of storms right here in St.
Yes, it
Louis.
is. And they show it coming down this way. Actually, they don't even show it as strong as it is right now. But they show it coming down this way, but as it gets into around the Ohio River area, it starts to weaken and fall apart.
Okay. So I hope that answers some of y'all's questions out there as to weather that might be coming in overnight.
Yeah. That area of storms that's come through Slaughters and is heading for Hanson is right around down to Nebo now. And it's starting to get an outflow boundary in front of it. It may be pushing out a little bit. There are some storms starting to pop just ahead of that over around Central City, up by Island, and down by Belton. So just keep your eyes and ears open. You may get a little rumble and jostle, and you may get some gusty winds on that. But right now, they don't even have an advisory on it, I don't think.
For those of y'all that are watching, this is the outflow boundary that Mark is talking about. It's hitting Manitou and Hanson right at the moment.
Yeah.
And
generally, storms do that when they're starting to weaken. They push that outflow boundary out ahead of them. and then they start sucking in their own cold air instead of warm air, and they start to weaken even more.
Olivia Robinson, we just kind of explained, I hope that answered your question, what we said a minute ago about the storms that are supposed to come in between 12 and 3 a.m. for Princeton.
Yeah. Stephanie wrote, yeah, that light green line out in front, that is where the cold air, or the colder air from the rain and stuff in the storms, is pushing out ahead of the storm. And when it pushes out ahead of the storm like that, the storm has to suck in warm air to keep going, to keep its updraft going, to keep fueled. And if it starts pulling in its cooled, rain-cooled air that it's already dropped out ahead of it, it weakens even more.
And if you'll notice, sometimes when you're outside and you see a storm coming, and all of a sudden you feel this real a good blow of wind hitting you that is kind of cold, that's that outflow boundary.
Right, and it gets there well ahead of the storm usually.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Sharika, for following us.
Yeah. Follow us on Facebook, like and subscribe on YouTube, if you would please.
By the way, if any of y'all are wondering, none of us get paid. We do this all because we love weather and we want to, it's basically, for me, I'm giving back to the community. That's how I see it.
Yeah.
We would like to get to a point where people are paid, but we're not there yet.
No, not even close.
The only pay we get are pats on the back.
And we get to hang out with all the fine people in the chat.
Absolutely. You are our new friends.
And those who subscribed are members of our tribe, the Watchers of the Wind tribe.
Oh, that's right. Let me show this. I've forgotten to do that all night.
It's Storm in Livermore, reach Cromwell.
And this is a logo for our Watchers of the Wind group. If you would become a Watchers of the Wind, I don't know exactly how we do that, but it is one
People
of the
who subscribe to the YouTube channel become a member of our tribe, which is the Watchers of the Wind tribe.
Okay. And you can get this logo on koozies and mugs. Let's see, does this one have it? Yeah. Like this mug.
Yeah, tumblers.
Tumblers.
Yeah, we're in the
And-
process of working up to possibly even some mouse pads.
And you can buy these things on at the online store that we have. It's www.dpww.shop.
Yeah, and Fleekable. I believe that storm that's over to your west there is going to make it to you at Cromwell. Right now, it's not severe. It's just another thunderstorm. It's starting to gain energy from the outflow boundary of that one coming in behind. So we may see a little line of storms form in right there. Right now, not severe, but they are growing. So we'll keep an eye on them. And those storms up to the north are kicking out lightning like crazy. If you look on the I-24 camera,
Oh,
I-24 US
Oh, yeah.
68,
give me a sec here. Nope, wrong one. There we
that's
go.
the one. And if you watch up in the distance, you can see all kinds of lightning in those storms. Whose sound am I hearing?
I think that's Oliver's. I was just looking. Hey, Oliver, have you shut down for the night? I don't think he knows we're listening to him. Let me see if I can mute him. All right, did that do anything? I don't think I can mute him.
I think you should be able to from in there.
Well,
There, I got it.
okay. No, I still hear him.
I muted him in here for mine anyway.
Okay, well, maybe the people out there can't hear him.
Yeah. If you go over to the Discord side and look
Yeah.
down where you see his icon,
Ah, okay. Yes,
right click that and it'll bring up a line where you can mute him.
I see.
Will they touch Crofton? We may get some storms later on tonight. I don't know how severe they might or might not be. The ones up to our north are getting a little bit far, are just about due north of us. I don't think they're going to bother us here right now, but the storms that might roll in later is going to be like in the late overnight, in the 2 a.m. Let's see, what do they show here? 4 a.m. Actually, even later than that. They don't show anything at all coming across us at 2 a.m. They're not showing anything coming in again until after 4 a.m. in the morning, and then it doesn't really hold together down through our area. So I think we're going to be pretty good before too long as far as the rest of the night. I don't think you got anything to worry about, Todd.
All right. Yeah, look at that outflow boundary now. Let me take this back.
I see that.
You can really see that outflow boundary from those storms.
But boy, they're kicking a lot of lightning. That's just putting on a heck of a light show.
Oops, the wrong one. Yeah, that is so cool.
Down in Tennessee, that area of storms, there's still a special weather statement on it, but it's almost made it down to Nashville. Goodlettsville, who was asking before, you got those storms coming in, but they're not severe right now. That special weather statement says Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm over Jolton, or 10 miles northeast of Ashland City, moving southeast at 35. Hazards, wind gusts up to 40 miles an hour, and pea-sized hail, radar indicated. Locations impacted include Nashville, Madison, Hendersonville, Goodlettsville, Millersville, Greenbrier, Coopertown, Lakewood, Ridgetop, Old Hickory, Jolton, Whites Creek, and Beeman Park. This includes I-40 between mile markers 211 and 217, I-65 between mile markers 85 and 103, and I-24 between mile markers 29 and 49. So still a stout little storm going through there, but not severe. And that special weather statement expires in 24 minutes. We're having to watch the one in front because they're out in, but the thing of it is, they're also in that air that was rain cooled earlier. So we'll have to wait and see. The storms that are there are bringing their own rain cooled air again. But the ones that are out in front of it, they're not running into 84-degree air like is off to our west. They're running into 74-degree air, 71, 72-degree air. So there's still plenty of humidity, 96%, dew points like 72 degrees out there. But like in Butler County, the temperature is 73 degrees. They're not getting as much fuel as they would otherwise if this was happening like midday. So I noticed that line is kind of spreading down to the south, but right now I'm not real confident it's going to end up doing much than just providing some showers and thunder showers as those roll on through. Have to remember that the area for potential severe weather is off to our east now as well. So probably we're not going to see anything severe out of it. Might be an occasional one that would pop up strong enough to be severe, but for the most part, especially that one with that big outflow boundary coming, we'll have to wait and see. I'm seeing one little storm that's over by Providence. It's popping up where two of the old outflow boundaries are meeting.
yeah. Yep.
So we'll watch and see what that one does. But for right now, I think we're doing pretty good.
Just came over and picked back up on the radar. Yeah, so you can watch that. That storm is just starting to pick up, and it's not really strong. So it may or may not develop into something.
Right.
We don't know yet.
It just happens to be where two of those boundaries are kind of intersecting.
Do you want me to release all the other techs or the other spotters who are working from home?
Absolutely.
All right, folks. If you're listening in, you can go to bed. You're released. You can go do the voodoo that you do so well.
Now we're quoting Blazing Saddles, huh?
Yes. Yes. And I'm not afraid to steal those lines because they're good.
They are good. They are good. Okay. Now they have a warning down around the Nashville area for those storms. We just popped that up. Goodlettsville is in it, so severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, less than 1-inch hail, expires in 35 minutes. And it says, National Weather Service in Nashville has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Davidson, southwestern Sumner, and northwestern Wilson counties in Middle Tennessee until 10:30 p.m. Central Time. At 9:54, a severe thunderstorm was located over Madison, or 8 miles north of Nashville, moving east at 30. Hazard is indicated 60-mile-per-hour wind gust is radar indicated. Includes the following locations: Lebanon, Madison, Hendersonville, Mount Juliet, Goodlettsville, Millersville, Lakewood, Hermitage, Rural Hill, Belinda City, Old Hickory, Green Hill, Whites Creek, and Gladeville. And that includes I-40 between mile markers 219 and 237, I-65 between mile markers 88 and 99, I-24 between mile markers 39 and 44, and I-840 between mile markers 67 and 76. And it looks like the main bow-out push of that storm is probably south of Goodlettsville. The whole storm runs from Goodlettsville down to almost to
Past Whites Creek.
Yeah, past White's Creek, almost to Scottsboro
Yeah.
and Jordania down that way, Bordeaux. But a lot of the streets and everything that's through there, Hendersonville, they take that warning all the way out to Lebanon, and that's probably almost an hour away at the speed the storm is moving. So y'all just batten down. You may get a real good strong wind gust when this comes through. You're definitely going to get some torrential rain with it, but I don't think it's going to be that bad. So just hang on tight, and you should be fine.
All right. Andrea Cook says, so you don't think we get any weather in the early morning hours for Hopkinsville or Herndon?
We may get some showers and some heavier rain showers and maybe some thunder showers, but I don't think we'll get anything severe out of that. No.
Yeah, you were looking at the HRRR too, and you seemed to think that it seemed to show, if I remember you saying, that the storms coming out of St. Louis would fall apart or weaken when they get to the Ohio River or something like that.
Yeah, that's generally what it shows, and they don't actually show it getting to the Ohio River till about 3 a.m.
Okay.
So that'll be like the middle of the night, and then they push down into Kentucky, but they just seem to start falling apart.
Yeah, and if they happen to go severe in the area, your phone should kick off a warning for you. And if you have a weather radio, which we recommend, that'll
definitely wake you up.
Oh yeah. Yes. So I hope that helps you, Andrea.
Yeah, like I say, the weather radio goes off, and it says tone when you set it for the alarm. But tone, like I said, it sounds like a stepped-on cat.
Yeah.
And I've had cats all my life, so believe me, I know what a stepped-on cat sounds like.
Yeah, me too. Even a dog. Oh my.
Yeah. That line of storms up to the north, Madisonville, you just caught the edge of them. A little cell back by Providence as well, but that's where those two outflow boundaries were coming together, and just kind of, iffy. It's gotten a little stronger, but not a lot stronger. The main storm area is up around Sacramento and Bremen, heading over toward Hartford. And there's a few stronger areas to it, but let me see here. A little bit of a hail core in a couple of areas, but nothing super strong or super big. Less than a half-inch radar indicator, which means it's probably not even hitting the ground. See what we've got going for winds in there. And winds, and that's way up at 4,000 feet because we're that far from the Evansville radar.
Those storms that were pushing through from Illinois into Indiana look like they're falling apart.
Yeah, they do. Nothing much really in them. The winds south of Sacramento and over towards Bremen are showing around 30 knots, which is right around 35 miles an hour, 34, 35 miles an hour. So gusty, but not severe by any means.
Yeah. Mike and Erica Bynum are talking to you. They say that they hope that you have a good and safe night, and they believe that they are out of the woods here in Washington, Indiana.
I believe you are, Mike and Erica. Thank you for joining us again. Always nice talking with you, and I will do my best. Y'all have a good night.
Let's see how that storm has worked its way over to where it is now.
It's still dropping down to the southeast. That little one by Providence seemed to perk up and then just start to die again.
Yeah, I saw that. Good night, Donna.
Sleep well, Donna.
Donna's one of our weather spotters, and whenever we have a big activation, she usually comes in and fixes food. And
She's been under the weather here for the
Yeah.
past week or couple of weeks, I think. So
yeah,
I hope she's feeling a lot better soon.
absolutely. Let's see. Hotel Mario is saying, do you expect these storms to drop more south into Muhlenberg County?
The direction they're heading, yes, they could. I'd be keeping an eye out if I was in Central City. Down around Greenville, you might catch the edge of that as it comes on down, because those storms are dropping down to the southeast now.
All right, folks, I'm going to turn this over to David Powell, the one and only David Powell. So if you'll hang on for a few more minutes, we're going to trade spots.
Again, the last thing really we're tracking, other than the severe thunderstorm down that's moving across the north part of Nashville and moving it on south of our area. So again, the main thrust down there is gusty winds, 60 miles an hour. So y'all hold on tight. You'll be fine. Wait out the warning. If you're outside, get inside. And other than that, we're watching these storms that are moving across north central Kentucky, or northwestern Kentucky and northern Kentucky, brushing the edge of Madisonville there, Calhoun, Hartford, Central City. You're probably going to get some of it. You've had a couple of little showers go through already. Greenville, you may catch the edge of it. Arlington, it's swung by just on your north side. You may have heard the rumble and gotten a few rain sprinkles out of it and a little bit of the breeze.
Well, hello, Thunder Buddies.
Hey, Dave, welcome back.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I been busy in the other room in there, but everything else seems to be going well. Looks like the storms have died out quite a bit.
Yeah.
Are you
What
seeing-
about South Carrollton up in Kentucky? Yeah, let me get back over to the closer radar.
Did we let Caleb know about that storm for Goodlettsville?
I announced it and there's a warning under it right now. Hopefully he picked up on it.
Okay. I want to remind you all again, if you haven't subscribed to the page, it would be very helpful to us. I know some of you have subscribed. We really do need the subscriptions. It helps us to be able to provide more technology as we go through these coming days and weeks and stuff. I see several of you still over on the Facebook feed. So if you have an opportunity and you want to go to YouTube and search David Powell Weather and Wisdom, you would be able to find this feed and just subscribe, like, and notify. And then if you want to go back over to the Facebook feed, that'd be great too. But it would be very, very helpful if you could subscribe to our page because it does help. What's going on in Morgantown? Let's look and see. Oh, wait a minute, I was going the wrong way. Well, I know where Morgantown is. There it is. Okay. In Morgantown, you have another small thunderstorm headed into you. There's a little bit stronger one to the southwest. Looks like it'll go south of you. But by far, this bigger one is one that you'd probably be concerned about. Doesn't look like it's serious. I would say if you want to go to bed, you'd be good to go to bed and enjoy the peaceful rain as it falls outside. Hi, Caleb. Caleb says, how's Goodlettsville looking? Lots and lots of loud thunder, but no weather radio alert yet. Caleb, you're
I'm
under.
surprised because Goodlettsville is under a severe thunderstorm warning
Sure are.
for wind gusts up to 60 miles an hour.
And I was just asking if we'd told you about it.
I'd said a couple of things about it. I figured that if they were down under there, they would have heard the weather radio or gotten the alert. But I was talking about it as soon as it popped up.
Well, the good news, Caleb, is the worst of it's down to your south. So you did escape pretty much the worst of it. It went to the south and west of you, and it's now down into, well, let's see, Englewood, Maplewood, that area. But really, as far as Goodlettsville goes, you're almost in the clear, really, for the evening, I would say.
Probably so.
Yeah.
Jacob Winters, South Carrollton and Muhlenberg County. You just had a quick dash of rain come across you. You've got more of the storm coming down upon you from the northwest. It's not severe. It's got a lot of lightning and a lot of thunder in it and some heavy rain, but it's not severe. It doesn't even have a special weather statement on it, which means they're not expecting anything too much more than about 35, 40 miles an hour winds.
And so Kayla Russ Thompson says, so I'm good to go to bed. Okay, I would think so. If it were me, I would go to bed. Yes, it's going to be stormy outside, but I don't see anything severe. I think you're going to be pretty good. You're right here in this area, and you've got this little storm up here. Looks like you might get clipped by that. Again, it's no big deal. Just plain old thunderstorm. So the bigger threat, excuse me, would be when this storm comes in from the northwest. Again, though, it's not strong. Just like Mark said, he's talking about South Carrollton. It doesn't look like there's any very much in the way of wind with it. I think you're going to be all right. I'd go on to bed if it was me, but
yeah,
I'm not as.
It's also weakening because it does have an outflow boundary coming off of it.
So anyway, Amanda says Hopkinsville and Herndon in the clear now. Yeah, I would say you are. Would you agree, Mark?
Yeah. I would agree. Now, they've been asking a couple times because apparently the Weather Channel's been talking about a line of storms coming down around 2 or 3 a.m. They were getting that off the HRRR, and I just looked at the latest HRRR. They don't have anything coming through here until at least 4 a.m., and then it's starting to weaken and fall apart as soon as it comes across the Ohio River.
Oh, my goodness. Are we ever going to be rid of the Weather Channel syndrome? I swear. I guess if some people like to have their little stories on and everything, that's fine. But as far as getting down into deep weather locally, they're in Atlanta, Georgia. It's really hard They don't know the terrain. They don't know the characteristics of our geography here. Don't put a lot of stock into it. Yeah, they do transmit the warnings, and you should.
They used to do a really, really excellent job, but they've
sure
kind of wandered away from it.
They got away. They lost their first love, and that would be like us. We were our first love is weather, and it'd be like us expanding off into other things and really not being too concerned about weather. And believe me, it's been tempting because we're needing subscriptions, and if we don't have weather, we don't get subscriptions much. So I don't know. Like I said, I'm not putting them down. They do perform a good service. So
yeah, their shows are interesting. I mean, some of them are very fascinating.
And I'm actual friends with Dr. Greg Forbes, who used to be on there. I don't know if many of you remember him, but I had breakfast with him. We talked about the Weather Channel and everything a few years ago. But anyway, most of the people I knew are no longer there, and I don't know who the bunch is because I haven't watched that channel in a pretty good while. But again, it's nothing against them. They do perform a service. So anyway.
Yeah.
Jerry Haynes says, "Is Hopkinsville in the clear for the night?" I would say you are. Have you said that you saw the HRRR? You didn't see anything really out of the ordinary with it?
No. Like I said, it's a pretty strong line of storms up around St. Louis, but as they get down this way, just before they start across the Ohio River, they start to weaken and fall apart on the HRRR. So
let's see what it looks like up there. There's not even really a line there much. There's some, but. And Mark, they don't look any stronger than any of the rest of them have done when they formed.
No.
That's a long ways off before they can get here. And that's a lot of ifs with it. And it's already 10:14. Gosh, 10:14. Where is the time gone? But anyway, I wouldn't worry about it too much. If you do wake, I don't think you're going to have anything severe. But anyway. That's just my opinion for what it's worth. Stephanie Rook says, "It's a fair warning. Then I check in with you guys to see what's going on." That's fine, Stephanie. I have no problems with you watching the Weather Channel. I promise you. You're a good friend, and I wouldn't trade you for nothing in the world. So keep on watching them if that's what you like to do, and I have no problems at all with it. Nor should I have any problems with that.
No, not at all.
But anyway, let's see, Mark, what else? Is there anything else interesting going on here?
Not really. We're probably kind of winding down for the night. Yeah. There's that one storm down by Nashville that it's actually been, they've taken the warning off Goodlettsville now. It's over by Hendersonville and Lakewood, Green Hill, Mount Juliet, down in that direction. That line of storms, little area storm continues to move off to the southeast.
And then we have the one up around Central City in Madisonville we're watching. It's got a lot of lightning with it, a lot of torrential rainfall, but you got to remember, I'm looking at that from the Paducah site, so it's looking a little bit higher up in the storm than what we are, and I can show you when I go to the Trenton site, Fort Campbell radar, you see it doesn't look nearly as fierce. That's because it's looking at lower levels of that storm than what Paducah was. So it just gives you a good cross section. And I do switch back and forth, but even the Trenton site looks, that looks a little strong to me.
The southern part of it is the strongest part right there you're looking at. That's right near between Morton's Gap and Graham and Anton.
Yeah.
That's the strongest part of the storm and has been. It's looking a little iffy, but I keep looking at it for the wind velocities and stuff. And there's just not a lot going on with it for that as far as any kind of wind strength. The strongest winds in that area of the storm I see right now are only running around 33 knots, which is about 36 miles an hour.
Jerry Haynes says, "Thank you, sir, and thanks for all y'all do." Richie, let me see if I can pronounce his last name right. Acevedo? Does that look right?
Acevedo, yeah.
Acevedo. Is there a chance of a tornado? I think it's very, very slim.
Minimal.
Yeah, about as minimal as it can be and still not be zero. So you never can rule something like that completely out, because if you do, then you're asking to get snake bit. So Anyway, Mary Vorvies, can you just show Southeast Michigan? My phone shows possible thunderstorms at midnight. Sometimes this phone thing is way off. And I will go back. Stephanie Roach says, it's not that I like them. It's like a first indicator, LOL. And I agree with you, Stephanie. I understand what you're saying. No problem at all. Hang on just a second. I'll be right back.
And Mary, I was looking at the model for that up area. It does show areas of storms going on right now and through the overnight hours, but they decrease in strength and intensity as the night goes on, and by early morning they're completely gone.
We'll go up here and take a look at it just to be on the safe side. Let me find a good close radar.
Okay.
Let's see here. Should be one here somewhere.
Thank you. I turned it off. Thanks. All right.
Well, I found one, but it's a little ways away. There's got to be another one. Wow, look at the radar up over the lake up there.
Yeah, that's what they're showing. That moves over into Michigan, but as the night goes on, that starts to decrease in intent, especially after it comes ashore, starts to decrease in intensity and coverage.
Ooh-wee. I hope they do. That's pretty. Of course,
Yeah, that's pretty tough, man.
lake waters are warm though. That's just like feeding it. I wonder if we can get anything. Well, I know the buoy's probably not got a camera working because it's solar, and it does not. Air temperature is 75 degrees there. But yeah, that's a pretty strong batch of storms. I'll see if I've got another one up there close. Maybe I've got a camera somewhere. Let's see if this one looks that way. That should be pointing in the direction of those storms, but I don't see anything back over the buildings.
Yeah. There's some strong storms right now. They don't have any kind of advisory. They're just stronger storms, lightning and such. Down near Bedford Township, which is south of Detroit.
That'd be
few
right
little
here.
storms, yeah, up north and just to the southeast of Greenville. And Cannon Township, that's over to the east of Grand Rapids. A few storms up around Flint. And then that huge line of storms that just came offshore from Milwaukee and such, and just north of Chicago, heading east and such across the lakes. That's traveling. The low pressure area that's causing a lot of this stuff is centered just about on Milwaukee.
Okay.
And the warm front, or kind of stationary front, goes off to the east and southeast toward Kalamazoo. The cold front drops straight south, past Waukegan, North Chicago, just to the west of Chicago, and on down to the south from there, just to the east of Joliet. But there are some wraparound storms with that and rain, so there is some rain coming in behind it.
So, Mary, here's an overall shot of the area you're in, and hopefully, like I said, I see some strong storms on the lake, but they will have a tendency to diminish as they get ashore because they won't have the energy of the lake waters to feed them as much. So, unless you live really close to the lake, I think you'll be okay with that. In fact, none of those are even considered severe, even as strong as they look. So there you go. Hopefully that takes care of what she says. Kalamazoo gets it all the time. Is that where you are, Mary? Because I do have a camera right there. If I can get in here to it. Here we go. Oh, come on. There we go. Sure looks like a peaceful evening, but boy, look at that, how that smoke coming off there. The steam hangs low. That's a sign that's heavy air. It's low pressure or something in that area. Here's a good weather saying for you. She says she's on a river, but it's okay. I'm on the east side of Kalamazoo. Okay, I got you. Yeah, when here's a good saying to remember. Let's see, how does it go? It says, clouds and smoke hang close to the ground. Hang on, weather comes around, or rain comes around. I think that's how it goes. Anyway, dark clouds in the west, stay indoors and rest. Ring around or snow or moon, or ring around the sun or moon brings rain or snow upon you soon. All those are neat little sayings I've learned with time. Let's go back down here to our area now and see what's going on.
Smoke and clouds hang low, rain will soon follow.
Flies and mosquitoes are biting and humming. Swallows fly low, a rainstorm is coming. I know them all.
Those are all anecdotes, but they all come from people observing the weather around them and realizing, they're great for using for short-term forecasting.
Yep, sure are. Especially in those days when the flies and mosquitoes just kind of, how they just kind of swarm on you, make you uncomfortable and stuff. Well, that's those kind of days where you can pretty well count on a rainstorm coming.
Yeah.
Now let's see what it is. Have we talked about Centertown, Mark? Jordan Randolph?
Centertown.
Yeah. He's asking a question. How does it look for Centertown, Ohio County?
Well, let's see.
I'm not sure I remember where Ohio County is.
Centertown is up to the west of Beaver Dam. And right now they're under kind of the heavier rain and blow off of that stronger cell to the south, but nothing severe in that, just good heavy rain, probably a little bit of gusty winds, but nothing severe.
Maybe having a little break right at the moment, but it's soon going to fill back in with heavier rain. So it's nothing serious. It's another one of those nights I'd love to climb in bed and just listen to the rain come down. It would be so nice.
The rain extends back to about Livermore and Island, so it's the backside is coming your way, but it's still a ways to get there yet. Probably at least probably half hour, 45 minutes.
This one right here still bothers me a little bit. It looks mighty strong.
It does.
And this is around Graham. That'd be up around Muhlenberg County.
Yep.
And there's the latest, but still it looks strong to me, I'm going to see what the...
A little bit of an outflow, and a few little storms trying to form down to the south, just to the east of Nortonville, to go along with it. But
there's the outflow boundary right there. This little line, you can see it. You guys are going to be so tickled because you've learned so much about the weather tonight. It's going to make your head just get big, and you'll wake up with a headache in the morning because you say, well, where did I get that headache? You say, because I've been with Dave Powell and Mark Booker. I learned too much.
What's the old Far Side cartoon? The kid raises his hands. Teacher, can I go home now? My brain is full.
Yeah. Jimmy Ford says, how's y'all day been? Well, Jimmy, we've been on now for about 6 hours, 6 minutes, and 50 seconds. So, but who's counting? It's been an interesting day. We've had some weather. We've had some good friends on here. We call all of you Thunder Buddies. And our favorite Thunder buddy, Stephanie Roke, says, I did learn something tonight. I'm proud of you, Stephanie. I knew you would. You had it in you.
Dave, the winds in that storm, or at least at 2,000 feet, are only about 38 miles an hour.
Okay, that'd be the one there around Graham?
Yep, just to east of Graham now. Radar just updated.
Okay. So that storm doesn't look like there's anything to worry about. Let's see if there's anything else. If not, Mark, we may look at getting ready to gosh, I look terrible. Good grief. What happened to me? I must have slipped and fell in a puddle of ugly or something in there.
I don't know. How long were you asleep while you were off?
Well, I wasn't
I'm
sleeping,
kidding.
but
I'm kidding.
I had to fix up the hot dog. We got a hot dog cooker in here that is second to none. It's one of those roller type, and you put the hot dogs on it and turn the heat on. It rolls them, and I mean, it makes some good hot
If you leave
dogs.
them on there long enough, they turn to charcoal.
Absolutely. And not only that, but they will do some sweet corn too. I mean, you put that sweet corn on there, and it toasts the outside of sweet corn
Oh, yeah.
to
That's so
perfection.
good.
Oof.
Pull it off, put the butter on it while it's still
Yes,
hot so
sir.
it melts.
It'll make a bulldog break a log chain. Let's see. Jimmy Ford. Stephanie's laughing at us. Jimmy Ford says, "How can you tell if the storm is severe?" Okay, Mark, that's a good question for you, I think.
Well, we look at the general appearance of the storm, but we also use what the more modern tool called Doppler radar, and that can see inside the storm and tell us what the winds are doing inside the storm. And we can see what the winds are like up off the ground and can tell if there's strong enough winds in there for them to come down to the surface and make a severe storm. It also can show us how strong the updraft is as far as creating hail and how much hail is in it, so we can tell if there's going to be hail in the storm enough to be severe or not. And there's really only two real criteria for severe thunderstorms, and that are winds over 58 miles an hour and hail 1 inch in diameter or greater.
And there is one thing that you don't see it indicating, but if you know what the dew point is, the dew point has to be 57 degrees, is that right, or greater, or is it 58?
58.
58 degrees or greater for it to have the ability to go severe. That's
Not a problem around here right now.
That's right. Our dew points are running big time. Let's see. Destiny Higgins, is Hopkinsville okay for the night or still unsure? Hopkinsville's okay. Go on and get you some rest. In fact,
I'd say everyone's okay. These storms are going to continue to cruise along, going to the southeast, but for right now, until they catch up with a little bit more of the stuff they need to be severe, they're probably not going to be severe.
as much as we love you guys, I don't know if we're going to spend the night on here talking to you though, because I'm getting tired. But if
these storms are running across an area that was worked over earlier by a set of storms, so there's cooler air. There's less fuel for them to be severe with, so there's enough to get a thunderstorm going. But look how far that outflow boundary is running out ahead. So those storms are running into their own cool air right now.
And the outflow boundary is this little line right here that you see.
That green line out ahead.
And it's not necessarily always green though. It could be this. You can see the cloud cover.
Yeah.
And sometimes even cold air shows up on radar, and you might think it's something there, and it's not. It's actually just cold air. But that's the air that's come down off the top of the storms as these storms weaken. So that's a sign that these storms are weakening. So they're not going to pose much of a threat. If they did pulse up a little bit, they will not amount to much. So I wouldn't worry about that at all. So, yeah, it looks like everybody else is going to be good. Oh, man, what a good night to sleep. It's going to be a little cooler out there because the rain cooled air, and it'll be nice. The only thing you won't see is probably won't see much in the way of stars this evening.
Yeah.
And you know what tomorrow is?
Other than the 2nd of August?
It is Friday.
Yay!
But anyway, so... all right, Stephanie Roke says, I'm going to be salty if they are loud. Okay, just what do you mean by that, Stephanie?
Stephanie, I have 2 words for you. Earplugs.
Mary Vorvis says, night, great job. Good night, Mary. Have a good evening. Hope you rest well. And Stephanie, you know we love you. Hope you rest well as well. I don't think you have to worry about them being loud tonight. It should be good. So, Mark, is there anything else you want to say? Can we bother them with anything else that you know of? You got any more wise tales or dad jokes or anything?
No, it looks like we'll be warm again tomorrow, but not as warm as today was, and probably not quite as humid. They do not have us, at least the last time I checked, they have not extended the heat advisory for us. The heat advisory, well, let's see what they've got for it right now. They've extended. Nope, they've dropped it. So tomorrow we're looking for a high here in Hopkinsville of only 88. Boy, that's going to feel good compared to today.
Okay, who wants to volunteer to come mow my yard then? I don't see any takers at all out there. What's going on? Hello, is my mic working? Okay, Stephanie says, no way my ears ring. So that means she's not going to wear earplugs. And she says, thanks, David, because she likes me better than she does you. And Stephanie says, nope, too tired. Let's see here.
Tomorrow, we've got about a 40% chance of thunderstorms again. Right. And that's going to be mainly for tonight after midnight. So that's just in case those storms roll in the early morning hours. Again, they're going to be weakening and dying out as they come across the Ohio River. I don't think we're going to have too much to worry about with them. And then Friday, 40% chance of showers and thunderstorms, mainly after 1 p.m. So afternoon and evening thunder showers tomorrow afternoon, high near 88. West-northwest wind, 5 to 10. Boy, that's going to feel different.
Yes, it is.
And then as we look on toward the weekend, slight chance of thunderstorms on Saturday, high of 87. And Saturday night, low around 69. Mostly clear. Sunday, sunny, high 90. And then we start climbing back up into the 90s in the early part of next week.
And then towards the end of that, okay, Stephanie Rose corrected me. She says, I like you both equally. So she likes you too, Mark.
Yes, Mom.
We love her to pieces. Stephanie's a good friend, and we're glad she's on here with us. Anyway, everybody, I think we're going to turn it in for the evening. I don't really see much else to worry about. Anything out there that was worrisome is no longer worrisome to us. So anyway, I hope you guys have a great evening. And I think that maybe after next week, we'll start slowly. We're going to see the Gulf start getting active, and we'll see what happens. You saw the National Hurricane Center's projection earlier tonight, and so we'll see what happens. It does look like it's going to get into the Gulf now, and that could spell big trouble depending on what part of the Gulf it gets into. So,
yeah. Stephanie Roque, what do you mean you're not old enough?
Let's see here. She's not old enough.
Not old enough to be Mom? Dave and I are both only 14, can't you tell?
I'm only 13. No, anyway. Hey, Dave is still on here with us. Where in the world he come from? He must keep his YouTube on all the time. Dave, I'm glad to hear you, man, or glad to see you, or whatever. Glad to read you. Let's put it that way. Okay. So yeah, he says, yes, I hear you both. And Stephanie's still laughing at us. I don't know what we're going to do with her. She says, OMG. Oh my gosh. Did you see the Facebook post about the feller that was, he said, what did he say about me and Twister movie?
Oh, that they were very, very sad that you weren't, that the fact that you weren't included in the latest Twister movie.
Yeah. That flattered me. Whoever that was that wrote that, I have to go back and look. I think I shared it on my page too. But very kind of you. I appreciate that. But, I actually did have communication with Bill. Oh, good grief.
Bill Paxton.
Bill Paxton, yes. And we had actually talked about a future Twister movie. At that time, it didn't look like there was much of a chance at it. And he just said that basically he thought that was overhyped. And little did we know, they actually did another Twister movie. So I wonder.
This many years later.
Yes. He was a good guy. I really like Bill Paxton. I haven't talked to Helen Hunt, though. I've always wanted to maybe meet her, talk to her from the original Twister movie. But anyway, I thought that she was going to have a role in that, but apparently that didn't happen.
Yeah.
Oh, Sunny 161 says, I'll mow it right after I get done with my 4-acre yard. I appreciate that. Yeah, okay. I'll be sure and watch for you when you get done. Tedrick Green says, good evening, and I think that's a good cue for us to head on out of here. Mark, do you have
I believe so too.
Any last words to say, Mark?
Everyone have an enjoyable night, get some good rest, and we'll see you next time. I'll be back on Sunday evening, if not before.
And with that, I'm going to leave you with some beautiful music to go to sleep by as we roll our credits. Here we go. Dave, I bet you thought I was gone, but I saw you say time for a midnight snack. See you guys later.